Tokosunga Biafra, Tokosunga Biafra, Tozonga na liberté, Biafra nangai, Biafra na biso, Tokotika te, Tokolinga yo mingi. We shall support Biafra. We return to freedom. My Biafra, our Biafra, we will not abandon you. We thank you. We love you so much. We love you too. Afrika yaka, talabana na yo. Batona mpasi, bazali kolinga kimia. Zambia kosalisa, motema na biso ezali makasi. Biafra ikosimba liberté koya. Africa, come, look at your children, people in suffering. Wonderful Biafrans, lovers of freedom all over the world. I am here today once more for us to talk about our freedom. Today is 19th day of June. My people, I am calling on every Biafran to join me on this platform so that we will have a very quick chat on what relates to Biafra. Biafra is our nation, Biafra is our religion. Nobody will stop Biafra from coming. Nothing can ever stop us from actualizing our dreams, which is to have our own nation separate from Nigeria. Nigeria is not a country that anybody who is very sensible will be proud of. Now, my people, join me. Ndị be anyị nọ n'ụlọ ekenekwa m unu. Tata bụ 19th day of June. Join anụ m ndị be anyị. Onye ọbụla n'ebe ọ nọ gbakọta ka ikwuo ife gbasalụ Biafra. My people, I can see sometimes that our people are not understanding or getting what is going on. So join me and let us have one more discussion on one important information about Biafra. Join me, and let us continue. Biafrans, for those of you who are watching and those that will watch later, this platform is Biafra Republic Government in Exile Media, where we give you authentic information. Everything that touches and concerns Biafra is discussed on this platform. So join me from wherever you are watching. This flyer you are seeing on this platform is United Kingdom Biafrans. We are holding our town hall meeting on the 5th of July next month. We are cordially inviting everyone, and our special guest, as you all know, is our Prime Minister Mazio Genkere and all the cabinet ministers that will accompany him to this very journey. Biafrans, we have to really tell ourselves the truth. We have to tell ourselves the truth. If you look at the title of this program, it says that Biafra is not a chattel. It cannot be bought or be sold. No matter where you are listening to me from, listen attentively. Listen, listen attentively. Biafrans, join me. There is one important issue that I want us to discuss. I am a human being. I am not a tree. And so is every human being on earth. And as human beings, we are Biafrans. And the Biafrans are not sold or bought. There is nobody that can claim Biafra. Nobody. Not until you know this, you will never know what you are doing. If you are doing this Biafra, thinking that, oh, I have seen a business or I have seen something I can do to make money, you are not getting it right. You are not getting it right. If anyone has heard of Biafra, know about Biafra, and you think that you are such a lazy man or lazy woman, that you have seen a commodity for making money or making name or looking for fame, you have failed it. And you will continue to fail. We are not looking face. We are not here to look for title or position. Biafra has taken so much human lives, human blood, that any shameless or someone who lacks knowledge will come out and be claiming Biafra. The person doesn't know what they are doing. Unless I am dead, because I will always have something to inject into the system, and there will be katakata. Biafra does not belong to anybody. It's not a chattel. Chattel is a commodity, something you can buy or sell. Apart from land, I have looked up the meaning of chattel. Biafra is none of those. Because this is why some of you want to sell Biafra to the Fulanis. Our enemy. People who don't love us. And you will come, oh, I'm doing Biafra. Maybe you want to be this or you want the other one. You want to do that. Biafrans can only follow you when they know that you can give them what they want. And what do we want? We want freedom. We want liberty. We want to breathe. We want to be in a position whereby we can express ourselves. Nigeria is not a name, or it is a name created by foreigners for their benefit. But we Biafrans, we are always following the rules of law. When Nigeria was created, they amalgamated. You know what amalgamate means? They couple, they joined, they cut and join. That's what amalgamation means. And during that time, they had constitution. And that was 1914. The amalgamation took place. Amalgamation took place. And they amalgamated nations together to become one, so that they can easily manage and manipulate them. And they left a constitution. And that constitution is what Biafrans are following till tomorrow. They said after 100 years that any of these three nations that were lopsided together, that anyone who does not want should go. And Biafrans decided to go. and they don't want us to go. Why? Because they found mineral in our land. They are fighting for their interest. Now, Biafra started protesting, flying flags on the street. We started getting killed. And now we are no longer flying flags on the street. Now we have what is called a government, but in exile. Because it is legal to have your government in exile. It is legal to have government in exile. Biafrans always follow the law. We always follow the law. But you know what? They don't want or like our resolve. They do not like our resolve. And we don't owe anybody any explanation. Now, when we had the government, it was not brought in by one person. You can be the prime minister, you can be the leader or president, but every job, every work done can never be only one person. I will play the voice of this video you are seeing here. And you will see some of these illiterates who cannot even go to Google to search for a word and know what it means. Go there and search for freedom fight. We are not here fighting for position or for your academic qualification. It does not concern us. What we want is our freedom. So for those of you who do not know what freedom is all about, go and search for it. Yes, exactly, Charles. They thought that 100 years will never come. It has come and gone. Biafrans are these people. We introduced democracy. We know how it operates. We know what it entails. 100 years is 100 years, and it is long gone. And when we had this Brgie, we had a charter. A charter is what will metamorphose into being our own constitution when we go to the homeland. And that constitution, that charter says that if you have a leader and that leader becomes incommunicado, 3 months, you should elect another leader. And that's exactly what we did. We Biafrans, we don't do without rules. We don't do without process or procedure. So anybody coming to Biafra thinking that, oh, I can come and do anything. Oh boy, oh girl, you aren't going anywhere. We will drag you down. Biafra is not for sale. They one of my people. I had them very, very hot because I listened to one video and I became very crazy. I became very mad. Biafra is not a chattel, and it cannot be sold or be bought. Because if that is the case, Ojukwu's family would have laid claim, because they are the one that their brother, Odumegwu Ojukwu, opened the mind and ear and brain of everybody that this is our name, that we are Biafrans. And that was in 1967. So let nobody think that, oh, I have money, or I have a book, or I am educated, or I am illiterate, or I am this, or I am that. You come here to tell us Biafra belongs to me. Never. Never. No matter where you run to, we will drag you down. So if you want to fight with us for freedom. That's the only thing we need. Whether you are ugly or you are beautiful, whether you are handsome or ugly, or you are rich or you are poor, Biafra does not belong to anybody. That is our own. Ndewo Charles, Dalu so much. And my brother Ume, Chukwudi, I appreciate all of you. And see boy, Ndewo, my darling sister love, thank you so much. Odogwu Okafu, Ndewo. Do you people know that my neighbor, hello, lost and found, Chukwuma, where have you been? My neighbor, so many years ago, in Lagos, yesterday, he called me. He said that his son clicked something and the phone started ringing. And it is me. And he started telling me that this number belongs to one of his neighbor in Lagos. And I called my name. He said, that auntie. I said, yes, it's me. And we started talking about Biafra. He said, Biafra. So many don't even understand. And we have a bunch of these fools pretending to know about Biafra. Somebody like Ngozi or Abueze does not know anything about Biafra. They were my darling brother, Wisdom. Thank you for joining us. Biafra is not a chattel. Go to your dictionary and check what chattel means. I did check it. I did check it from the dictionary. What chattel means. Biafra is not a chattel. Biafra cannot be bought or sold. Ndewo, my brother, thank you so much for your super chat. This is for Biafrans. My people, any man, any woman laying claim to Biafra, just knowing that the person does not know what they are doing. Biafra does not belong to any human being, because I am a human being. You cannot sell me or buy me. And that is how Biafra is. Biafra belongs to all of us. Listen to this video now, and you will know what I'm saying and why I'm saying what I'm saying. Just listen to the video.
It's becoming too much. Onye nke si na France onye na-eva, onye nke abakwara PM je mmadụ ozi asọwụ PM. Like this Brgie now, oge nkere hijacker. Oge nkere awụghị ya nwe Brgie. PM onye set to Brgie. So it is right that I'm not going to get Brgie because oge nkere awụghị ya nwe Brgie.
Oge nkere abụghị ya nwe Brgie. Oge nkere hijack Brgie. It's all lies. All lies. Oge nkere is not a hijacker and cannot hijack Brgie. Brgie does not belong to anybody. It belongs to all of us. PM formed Brgie. Which PM? Mazi Simon Ekpa. He took over from Onyendu. We all supported him. And when he was doing anything he was doing, he wasn't doing it alone. He was doing it with all Biafrans. Unu bụ ụmụ nwanyị ọnụ unu na-agbakọ ụkpaka, unu ga-achọta ife unu na-achọ. Ọkwa na dis Biafra. Onye ọbụla amara ife ọ na-eme, isi ga-aba na dis Biafra. Unu ga-achọta that thing unu na-achọ, unu ga-achọta ya. Just look at them. They can't even speak proper English to analyze anything. They cannot process common information. A prime minister cannot work without the people working behind him. You can't use your right hand alone to tie your scarf. The two hands must be there for you to be able to tie anything up. In life, you process information, you analyze things, you weigh your options, and you compare them and contrast it. Look at her. I don't know whose voice is that. It sounds like a Shine's voice. Can you imagine the kind of people we have in this struggle? That's why they are selling Biafra to Nigeria. They don't understand that Biafra is not a chattel. It's not a commodity. You can't sell it. The same way Mazi Simon Ekpa joined Biafra is the way all of us joined one by one. And we started knowing each other. When Onyendu was there, was Onyendu able to do it by himself? No. Onyendu has his own, he called DOS. When Simon Ekpa took over, he called his own Brgie. And the people were working with him. And he danced with our chattel, with our chatter. That chatter that he has contained what we are doing now. We are not doing anything different. Dewo Ume, thank you so much. There is nothing that we are doing now that is different from what is contained in that charter. And he cannot repeal it from the prison. We are not happy that he is there. If knocking heads. Look at Fulani people. I will show you a Fulani boy and you will listen to what he is saying. They are not giving up. I know that now fighting each other for no reason. For no reason. Opposition. Unu na Cholo Simon. Unu na Cholo Simon position. Somebody who is in prison. Unu na Cholo opposition. You are not even fighting for him to come out. So that he will come out and see that it is all of you that destroyed that thing that he built up with other cabinet members. All of you. Unu balganenu, una balganani, unu kulganenu, une kulubadanani. Everything that he built with cabinet ministers, with Biafrans, you people read it overnight. All of you. Thank God that internet is there. Whenever he comes out, he will see it one by one. Including those of you who were telling Elias, who brought Elias. Elias came during the time of Mazi Simon Ekpa. Did Vam not say, Elias, come here? You will not succeed. That same Ngozi that was here, Ngozi Orabu Fulani, was he not COS to Mazi Simon Ekpa? Are you people not supporting Ngozi to destroy everything that was set up during his time? Unu wana kwa Mazi Ogenkere. Unu na kwa Simon Ekpa. All the progress that Mazi Ogenkere is making. Because Simon taught us that when your leader is in prison, you don't listen to him. You don't listen to him. I will look for that video and play it. If unubu umunwanyi a enwere uche na achọ na Biafra unu ga-enwetie double. You are knocking heads. Knocking heads. None of you is making any progress. None of you is making any sense. All you do is to knock heads. Knock heads. Fulani is there fighting you people. And you are busy fighting yourself. Why? Because you don't understand what freedom fight is all about. You don't understand that Biafra is not a commodity. That you can't sell it or buy it. You don't understand that this Biafra was started by Ojukwu. That Ojukwu has a family. This one also goes to Mazi, our Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's family. Biafra does not belong to anybody. It does not belong to any human being. I am not daft. I cannot lay claim over Biafra. For what? It's just like now, Trump, we said that he owns America, or that Trump family owns America because he's once a president or still a president. It does not happen that way. Oh, God, still una memetie. That's why they call you shithole. That's why they call you shithole. How can you be in something you don't even know how that thing operates? You are fighting for freedom. Every day you're fighting yourself. Why don't you people go and take a chill pill? Go and rest. You don't know what you're doing. You are all here causing confusion, talking trash. Oh, no. Unune to Simon. Pio, 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 pio. Push it, push it, push it. Simon, fight again, Kere, fight again, Kere, fight again, Kere. Simon is now fighting Ogenkere. Will it get you people Biafra? And the answer is no. I don't know what you unubundioji amoromifene nyunu nsobu. I don't know what is wrong with our people. I don't know. Just listen to this voice.
So PM supported that they should get Brgie, supported this action and everything now. Every guy supported here. Because PM is still active. No matter not on a prison. Even Finland on a prison. I think that man is still fighting for Biafra. Even there, they assist him to do certain things. Even some meeting, they assist him to do some meetings there with the lawyers. He's still the same PM, to be honest. He's still doing the same job he's doing. Like I said, sometimes when people talk on social media, I just laugh. Because some people have no clue of information that they should have. PM supports USB, but PM don't support this fighting because PM sees everybody as USB. That is the main message.
You see, when people are confused, they speak from both sides of their mouth. Confused.com. PM supports USB. What is USB? It means that your PM supports division because Biafra Republic Government in Exile is called United States of Biafra. He supports USB. He supports Brgie. He supports this. He supports CRC. He supports everything. You people are so confused. So confused. I don't know, my brother. Tell them. That is not just the issue. Whoever registered it or whose name it is registered. But the issue is that our people fe push gide go Simon, push gide Simon. Simon ne emezi ka onye iberibe. For them, for their own interest, and against what Biafra stands for. America, do you not call it USA? Sometimes you call them US. Just like Biafra. They call themselves United States of Biafra. Then oge welu Brgie one by one. Or support or B, or support or R, or support or G, or support or I, or support or E. Everything he will support. You see? Confusion. Confused.com. We cannot be waiting for you people. Unu bụ ndị ụgbọ gbanarị. And onye ụgbọ gbanarị asịkwana na ụgbọ abatara ya maka na ụgbọ ebuka. Onye ụgbọ gbanarị amasikwa na train abatara ya maka train ebuka. Is so unfortunate. That is onwe one bini girl bido na akpali ndị Igbo. Si ndị Igbo na before unu na-eme mkpọtụ na now unu di useless. That nobody respects you for selling your brother Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And if you see this girl, the girl will not be up to 20 years, maybe 18 or 19. Na akpali ndị Igbo. Unu ebuputego unu n'ama. But one thing I will have to tell you people, go and do research. What Chattle means. That Biafra is not that. You cannot buy us or sell us. We love our heroes. Mazi Simon Ekpa, we love him. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we love him. Mazi Ogenkere, we love him. But you people should stop your damn, goddamn confusion. Knocking of heads. This is all you people do. You breed hatred. You breed confusion. Every here and there. Are you people not tired of confusing yourself? Lotekwenu na Trump gapo after next year. Una amara onye ọzọ ga-abata. Maọbụ ndị no pro Nigeria that will ga-ebiu n'aka n'ani. Instead of coming together, this is what they go about doing. Calling a man that is in prison. When Simon comes out and realizes, no unu wana bi enyi nsogbu na prison, Bundi may believe everything because he does not know. There is no phone there. There is no TV. There is no radio. Also, if unu gwaria, push, una ne push. All these illiterates, amara their left to their right. Ne push. You don't know what freedom fight is. When Martin Luther King was fighting for blacks in America, when he died, did the fight stop? When Mandela was fighting in South Africa, when he was in prison, did the fight stop? My people, I'm so ashamed of you people. So ashamed of you people. PM. Do you people know that this whole thing can be changed? You don't know. Oga mgbe tebụl tọnụ chairman abụrụzia floor member. You don't know about it. You don't know. Oh, unu nwa na-ele Biafra. Na-elesi ndị Fulani. Na-ele Biafra so cheaply. All the effort that Brgie has made, all the achievement under Mazi Ogenkere, nobody talks about it. Why you people hated this man so much, I do not know. But you know what? Any one of you na unu ga ama that na onwere if unu ga eme Mazi Ogenkere, he is equally a Biafran. And onwe right. Onwe right. I have not seen or heard anything Mazi Ogenkere made that is against our charter. But you people are the ones destroying this Biafra. USB is now a different government. Brgie is a different government. CRC is a different government. Jevenu na Finland. Jevenu na go brain no Simon Kaji. One day he will come out. If God is hearing our voice, please let them release him. Tomorrow. We love him. We love Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And we love Mazi Ogenkere because they are Biafrans. I don't know how mothers, women, Namunwa, Gesi Nodu like this. When are no cohorts of their own children. Fulani di busy na ebunu. Now fajuru na bae. Onu wajeba Simon Akebe na court. Ewetu oyanga. I don't know. I've never seen people like you human beings. You will do from up. ejide unu n'enu na agbadata na middle, ejide unu na middle na agbada nani, ejide gị n'aka na ịgbaga n'aka ekpe. Ife aka unu ga na-agbagharị ka mkpụrụ ife ma amarọ. Ndị nzuzu. That's why ndị ọcha je disrespect unu. All these heads that you people are knocking together, what do you benefit from doing that? Can you imagine? They must have pushed him. Because I just pray that the court will allow him to come out, or the prison will allow him to come out and go to court and stand for the trial and give his witness statement and evidence in court. This is it. So Sunday Igbo na-eme ụdị ife a. So Sunday Igbo. So Sunday Igbo na-eme ụdị ife a. Akọrọgbago n'enu, akọrọgbada anani. I saw this video and I said that I must come and talk about it.
So I don't mind you people calling me names. I don't really care, because I can stand on my own. I can stand and defend the truth. For me to live the life I'm living today, that is Kenya. I can be a slave to anybody. Even people were calling me handbag, people were calling all sorts of names, because I can be a slave for anybody for Biafra. And nobody can subjugate me when it comes to truth.
Yes, onye na-ekwu okwu a bụ this Reverend Sister Olewunne that na-akpọ ya handbag Ngozi o ife bụ iwie. Echem na Olewunne dị educated. How can you go to the prison and you want Simon to recognize USB apart from Brgie? That is our government. It's like you call America, or you call United States of America, or US. Still one nation, still one country. But you told us Simon created Brgie. Did he create it for himself? Did he create it alone? Why did he create Brgie? What does Brgie stand for? Government in exile. Government in exile. Ndị be anyị, hell, akwa berobis, akwa akara n'esi. Akwazikwa ni akwa. Anyị nalụkwa n'ụlọ, gịnị ka anyị ga-eme? I smell a rat. Do you know that day when we were in Finland, the Ethiopian, or no, not Ethiopia, what are they called? Those people that want to leave Ethiopia, what's their name again? Their president, he said, I smell a rat. I smell a rat. Biafra nwa bia mkpamkpa ga-akpa. Maka na ndị be anyị ifu na onye chiri echichi ga-apụta na akọgheri. Eritrea, ndewo. Eritrea, the man came out. Osi, where is Simon? I smell a rat. He immediately knew. Yes, Eritrean president. I near Soweluo airport when we were going. Thank you, Charles. This man muna nwoke akogidela akụkọ Welu airport. I smell a rat. Munia non airport na-akọ. Hey, Africans. Or gini na-eme ife a? What is your problem? The man said, I smell a rat. And when Simon was brought, our first prime minister, I will always respect him with that title. When his case came up, kedu ndị je gba ya akaebe? Ọkwa ununwa ndị Biafra melu n'onwu na ebele. Unu ga-eme this fight. How long? How long are we going to fight for this Biafra or for the rest of our lives? Nenu a reverend sister, olewune, ne ifo na ebe a na-akọ eri. Na sị na ya bụ handbag Ngozi. Ọ bụ na ịbụrụ handbag Ngozi, gịnị ka ị bụ? So fu Biafra, anyị ga-aza Biafra. Ayaza IPOB, ayaza USB, ayaza US, ayaza Brgie, ayaza CRC. Ndị Igbo melu n'onwu na ebele. Ifela duru unu n'iru. Na-enye na unu emegidego Simon, onye bụ a barrister. Simon na-emezi ka onye nzuzu. Ọ bụrụ unu na-epushu Simon, na-epushie Simon amarozi ife ọ na-eme. Ndewo Rosalie, thank you so much. And my sister Eukaria, I appreciate all of you. This confused.com group, Fawa Bidolu, nwanyi ano ebe a na-akọ eri, onye nwa supporturu Ngozi. Ngozi wee kewa Biafra. Ngozi was Simon's COS secretary or Ifobo. That's the meaning of COS na United Kingdom. COS represents a secretary. In America, they call it COS. Mazi Simon, our first prime minister, say, ni actually anything Nigeria they use. We call ya COS. Oh, this very reverend sister. Osikita ni anoros na USB. Kedife na chu also na USB. Because omago na USB. No nwere relevance. O nwere legal background. No legal background with USB. The USB is our name like you call America USA. United States of America. And United States of Biafra, USB. She's saying here that Simon supports USB. Why not? Unu na-eje Finland ọ na-edinagharị unu up and down, unu amaro. Ọ ga-support unu. Unu chena ya maro. Of course, he's a man. Oh, nwoke ka ọ bụ. Itọgbọ careless ọtụtụrụ. That's what you people did with him. We know that. Ogo unu na-eje Finland, unu je unu apụta. We know all that. That's why oji wesi ka akpụpụ na unu court. Because unu ni no di na sigo unu. Onye kwu eziokwu gịnị eme? Mazi Ogenkere has no time for you people. And we don't have time. Give Olewune, you are a reverend sister. Onye chile echichi. Ibu a politician ki be reverend sister. Ayamoro nke ibu abu. Isi na na-akpọ gị Ngozi's handbag. Are you sure? No, so handbag ka ibu. O nwere ife kọrọ na akpa unu. You all lie. You are all liars. Odina sigu unu ncha. And I'm not blaming him. Maka o nwoke ka ọ bụ. Idobal nwoke analogia. Simple. Shameless women. Ife akunu gano na emebi Biafra. Fulani no there na chunu. Neo boda ifa jule everywhere. Every time you be causing confusion. Una na cause confusion. Onye nke asieba. Onye nke esieba. Because they have realized that Brgie is the only government that will give us Biafra. You people should leave Ogenkere out of your madness. Because Ogenkere is taking us to the Holy Land. The promised land that God gave us. Anytime I'm going to film from this lady, I will go to her platform and confront her. I'm sure you will hear about this voice. This is how you people will keep destroying what we are doing. Biafra does not belong to Simon. It does not belong to Mazin Namdekano. It does not belong to Uwazrike. It does not belong to Juku or his family. Neither does it belong to Mazio Genkere. Mazio Genkere is not claiming Biafra. He is only fighting for us to get our freedom. And that's why we support him. The same way we supported the first Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa. The same way we supported Onyendu. The same way I followed Wazirike Masob. I followed Masob. All this shenanigan now knock quality heads together. Fulani were busy. Stealing everything that belongs to us. I don't know when women have become bunch of confused people. Not every woman. Because I'm a woman, I'm not inclusive. What sort of rubbish is this? Onye ko ericha obia ikpo Biafra afa. This Olewune, you should respect yourself. Because if you don't take time, we will write to Pope and write to your community. And they will get rid of this your veil from you. Kibia mebe politics. Onye wayo. If Akunu Gano not confuse really our people. Biafran Samaron Kefage is eso. Unu koloba gonenu una koloba danane. Biafra is not for sale. It does not belong to anybody. It is for all of us.
Was left to tell of the pain, the courage, and the tears that fell. Nigeria may hide one flag, but two wounds remain. Only Biafra independence can heal these wounds in the heart of a nation, still carrying the pain. We do not forget, we will not be silent for the unborn children and the dead who cry loudest. May 30, 1967, echoes in the wind, never to be erased. Biafra lives in memory and in flame. One day the truth will speak your name. We say it loud and clear. Never again, never again, never again. Biafra independence in not Negro.
Voice of Biafra TV, the voice of truth, the voice of the people.
There is only one broadcasting network.
Voice of Biafra TV,
The first, the best, and the last.
voice of Biafra TV.
We lead, we shine, we last. The first, the best, and the last. From the east to
The voice of Biafra TV, and this is Thursday night on Voice of Biafra TV. You're welcome back from the celebrations of the year, celebrations of the week, celebrations of the month, and the way everything has been going. How has it been? It's good to have you all back again on Voice of Biafra Television, where we give you the news of the Biafran people and the happenings of the day and our step-by-step strides on the independence restoration of Biafra. Welcome to Voice of Biafra Television, and this is Thursday night once again.
The world, hear the truth unfold. No other station does it better. Truth be told, real stories, real power, real Biafran soul. Every day, every hour, we taking control.
Breaking every silence, letting voices rise. Standing for the people, opening their eyes. Strong and unshaken, both for all to see. Broadcasting the future.
Voice of Biafra TV.
There is only one. Only one broadcaster network. Voice of Biafra TV. The first, the best, and the last. Voice of Biafra TV. First to speak, best to watch, last to everlast.
Voice of Biafra TV. Voice of Biafra TV. Holy war, holy war. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, no only one. Only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one, only one.
Have endorsed a deal with Iran. So what that simply means, the U.S. government have endorsed a deal with Iran. So what that simply means is that there is a deal on the ground, and we look forward to seeing how this deal will go. Meanwhile, for the Nigerian terrorist government, they should be ready to collect more bombs from the U.S. Department of War now. Since the radar in Iran has come down, that radar needs to be turned down to Nigeria, so that the terrorists which they themselves created can be flushed out gradually. Let's listen to the news from Washington, D.C. on Fox News to know what the deal entails, because there has been a series of propaganda and blackmail, slander and speculations from left, right, center. So on Voice of Biafra, we give you the news undiluted.
I mean, it's very simple. You can't tell a country, whether Israel or Iran, they're not allowed to have any self-defense. That's not what the president has asked. That's not what the president has requested. But as part of the final deal, what we want to see is Iran not funding regional instability, funding regional terrorism, and of course trying to rebuild their nuclear weapons program. That's the main thing. The nuclear weapons program is destroyed. It is gone. If the Iranians decided tomorrow to build a nuclear weapon, they simply don't have the capacity in order to do that. What we're trying to ensure is they don't rebuild that capacity, not just a year from now, 2 years from now, but many, many years from now, so that our children never have to worry about a state sponsor of terrorism having a nuclear weapon.
So that you wouldn't be worried about a state-sponsored terrorism coming after your children. coming after your babies in schools and coming after your parents. America thinks of the future. What will stop the terrorist regime from invading and attacking the entire world in the next 10 years and the next 20 years?
Now, Biafrans, what is going on now? As you can see, we all know that every country looks up to America. Whenever you are in the media, although I'm not a professional media, I'm just a freedom fighter working with my people, because before I started this freedom fight, I made a very little research, and I saw when United Kingdom were fighting with Hitler so many years ago. And that time I saw Queen Elizabeth of England. That time she was like 23 or 24, wearing military uniform and working at the mechanic section. If you go and search, you will see it. Before I do anything, at least I will make a research to know the do's and don'ts of what I'm trying to do. If it is a lecture anybody is interested in, you learn. When you are doing something like what we are doing, you mustn't be a professional. Or if you're a professional newscaster, you can still come here and we will learn from you. As a media person, I work under Minister Sonny, the Information and Communication Minister. We follow his steps. We follow his commands and dictates. That is how a government works. Every department to their employees and employers. Unfortunately, we are not paid. But what we are doing is in ad hoc. Ad hoc. Something you do out of emergency. So, I know that one day this will stop. We are not yet in homeland. So when you are doing something like media, we have talked about Biafra, we have to talk about foreign matters. That's what he is doing right now. We all know that Iran had problem. Their citizens cried out and America came and helped them. And that Iran were building or about to build nuclear weapon. And nuclear weapon is like allowing a child to be holding a light or a newspaper. You light a newspaper and you give it to a child. It will either burn that child or it can still burn the child and set fire in the whole building. Either of the two. One must happen. So America, I will not say that they are the police of the world, but they are one of those in the whole world that speaks and people will listen to them. America intervened, and they were the ones that after hearing our briefing in Washington on the 25th of December 2025, they went and bombed the terrorists in Nigeria, Sokoto to be precise. And what did Sokoto Caliphate did? He ran to Imo State and Hope Uzodinma kept him. He was there. This is every time we are the ones that they will always use. And after using us, they will dump us. So now, what the Minister of Information is showing here is for us to know that America has now reached a deal with Iran. Because America is this country that if they know that you are a terrorist or you sponsor terrorism or you support it, they will come after you. Why? Because America is always the target. And why do they do that? They do it to protect the interest of their people. And that is how Biafra will run when Biafra comes. Not the other way around. All these people blabbing now, they are blabbing because we are still on a freedom fight mode. And on a freedom fight mode, anything can happen. All you do is to bring it to a caution. Apply caution. And that is the caution I'm giving to Olewunne. Olewunne supported Ngozi to divide the group that are fighting for our freedom. All these people talking trash. When Mazi Simon Ekpa, our first prime minister, was here, everybody, we were all together donating, and there were sufficient funds to fight for our freedom. Right now, they have splitted into three. So do you want Mazi Ogenkere to shave his hair and turn his hair into money, or to use his fingers, his 10 fingers and his 10 toes, to turn it into money? What do you want this gentleman to work with? And he is trying with the little resource he has. My people, let me tell you the truth. We have our Onyendu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We have Mazi Simon Ekpa. We have Mazi Ogenkere. If you check these three human beings, they can never do things alike. Even if they are twins, triplets. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our Onyendu, and Mazi Simon Ekpa, our first prime minister, and our current prime minister, assuming that the three of them were born by a woman called triplet, they can never behave alike. Onye ọbụla nwelu ka o si eme nkie. But what concerns you is how are you doing it? Or what you are doing, what is it going to produce as a result? What you are doing, what result is it going to produce? One name, Ogadelegema, thank you. Thank you for joining us. So, Biafrans, onye ọbụla gbara ọgwụ ya nwụọ. References to Olewunne ka m na-agwa this thing. Ọ sị na a na-akpọ ya Hamburg Ngozi. Kita ọ rapụgonu Ngozi. After ka ọ sọpọtụcha Ngozi, bụrụ handbag ya, bụrụ shovel ya, o ji ereki ife niile na-eme, wee kewa Biafra. Unu enwere uche. All these women enwere isi. Oge unu na-eje Finland, na-eje dinagharị there. Unu chena ya maro. We know what you people did. That's why you just support unu. All fusigo unu, fu unu very well, fu unu, fu ọtọ unu. Shame on you people. Useless women. Enwero control. Unu no ne donate, donatus. Or if unu bia na Biafra, you people, unu chena ya nuro those things. We heard all about it. Itobolo a man carelessly, or tutoria carelessly kwa gawalo onwe. That's why oji no do na prison kita. Una agwaria no unu wa maybe si Biafra. You went to that extent, to that level, to destroy what we are doing, but you will not succeed. Una ama succeed. Now this her voice message also that Simon supported USB. USB is like when you call Italy, some people will call it Italo. It is still the same thing. Whether you call it USB charger, or you call it CRC charger, or you call it anything, it's still under Brgie. You can call America and you still call it USA. or you call it US. Unu enwere uche, or you think we are fools. Anyị na ebe a na-agbara unu boy. Anyị agbasịa boy kịta. Unu abịa inye excuse. Unu pushgidego Simon, pushie. Ọ na-emegheri isi emegheri. Onye alafu ebee ka uche dị? Tell me. So Biafrans, onye ọbụla chọrọ ịzọ Biafra, malụ even anyị niile kwakọrọgodu kịta nakwuru ndị na-agba egbe, ndị na-agbara anyị egbe cannot give us Biafra. Ndị ga-enye anyị Biafra bụ Brgie with our lobbyists. Yesterday I was showing you people a video of a man telling you what Nigeria government has spent 150 million US dollars through their lobbyists to quench the genocide or the massacre of Christians in America. The man is still here. The video is still here. I can still bring it. Instead of you, Ngozi, go back. Because I'm a PM, Mazi Simon Ekpa Nonasi, go back to Brgie. You people refused. Gimwa bole wune, a reverend sister. All for the go ge report wogi, nankendi sister, kafatu wogi, kibia mebe politics. Isolungozi we divide ya. Eme unana kwa Mazi Ogenkere. Ifa unu neme with Mazi Simon Ekpa. Kedu ife o gosiri? O gosiri na that Chattle o ji wee gbasi egwu that time. No repeal gị. No remove sig all those things. They written in that Chattle. And that is exactly why we are following Mazi Ogenkere. Because Mazi Ogenkere is showing us the light. He is taking us to our goal, which is Biafra. Despite the fact that Nunu Napoleon, all the equipment, Ogeji Welwolo, you know?
For the Lord
So, my people, ana m akọwala unu. Ọ bụrụ ịbịa na-eme mkpọtụ bịa. You have to really be a true Biafran. You have to really show that you understand what we are doing. And what we are doing is nothing but fighting for us to be recognized as Biafrans. And once we are recognized, we will go home. Because some of you don't even understand that whatever position you hold now, when Biafra come, everything will be dissolved and it will be resurrected again in a different dimension. As people in homeland, now we are in exile. So now, our information minister is also telling you people about foreign news. And that foreign news relates to us. Because this same Iran that he's talking about, they are the ones that started giving Nigeria equipment, 4 containers, load of ammunition, sponsoring terrorism. America has reached a deal with them now not to sponsor any terrorism across the world, across borders. Because Iran supports Nigeria to Islamize and to kill and to maim. So this very news, it concerns us.
Because what was not curtailed in the past 10 years is the result of what we are saying today. So if American government have been able to secure a deal
with Iran,
And then Iran will never have the opportunity to produce a nuclear weapon that can be used to wipe the entire people in the Middle East, or drawing close to Europe and drawing close to UK and drawing close to America. Then you should understand the importance of what the American government have been doing. That is the news update from the Iranian US deal. Because a lot of people have been living in the dark, and some people follow misinformation and propaganda platforms that gives them the upside down news. You don't go and take news from your enemies when you are fighting against your enemies. Your enemies will always give a news that will downplay your strengths. So we are calling on everybody to be on the lookout, because the American government will soon drop more bombs on the Nigerian terrorists. Because the radar has shifted now from Iran, the Middle East, to where? To Nigeria. So be ready to see more terrorists tearing apart. And we love one thing that is happening in the Zoological Republic of Animal Kingdom today. How all the terrorists are exhuming from wherever they have been for the past 10 years to 20 years, aligning all themselves together and forming a defense mechanism, showing who they are and their real agenda and their common interest, which is Sharia.
Now, let me show you an evidence of what our information minister is saying. Are you people seeing this video?
We must demolish this country and install Sharia law, whether Nigeria government wants it or not. We have not even started. Is for decades.
This is a Fulani boy.
It is very battlefield.
I don't know why it is not showing.
We must demolish this country and install Sharia law, whether Nigeria government wants it or not. We have not even started yet. We are waiting patiently, calculating the next step Nigeria government is going to take. Nigeria government knows that the military capacity is very weak to challenge us. They can't even stand us in the slightest battlefield. They lack strength and courage. We have been operating since. What did they do? We have been marginalized in this country for decades. It's time to take what that belongs to us. We must take charge and continue to operate. We Fulani people are ready to fight until the end. We must demolish this country and install Sharia law, whether Nigeria government wants it or not. We have not even started yet. We are waiting patiently, calculating the next step Nigeria government is going to take. Nigeria government knows that the military capacity is very weak to challenge us. They can't even stand us in the slightest battlefield. They lack strength and courage. We have been operating since. What did they do?
We have been
This
operating
country for
since.
decades.
What did they
It's
do?
time to take what that belongs to us. We must take charge and continue to operate. We Fulani people are ready to fight until the end.
Are
We
you
must demolish this country and install Sharia law, whether Nigeria government wants it or not. We have not even started yet. We are waiting patiently, calculating the next step Nigeria government is going to take. Nigeria government knows that the military capacity is very weak to challenge us. They can't even stand us in the slightest battlefield. They lack strength and courage. We have been operating since what did they do? We have been marginalized in this country for decades. It's time to take what that belongs to us. We must take charge and continue to operate. We Fulani people are ready to fight until the end. We must demolish this country and install Sharia law, whether Nigeria government wants it or not. We have not even started yet. We are waiting patiently, calculating the next step Nigeria government.
Are you hearing it? You people are hearing it. You are hearing what he is saying. You all heard it. What the young man was saying. You all heard it. That is to show you what our information minister was talking about. They are all coming out from all nooks and crannies. And it's good when we show this video because some people online might be foreign media. They will hear it. Fulani said that they have been marginalized in the country. Do we own a common country with the Fulanis? Why don't they go back to where they came from? If somebody is marginalizing you in their country, you either take it or you leave. We are not the same with the Fulanis. So, they are either in or out. But I thank God that America has now concluded with Iranians. And the next target should be Nigeria. Nigeria should be the next.
That is the common interest of all the terrorist groups that you see that are fighting. Sharia is the common goal.
The guy said, we will demolish Nigeria.
Nigerian government have been playing with the lives of Christians and their citizens in the entire Nigerian region. There is nowhere in Nigeria that is safe. That is why in our space yesterday, we called on everybody's some consciousness to now look and be ready to see what is going to happen. Nigeria is going to go into something that you never saw before.
Yes, Biafrans, I will leave the video now to run. And this is Voice of Biafra. Let us listen to him all the way.
Of war now. Since the radar in Iran has come down, that radar needs to be turned down to Nigeria. So that the terrorists which themselves created can be flushed out gradually. Let's listen to the news from Washington, D.C. on Fox News to know what the deals entails, because there have been a series of propaganda and blackmail, slander and speculations from left, right, center. So on Voice of Biafra, we give you the news undiluted.
I mean, it's very simple. You can't tell a country, whether Israel or Iran, they're not allowed to have any self-defense. That's not what the president has asked. That's not what the president has requested. But as part of the final deal, what we want to see is Iran not funding regional instability, funding regional terrorism, and of course trying to rebuild their nuclear weapons program. That's the main thing. The nuclear weapons program is destroyed. It is gone. If the Iranians decided tomorrow to build a nuclear weapon, they simply don't have the capacity in order to do that. What we're trying to ensure is they don't rebuild that capacity, not just a year from now, 2 years from now, but many, many years from now, so that our children never have to worry about a state sponsor of terrorism having a nuclear weapon.
So that you wouldn't be worried about a state-sponsored terrorism coming after your children, coming after your babies in schools, and coming after your parents. America thinks of the future. What will stop the terrorist regime from invading and attacking the entire world in the next 10 years and the next 20 years? Because what was not curtailed in the past 10 years is the result of what we are saying today. So if American government have been able to secure a deal, and then Iran will never have the opportunity to produce a nuclear weapon that can be used to wipe the entire people in the Middle East, or drawing close to Europe and drawing close to UK and drawing close to America, then you should understand the importance of what the American government have been doing. That is the news update from the Iranian-US deal. Because a lot of people have been living in the dark, and some people follow misinformation and propaganda platforms that gives them the upside down news. You don't go and take news from your enemies when you are fighting against your enemies. Your enemies will always give a news that will downplay your strengths. So we are calling on everybody to be on the lookout, because the American government will soon drop more bombs on the Nigerian terrorists. Because the radar has shifted now from Iran, the Middle East, to where? To Nigeria. So be ready to see more terrorists tearing apart. And we love one thing that is happening in the Zoological Republic of Animal Kingdom today. How all the terrorists are exhuming from wherever they have been for the past 10 years to 20 years, aligning all themselves together and forming a defense mechanism, showing who they are and their real agenda and their common interest, which is Sharia. That is the common interest of all the terrorist groups that you see that are fighting. Sharia is the common goal. Nigerian government have been playing with the lives of Christians and their citizens in the entire Nigerian region. There is nowhere in Nigeria that is safe. That is why in our space yesterday, we called on everybody some cautiousness to now look and be ready to see what is going to happen. Nigeria is going to go into something that you never saw before. And for those of you that are not ready and are unable to face this that is going to come, I pity all of you. But it is time for all of you to chin up. It's time for all of you to buckle up. It's time for all of you to act like men and not like babies and not like women. Babies and women should be seeking refuge and shelter where men are in time of war, not the men becoming gossips, not the men becoming useless. The men are supposed to be in the trenches. They should be picking up arms, going around, looking for the terrorists that have come to cut off heads of babies and women of their community. Self-defense should be the key word to every man at this time. Because the terrorists that all of you saw in the far north, which we had raised alarm for many years, is drawing near and is very close now. It's in your communities. And very soon, they will do the worst. If you think that when you don't support BRGIA or when you don't support BDF, that you are doing BDF or that you are doing BRGIA, you've made a very big mistake. It is very good that the terrorists will now engulf everywhere at this time and going forward, so that all your eyes will be open. You will all wake up and face one very enemy that has dug your graves for years. The terrorists have taken time to prepare their warfare. From 1804, you stopped them. They came back again. It took them time to regroup and rebuild to come back in 1960 to 66. You stopped them with the coup of January 1566. Since then, they have rebuilt the empire and come up to 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025. They are striking without remorse. They don't care who is taken out. Just like Kunle said, there are many of them which their sponsors and caliphate members are in the present government. They are part of the governors. They are part of the National Assembly. They are part of Aso Rock Presidential Villa. Their main aim is to implement Sharia, is to implement Islamization of the entire contraption called Nigeria. Doesn't matter how many people are killed, doesn't matter how many people are taken out, for as long as they dip the Quran in the sea and get the Sharia which they want. That is why many of them are being paid by the government of the day. So if you have been sleeping, please wake up from your sleep, because it's time.
It's not about ransom. They just want to pass a message. We can come in, we can do what we need to do. And there are some hardliners in this government that are sponsoring this kind of narratives. They just want to show that they can Islamize this country. They think about Taliban, they think about the Mujahideens, and they want to replicate it in this country. And they don't care what happened. They simply don't care, as long as at the end of the day, there's Sharia, and there is whatever thing they have in their head, they want to achieve. So these people that are sending messages are sponsored by Nigerians. You remember this Boko Haram issue started since 2012. Yeah. And I was in the military intelligence that time. We arrested those people. It is my organization that actually conducts interrogation and interview. And they mention names. I mean, I can't come on the air and start mentioning names of people that are presently in government now that I know. Presently in government. That the boys that we arrested mentioned, some of them are governors now. Some of them are in the Senate. Some of them are in Asu Rock. The intention is to Islamize Nigeria and practice Sharia. And it doesn't matter if some people die. It doesn't matter if you're embarrassed. It doesn't matter if our economy has degenerated. Look at the interest rate. Look at the inflation rate. Look at the debt profile of Nigeria. They don't care. As long as at the end, the Quran is at the sea. So some people in this country have this mindset. And we must tell the truth. If you tell the truth, you die. If you don't tell it, you die. Some people have this mindset to Islamize the nation. And they are in the government. And people know them. The DSS know them. The NIA know them.
Yeah, they said it's not available.
Okay, so that could be the reason. So sorry about that. Maybe you're unable to reach him.
Okay.
So you think this is why are you reading this to your official receiver? And just one more thing, I will take your call, just take your phone number as well.
Yeah, it's 07
Okay.
549.
All right. Thank you for calling and you have a good day.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Only survivors left to tell of the pain, the courage, and the tears that fell.
Iran, the Middle East, space yesterday. We called on everybody some cautiousness to now look and be ready to see what is going to happen. Nigeria is going to go into something that you never saw before. And for those of you that are not ready and are unable to face this that is going to come, I pity all of you. But it is time for all of you to chin up. It's time for all of you to buckle up. It's time for all of you to act like men and not like babies and not like women. Babies and women should be seeking refuge and shelter where men are in time of war, not the men becoming gossips, not the men becoming useless. The men are supposed to be in the trenches. They should be picking up arms, going around, looking for the terrorists that have come to cut off heads of babies and women of their community. Self-defense should be the key word to every man at this time. Because the terrorists that all of you saw in the far north, which we had raised alarm for many years, is drawing near and is very close now. It's in your communities. And very soon, they will do the worst. If you think that when you don't support BRGIE or when you don't support BDF, that you are doing BDF or that you are doing BRGIE, you've made a very big mistake. It is very good that the terrorists will now engulf everywhere at this time and going forward, so that all your eyes will be open. You will all wake up and face one very enemy
I hope everyone is doing good. My apologies that the sound um, was not coming out at a point. You know, all these technical equipments we use. Somebody like me, I cannot tell you that I am fantastic with these gadgets. I apologize that the sound was lost at a time. I hope you are hearing the sound now. Please, can someone confirm that you're hearing the voice or that you are still hearing me now so that I will know what to do, either to continue or to put the whole thing down? Chukwudi, are you still there? Can you confirm that the sound is back again? Or Alozie, please, anyone that is still around, can you confirm that you're now hearing the sound? Thank you. Are you hearing the sound, Yoshi? Okay, okay. Please confirm that you're hearing the information minister.
That has dug your graves for years. The terrorists have taken time to prepare their warfare
Okay, thank you, thank you.
from 1804. You stop them.
Thank you, Kennedy. Ndewonu.
They came back again. It took them time to regroup and rebuild to come back in 1960 to 66. You stop them with the coup of January 1566. Since then, they have rebuilt the empire and come up to 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025. They are striking without remorse. They don't care who is taken out. Just like Kunle said, there are many of them which their sponsors and caliphate members are in the present government. They are part of the governors. They are part of the National Assembly. They are part of Aso Rock Presidential Villa. Their main aim is to implement Sharia, is to implement Islamization of the entire contraption called Nigeria. Doesn't matter how many people are killed, doesn't matter how many people are taken out, for as long as they dip the Quran in the sea and get the Sharia which they want. That is why many of them are being paid by the government of the day. So if you have been sleeping, please wake up from your sleep, because it's time
It's not
to
about
see
ransom. They just want to
reality.
pass a message. We can come in. We can do what we need to do. And there are some hardliners in this government that are sponsoring this kind of narratives. They just want to show that they can Islamize this country. They think about Taliban, they think about the Mujahideens, and they want to replicate it in this country. And they don't care what happened.
Yes, dear friends, I can assure you people that this video is no longer new. Yeah, very many of us must have heard this video a long time ago. This very Kule Olawumi, the man who worked as a military intelligence during his time, he is telling us about this very Islamization agenda. Look at this guy here.
Nigeria or not, we have not even started yet. We are waiting patiently, calculating the next step Nigeria government is going to take. Nigeria government knows that the military capacity is very weak to challenge us. They can't even stand us in the slightest battlefield. They lack strength and courage. We have been operating since what did they do? We have been marginalized in this country for decades. It's time to take what that belongs to us. We must take charge and continue to operate.
As you are seeing this guy, you are seeing this guy, he is a full-fledged Fulani guy. He's a Fulani man. I don't know how to expand this. This is on Facebook. You see? He said that the military are not able to challenge them. That's his boast. He is boasting that the Fulanis, that the military in Nigeria are not able to challenge them. And if you people could recall that when Abacha was in the Nigeria military, he said when he was the leader, Abacha, Sani Abacha, he said that any war or anything against a government or any nation that lasts more than 1 month, that the government's hands in it is in it. And when they were talking of restructuring, what did Kashim Shettima say? Restructuring my foot. These are his brothers. You can see this guy that he looks like a woman. This is how Fulani looks. This is them. Look at him. So, everything that is being said here is correct, is being replicated. Why are we not going to rise up and fight for our freedom? Every time anyị na-agba kpurukpuru, anyị gbago n'elu, anyị agbada n'ani. My reverend sister, my reverend father, ndị a bi na America, amarom ka isi dị fa onwe nke bikwa na America, si na ya bụ reverend father, ọnụ ya na-ara ka ọnụ azụ. Oge ọbụla osolu udene na-akọ Maazị Nnamdi Kanu, onye nọkwa na prison, ị na-akụ ya ọnụ. Maazị Simon Ekpa ọ nọkwa na prison, una na-eje ebe anwa na-ewuye na ndị na-achụ anyị. Instead of facing our enemies, onye ọbụla na-atọ ọnụ na-efesi nwanne. Amara m ụdị ọbara dị na our system. I just don't know. Because ọ bụ na ibe lazy man, ajụọ gị si na onwere ife ị ga-eme. But nke a bụ na ife anyị ga-eme dị, anyị arapụ ya na-eme ife ọzọ. We have a lot of things to do. They are now in Anambra, they are in Enugu, they are in Ebonyi, they are in Abia, they are in Owerri. Part of our land, the far north, that we should be focusing on dealing with these people. Obulo nwanyị. And onye na-eme such a thing bụ onye nwere nghọta. Onye anwa nwere aka ọlụ, ọbịa na Biafra ịchụ ego. Ebe ọ ga-akpata ego, ma ebe ọ ga-aza afa, ma ebe ọ ga-egosi gị na ya agụrụ oke akwụkwọ. Anyị nwa bụ ndị agụrụ akwụkwọ, anyị anọdụ na-emegheri. I don't understand. Nwoke a, this video, ọ kaligo 2 years. But every time I wepụta, just to remind my people, na anyị nwere problem at hand. Or ije Finland, na-eje akpọkọl, na-eje enye wrong information, or ife ga-ewetela anyị Biafra. Will that bring Biafra to us? Oge ọbụla na-akpọ Maazị Oge Nkere, that man is made. That man only juru afọ, as far as I know. Ebele na-emekwa anụmụ ndị agụ anụnwa na-achụgharị this man, because ọ kafa nwere ego. and ego bụ solid money. Ego ndị America. Ọ karịrị ego unu. Amara m ife a ga-agwa unu ka unu ghọta na this man, he is the only one now, for now, because two captains cannot be in a boat. It's not like that. Even in our charter, it's not that way, that you must have two prime ministers at a time. Amaromala prime minister ana agba unu. Akpọrọ ana name. Ife aka ndị ọcha ji aghọgbu unu. That's why when they listen to you talk, they will look down on you. I'm telling you. Ife aka ndị ọcha ji look down on you. Na ife niile melu nwoke a n'obodo a ebe mbi. Emeye kwa ya n'enu kwa ya na kia stema ka ọ lituo. Ọ na-achịchịgharị ebe anwa. Ọ bụrụ na bayi onwego ndị ga-eje na number 10 je munye ọkụ ebe anwa obi. We should all rise up. Nwoke a bụ ama ka ọ na-agba here. This very cool of a man, Mr. Olawumi, as a military intelligence. And they go sigo munu kita video umu fulani. Onwere ife a na-emefa. We have to contribute money. Tomorrow is our fundraising. Tomorrow is our fundraising. We have to contribute money. We have to contribute money and raise funds. Please, my people. Please, my people. Biko no ndị be anyị. Amani na na-agbalụ unu all this information. Ọkụ unu wee malụ onye ndu kwubere ife a long time ago. Ndị Igbo na-atụ n'inu si tufuo okwu m but atufuna m. Throw my words away. Ndewo my brother. But don't throw my words away. O tego onye ndu gwabala unu that these people are coming. Now they are everywhere. Nwanne nya inweta nwaanyị onye be anyị fa belonu. Nwaanyị a na-acha ka ndị ọcha. Fagbusie nwaanyị agba ya ọtọ. Ọkwa nke ka anyị mma. Reverend Sister Olewune, whole reverend, onye echile echichi. Kama ọ ga-anọ kpebe ụka ma ọ convert by some people. Ọnọdụ na-eso ngozi. Ọnọdụ na-eso ngozi. Solu ngozi wee mebie the group na-atụ ego. Kita, if unu specialize in ije Finland, unu je, unana amarom ka m ga-esi kọwa ife a. Unana tonu brain Mazi Simon Ekpa, our first prime minister. Unana welu no like spoon na mma na atụgharị ụbụrụ. Knocking heads together. Is that what will get us Biafra? That will not get us Biafra. Even if these three of our leaders, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Simon Ekpa, Mazi Ogenkere, even if three of them were born by the same mother, they cannot behave alike. Even if they were twins, they cannot behave alike. But the truth is, who is taking us to the end? Fapotafeje na agwa Mazi Simon, because I remember when this first prime minister was telling Ngozi to go back to Brgie. Une wogidegi unu woli esi une woli esi ane unu ne osolusi unu ne megheri. Osolu unu ne megheri unu rapu this man aka. Agwala unu rapu nu this man. Ngwa kita obi atinye afia na lawsuit with you people. Oga putakwa je hearing. Because when you sue somebody and the case is coming up for hearing, you must be there to adduce your evidence against that person. He is not there. Amarom why every time I negate things wrong. This man ununafu here that our information minister is using, his video. This is an old video, but it is to remind you, because on the by Oda Fiaru, we forget. We forget very easily. That's why this video keeps surfacing. Only do why that they are coming, they are coming, they are coming, they are coming. You people did not listen to him. Today, look at it. Look at it. They are everywhere in Biafra land. Everywhere in Biafra land. Look at this guy. Just look at him and listen to him.
Law, whether Nigeria government wants it or not, we have not even started yet. We are waiting patiently, calculating the next step Nigeria government is going to take. Nigeria government knows that the military capacity is very weak to challenge us. They can't even stand us in the slightest battlefield. They lack strength and courage. We have been operating since what did they do? We have been marginalized in this country for decades. It's time to take what that belongs to us. We must take charge and continue to operate.
What belongs to Fulani? Nigeria belongs to Fulani. Do we have common boundary with them? But you can imagine when a non-entity like this is coming to talk to a whole country, that something is behind it. So my people, Anamayo Kai Kunye, look at this non-entity. Nwa onye Fulani unafugie. Onye aburo onye bani. O onye Fulani. He has the guts. He has the guts. The effrontery.
They lack strength and courage. We have been operating since what did they do? We have been marginalized in this country for decades. It's time to take what that belongs to us. We must.
Do we have common boundary with Fulanis? They came from Futajalo. It is because of your lackadaisical attitude and behavior. That's why they came up. Oh, the same thing Anagun every day. Rise up to challenge these people. Rise up. Oh, EJ Finland. Neje asilo Mazi Simon Ekpasi. Unu gwe anka, unu menka, une menka. We have to remain focused, my people. Come and join our fundraising tomorrow.
They simply don't care. As long as at the end of the day, there's Sharia and there is whatever thing they have in their head they want to achieve. So these people that are sending messages are sponsored by Nigerians. You remember this Boko Haram issue started since 2012. Yeah. And I was in the military intelligence that time. We arrested those people. It is my organization that actually conducts interrogation and interview. And they mention names. I mean, I can't come on the air and start mentioning names of people that are presently in government now that I know. That is presently in government. That the boys that we arrested mentioned, some of them are governors now. Some of them are in the Senate. Some of them are in Asu Rock. The intention is to Islamize Nigeria and practice Sharia. And it doesn't matter if some people die. It doesn't matter if you're embarrassed. It doesn't matter if our economy has generated. Look at the interest rate.
Now, he talked about economy. Let me show you people something. Let me show you people something that is going on right now, and nobody in Nigeria has the balls or the effrontery to follow it up. The only thing they do is cry, 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 and nobody acts. No action. Only talk, talk, talk. Nigeria is just talkatives. No action. There's a man that is currently crying out Listen to this man. $210 trillion. You know why I brought this? Kule, that military intelligence man, he mentioned about the weakness of their economy, how Nigeria economy is no longer valued. And this man, look at him, called Mele Kiari, this very word. This Mele Kiari is a Fulani man. He stole 210 trillion and nobody is calling him to order. Where is NNPC? Biafra land. Nigeria National Petroleum Corporation. In Biafra land, are we not tired of complaining? Why don't we rise up and go home and manage the resources that God gave us? Ndị be anyị anyị egbusigokwanụ na agwa ka ichinizienu na ya. Please, my people. And the man crying out is Yoruba. Ọ bụrụ na oil a dị na Yoruba land, fa ga-ekwe ka ịbata. Ọ bụrụ na ọ dị n'ugwu Hausa, fa ga-ekwe ka ịbata. Unu afụgo the hopeless Fulani boy na-claim na a na-marginalize fa na Nigeria, that they are going to destroy Nigeria and build a Sharia Nigeria. You have heard him. What are we waiting for? My people, ana m agbalu unu ama. Ọkwa sọsọ 1 year ka Trump nwelu after this. Or for how long ka ị ga-fight? This government, dịka ọsọsọ fanwa, nwere interest anyị at heart. Every other government bụkwa pro-Nigeria. Ka anyị jisi na ike donate tụọ ego ka anyị mee ife akpakpakpa wee pụọ. Ka anyị mee ife akpakpakpa rapụ Nigeria. Look at the man. Onye ahụ dị unu ka onye na-eri onye zuru 210 trillion. Trillion, not billion, but trillion. Ego ji wee je sponsor Boko Haram. Because na fabu ndị Fulani, onye ọbụla nọ ebe ọ nọ ga na-ezu ego na every department ọ nọ wee na sponsor terrorism. Kafa Islamize ya Nigeria. That is their only agenda. And Fulanize you. They will take over your land. because they want to use that region to settle the whole Fulani in the whole Africa. Then only one efezie n'enu. Look at him. Onye adị anya ka onye oshi. Ọ dị unu ka onye rilu 2 trillion, 210 trillion. O ego o bunyelu ndị befa. Kashim Shetima emechi onwe pia onwe ka akwa. Maka ọ ya si na ya bụ security senior officer. Tinubu wee bụrụ oil and gas minister. That's how they divided it. Muslim ticket. Nobody challenges them. Is that what we are going to be watching? Eje Finland te eje akonka akorobago akorobada. Unarapu your enemies and they will be breeding. Fane kume. Fa kutesie ume. Fa bia bule egbe na-egbu ndị be anya. NNPC ebe ka ọ dị. This man goes to work from Abuja with helicopter every day. Now he has absconded. And achọzi achọ na Nigeria. Olusigo nke 210 trillion. Okunu we malu that na nye nwere ego ka these people to fight them. But the few of us that are contributing this money, Ngozi we bia kusasia, Imama Dabu na CRC kusa, then Sister Olewune na call this rubbish on a call here. These are people you should be talking to. People who are using your natural and mineral resources. When they go more they are the problems we have. Do you know what you will understand here? This man stole 210 trillion. The House of Assembly cannot bring him to order. Why? Because they are not the ones in charge. Sokoto Caliphate is in charge. Sokoto Caliphate since 1960, when Nigeria was made an independent nation, has been the one ruling till tomorrow. That's why when they pass law here, it goes nowhere. Is that what we are going to be watching? For how long? They are using our oil money. Whenever it comes to defense, they come to our land. When they were bombing Sokoto, the Sokoto Caliphate ran to Owerri. Hopeless Uzodinma went and opened Douglas House, and the Caliphate was there. NNPC in Biafra land for their defense closure in Biafra land. It's good for me to bring these things to you people to listen to. and sit down and think, wait a minute, am I joking or am I dreaming? What do we really want? These Fulanis are never do wells. This oil has been in their possession since 1958, and this is 2026. They cannot do anything with it. These are the people somebody would want us to live with. You have oil, you have gas, crude, everything. Since 1958, Nigeria cannot do anything with the oil. The people who are from that region are littered all over the world. There is no part of the world you will go that you will not see somebody called a Nigerian, because the management are failures. And look at him. He is the Director General of NNPC. He lives in Abuja and he works in Port Harcourt, where the oil is. Iguacha. He goes with helicopter on daily basis. And now he has stolen 210 trillion and ran away. He is nowhere to be found. So my people, when you see all these things, very indicative that our fight for freedom is necessary. We have to leave Nigeria. What are we doing with people who have brain, but they can't use their brain? What are we doing with people that God bless with oil, gas, crude, everything? They don't know how to manage it. If you go to Nigeria, no electricity, no good roads, no schools, no hospital. All the leaders of Nigeria go abroad for medical treatment and their citizens die like chicken. Now they have imported terrorists to kill the remaining people. This is what we are here telling you. It's not easy to listen to you, to listen to anybody. But when you listen, your ear will be itching. Because what you will see and what you will hear, you cannot fathom it. Then people who call themselves Biafrans, Anodo, na egwu okoko. Simon say Simon asiro, oge nkere si oge nkere asiro. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu say Mazi Fulani dey busy because they use your division, your divided attention as an advantage against you. If you do not know, division is part of war. Major part of war. If they divide you, they will be able to eat you and swallow you. Division, a very strong tool. Yes, we are trying our best to educate the people, to inform them using video evidence. Because on this platform, we give you undiluted truth, undiluted information with video evidence. And you will hear it from the horse's mouth. Just look at this man with glasses at the middle. He stole 210 trillion, a money that a country can use for 10 years to sustain its citizens. He gave it to his Fulani brothers to buy equipment to be killing you with our oil money. So, Biafrans, we should rise up. We should rise up. We should rise up. our money. That's what he called it, our money. Our money, no sound. Why? No volume. Oh, this system is having problem then. Are you hearing me now? Please, are you hearing me now? Are you hearing me now, please? Okay. Thank you, my darling sister love.
Please, I don't understand this country. The things that happen in Nigeria, bro. Where else in the world can that happen? That person still 210 trillion. Senate president, number 3 man. Say, may they leave and make it go. May they not arrest him. And senators, they say don't in support that he should not be arrested. Say I. They shouted eyes, and the eyes had it. Omo, see, two things.
So what that simply means is that there is a deal on the ground, and we look forward to seeing how this deal will go. Meanwhile, for the Nigerian terrorist government, they should be ready to collect more bombs from the U.S. Department of War now. Since the radar in Iran has come down, that radar needs to be turned down to Nigeria so that the terrorists which they themselves created can be flushed out gradually. Let's listen to the news from Washington, D.C. on Fox News to know what the deals entails, because there have been a series of propaganda and blackmail, slander and speculations from left, right, center. So on Voice of Biafra, we give you the news undiluted.
I mean, it's very simple. You can't tell a country, whether Israel or Iran, they're not allowed to have any self-defense. That's not what the president has asked. That's not what the president has requested. But as part of the final deal, what we want to see is Iran not funding regional instability, funding regional terrorism, and of course trying to rebuild their nuclear weapons program. That's the main thing. The nuclear weapons program is destroyed. it is gone. If the Iranians decided tomorrow to build a nuclear weapon, they simply don't have the capacity in order to do that. What we're trying to ensure is they don't rebuild that capacity, not just a year from now, 2 years from now, but many, many years from now, so that our children never have to worry about a state sponsor of terrorism having a nuclear weapon.
So that you wouldn't be worried about a state-sponsored terrorism coming after your children, coming after your babies in schools, and coming after your parents. America thinks of the future. What will stop the terrorist regime from invading and attacking the entire world in the next 10 years and the next 20 years? Because what was not curtailed in the past 10 years is the result of what we are saying today. So if American government have been able to secure a deal, never have the opportunity to produce a nuclear weapon that can be used to wipe the entire people in the Middle East, or drawing close to Europe and drawing close to UK and drawing close to America, then you should understand the importance of what the American government have been doing. That is the news update from the Iranian-US deal. Because a lot of people have been living in the dark, and some people follow misinformation and propaganda platforms that gives them the upside down news. You don't go and take news from your enemies when you are fighting against your enemies. Your enemies will always give a news that will downplay your strengths. So we are calling on everybody to be on the lookout, because the American government will soon drop more bombs on the Nigerian terrorists. Because the radar has shifted now from Iran, the Middle East, to where? To Nigeria. So be ready to see more terrorists tearing apart. And we love one thing that is happening in the Zoological Republic of Animal Kingdom today. How all the terrorists are exhuming from wherever they have been for the past 10 years to 20 years, aligning all themselves together and forming a defense mechanism, showing who they are and their real agenda and their common interest, which is Sharia. That is the common interest of all the terrorist groups that you see that are fighting. Sharia is the common goal. Nigerian government have been playing with the lives of Christians and their citizens in the entire Nigerian region. There is nowhere in Nigeria that is safe. That is why in our space yesterday, we called on everybody some cautiousness to now look and be ready to see what is going to happen. Nigeria is going to go into something that you never saw before. And for those of you that are not ready and are unable to face this that is going to come, I pity all of you. But it is time for all of you to chin up. It's time for all of you to buckle up. It's time for all of you to act like men and not like babies and not like women. Babies and women should be seeking refuge and shelter where men are in time of war, not the men becoming gossips, not the men becoming useless. The men are supposed to be in the trenches. They should be picking up arms, going around, looking for the terrorists that have come to cut off heads of babies and women of their community. Self-defense should be the key word to every man at this time. Because the terrorists that all of you saw in the far north, which we had raised alarm for many years, is drawing near and is very close now. It's in your communities. And very soon, they will do the worst. If you think that when you don't support BRGIE or when you don't support BDF, that you are doing BDF or that you are doing BRGIE, you've made a very big mistake. It is very good that the terrorists will now engulf everywhere at this time and going forward, so that all your eyes will be open. You will all wake up and face one very enemy that has dug your graves for years. The terrorists have taken time to prepare their warfare. From 1804, you stopped them. They came back again. It took them time to regroup and rebuild to come back in 1960 to 66. You stopped them with the coup of January 1566. Since then, they have rebuilt the empire and come up to 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. In 2025, they are striking without remorse. They don't care who is taken out. Just like Kunle said, there are many of them which their sponsors and caliphate members are in the present government. They are part of the governors. They are part of the National Assembly. They are part of Aso Rock Presidential Villa. Their main aim is to implement Sharia, to implement Islamization of the entire contraption called Nigeria. Doesn't matter how many people are killed, doesn't matter how many people are taken out. For as long as they dip the Quran in the sea and get the Sharia which they want. That is why many of them are being paid by the government of the day. So if you have been sleeping, please wake up from your sleep, because it's time.
It's not about ransom. They just want to pass a message. We can come in, we can do what we need to do. And there are some hardliners in this government that are sponsoring this kind of narratives. They just want to show that they can Islamize this country. They think about Taliban, they think about the Mujahideens, and they want to replicate it in this country. And they don't care what happened. They simply don't care. As long as at the end of the day, there's Sharia, and there is whatever thing they have in their head, and they want to achieve. So these people that are sending messages are sponsored by Nigerians. You remember this Boko Haram issue started since 2012. And I was in the military intelligence that time. We arrested those people. It is my organization that actually conducts interrogation and interview. And they mention names. I mean, I can't come on the air and start mentioning names of people that are presently in government now that I know. Presently in government. That the Surok, the intention is to Islamize Nigeria. It's generated, look at the interest rate. Look at the inflation rate. Look at the debt profile of Nigeria. They don't care. If you tell the truth, you die. If you don't tell it, you die. Some people have this mindset to Islamize the nation. And they are in the government. And people know them. The DSS know them. The NIA know them.
He also made mention that it's not about the money that you're paying your lobbyists, because if it is about the money, Nigeria would have knocked us off the gutters. They're spending over $9 million just to counter our lobbying. But with your effort, the little that we have will go a long way in changing the status quo. The status quo that they already know is that we celebrate, we cry every 30th, and the rest of the days we go back to being who we were, or just being docile, expecting some Messiah to save us. There is no Messiah. You and I are the Messiahs that will save the coming generation, save ourselves and save the coming generation. Like I said, the expectation is simple. Your support is very much needed. Our people say, anyụkọ mamịrị ọ n'ọgba ụfụfụ, ma eme ngwa ngwa emeghela ọdachi. It is time that we act fast before it is too late. Thank you so much, Mazi.
I thank you all for this day program. The question I want to ask all those big men in Biafra land, if terrorists get you, will they spare your life because you are a big man? Will they spare your life because you are giving your money to them? Person like a peace that is giving them a very huge amount of money to fight their friends. If terrorists get you by tomorrow, will they spare your life? No, because you are an evil man. Your plan is to wipe evil race off of the surface of this earth. But it's our God that created us and gave us that rising sun land. In the land of rising sun, and nobody can take it away from us. Continue, our God is with us. The Afghan Republic government in exile, surely restore, and the world will surely recognize the Afghan through the Afghan Republic government in exile. Thank you for your good work. I am my from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the caller on WhatsApp. We appreciate your call. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right. It is Politics Insight on Voice of Biafra Television. We take a short break. We take more calls when we return.
Voice of the East, hey, hear our voices rise, hey, land of the rising sun, shining bright for everyone. We rise, we shine, we stand tall. From every town we answer the call. Voice of the East, hey, voice of the East, hey, voice of the East, hey, hear our voices rise, hey, land of the rising sun, shining bright for everyone. We rise, we shine, we stand tall. From every
We rise, we shine, and we stand tall. Welcome back to Voice of Biafra Television. And this is Politics Insight. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Yes, you're welcome to Voice of Biafra TV. This is Politics Insight live.
Yeah.
I don't know why
Speaking very well.
the thing is not sound
They have
coming
been
out.
presenting us very well. Very them. I don't really have a question. I kind of jumped in the middle, but I just want to reinforce on what was said regarding the pastors, the preachers. They are the ones that are misleading our people, making them weak. Because we say that we worship the God of Israel. But I mean, don't you see how feared that Israel, go after their enemies when they attack? But we are worshiping the God of Israel. So the pastors, they made the people so weak and make them believe that all you have to do is just pray and fast, and everything will be done for you. That's completely wrong. So I'm sure most of them have heard about a young pastor. The Black American struggle was led by a young pastor here in America called Martin Luther King. And if not for him, most of us might not be here. So, and I mean, who have not heard about Desmond Tutu in South Africa during apartheid struggle? Where is our own Desmond Tutu in the Martin Luther King? Nigeria is the largest nation in the world. We have all kinds of pastors. They never speak up. And I heard that during the time of Buhari, there was one pastor, I can't remember his name, one Yoruba, like that, I think it's Oyedebo, that went to Torok. And when he came back, his congregation asked him, was it really Buhari that was there? He couldn't even answer the question. He could not answer. These are the kind of pastors that we have in Nigeria. But anyway, Biafra is here. I mean, if you don't have, I guess it will only take spiritual eyes for someone to do this. And I'm very glad about the breaking news today that is going on in Washington. I want to thank my colleagues there. You guys are doing a wonderful job. Our information minister. Thank you very much. I mean, the world can see that we are not miscreants. We are not touts. POB is well put together and well. I completely enjoying it. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you for calling in. We appreciate it. The floor is open and the line is open to those that we have missed their calls. Please try to call back. We want to pick every calls, though the calls were jumping, but we're ready to pick them up. Before we take the next caller, to my guests in the studio, we've seen some people say when they take PVC, that there is solution to insecurity in Nigeria. What do you two have to say? And with their PVC, they are portraying Peter Obi Please, could you people remind these people that Peter Obi is not there for presidency, but is there for his UK and Europe ambition? You attend to the questions after the call. Thank you so much. A caller on WhatsApp, you're welcome to Voice of Biafra Television. This is Politics Insight. Can you hear me? Yeah, good evening. Welcome to the show.
Appreciate Biafra. Appreciate this voice of Biafra TV. Whenever I remember that we have a television, is dishing out information. My hand. So, special thanks to you, information minister. You are trying, short. Although you sit on the seat of the vacant seat of Kokonde. So I thank you. God will richly bless you. I thank our PM who is doing everything for us, in short. And I thank COS that is here now. I thank Mighty Dogs for their performance this night, for my question. In short, I'm grateful for what we are doing. I'm not going to ask questions, but I have to just contribute that Biafrans have to receive their sight. They have to receive their sight that the implementation era has reached. So when our PM was busy going since 2 years ago, going to Washington DC, shaking hands, taking pictures, going diplomatic moves. Some thought that although the propagandists or the liars, those that envy him, say he's a foreign big bag, but now they have confirmed. They're supposed to have confirmed, but shame will never allow them, and the greatness will never still allow them. But what we know, what I know that the news from the 30th, which our PM did shout concerning the two squad inaugurated, and is first implementation of the outcome of model. That's the implementation of outcome. The news of today again in Washington DC about the leader so is a second station, and the best is yet to come. So I'm encouraging every Biafrans that they have to be strong. I know many of us, I thank God for Brgie and the cabinet. And I thank God for, in short, those that is not in the cabinet but still forming, those the well-wishers of Brgie. I thank God for all of you and ask that God will richly bless every one of us financially so that we do more. And I'm talking to those in the village, those in the villages, those in Biafra land. The news is coming this way. Confusion and confucionists and those of propaganda are always bringing out things out in the Facebook and Twitter, and mostly in YouTube. But we have seen any person that say that he don't know where to follow now, is that person is able. Because our people say that, okay, now I think that age, when you okay, now that now all the So an adult that it means that the adult that say that they don't know how to dig ground, dig pit. That man is crooked, is trickish. So people have to come down from their seats to follow Brgie. And this is the voice of the Alpha TV. If news is not from Voice of Alpha TV, then it may turn that news to be fake. Because Voice of Alpha TV adopt every news, good news, and they bring it to the public for us as a confirmation. So I ask all the Biafrans to listen to Voice of Biafra television. Come to stay, and I thank God for the performance, the flowing of news, good news coming out from Voice of Biafra television. So this is just the beginning. Very soon we will have it on the radio. Very soon we have it as app. Very soon, short. More implementation will occur, and then we will know that Ogochukwu Nkele, our PM, is the man that knows rules. He's Kano we have seen today, and he is Eba we have seen today, and he is Ojukwu we have seen today. So I want you to go down into the heart of Biafrans that the Ojukwu, Kano, and Eba they are seen today is Mazi Ojukwu Nkele, the minister, the current prime minister of Biafra, is that Brgie. So no two ways about it. If you do whatever thing, go down, lie, and do everything, camouflage, do everything, you must later on come and join the queue. Then, but whoever you are coming to swallow us, or you are coming as evil, then you better remain where you are, because we have gone too far. The moving train is now Brgie, led by Ogochukwu Nkele. So this is where I will stop. I thank you, Mighty Doctor, and I thank you for COS, for Brgie. Thank you, Major Minister of Brgie. So this is the way I will stop, and I thank our men, our soldiers, that is about to manifest. Thank everybody, all the sacrifice. God is acting on all those things, and He will bless us richly. I pray that all the businessmen, the blossom, we have common finance, the solve their wish. So thank you. All hell Biafra.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Kola. What's up? Thank you. Thank you. All right. I did throw a question to my COS. Many say the solution to Nigeria Islamic Jihad, terrorism, the kidnapping, the maiming, the desolation of communities and everyone. Oh, there's another caller on the line. We take the call first, and then we come back to our guests in the studio to attend to the questions. Caller on WhatsApp. Good to have you on Voice of Biafra TV. This is Politics Inside. You're welcome. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right, go ahead, sir. Welcome to Voice of Biafra. This is Politics Inside Live.
Thank you so much, everybody. So I was on your program yesterday, was on your program yesterday. Thank you for playing the BBC documentary. Thank you, even though, like you said, that is what they did, telling half story. 80% is better than none, but at least we still learn one or two from it. I want to say thank you very much. Also, thank you for your time. Always come up to, educate Biafrans. Really, really appreciate all that you're doing. And thank you for bringing out this wonderful guest. We appreciate them. They sound very, very grounded, and we really, really appreciate them. Also, I still want to say thank you very much for the idea that gave birth to VOB TV that helps our people to get information around the world. But I have a question for your guests, for the both of them. And I'm very, very proud and happy to hear that they reside in America. But I'm a little bit worried, though not so worried, but they sound so confident about the question you asked them over these silly people looking out for the PM. And I know we have the same problem with the former PM in Finland. He was, so confident. He talked about bringing Finland, us here in Biafra land. But at the end of the day, the story changed, But your guest here, they're making me believe that the same thing that happened in Finland, like these terrorist states going over there to bribe whoever they want to bribe, whatever happened in Finland, they're sounding like that can never happen over there in America. So I want to ask them this question: now, do they think something like that cannot play out in America out there? And then before I'll let them answer that question, I really want to thank this Congress, James, the man has really, really made us proud. And I want to thank the Brgie PM and his cabinet members for making this possible, because I know a lot of people will be saying what they are not right now, but I know that it's been their job, visiting all the congressmen. And I can remember Vivek was one of those, the very first one that mentioned Mazina Kanu, and today we can see the result. So once more, while I wait and listen to the answer to my question, I want to say thank you very much for all that you do. And I hope this will continue, bringing guests like this that are well grounded like this too, to, educate us more, and we can learn from them. So I want to say thank you so very much. And
thank you.
I'll drop here as I wait for the answers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And listen from your device so that you can get the answer from the guest. Thank you so much. It's good to have you on the call. Thank you. All right.
Yes.
My honorable guest in the studio, a question has been thrown to you, so the floor is open for you to respond.
Yes. The caller on WhatsApp. I just want to put this way. Finland is Kenya with a better infrastructure and losses. If that makes Finland and the United States, Alexander Stubb running into America when the heat was hit on himself, can do to support them. So Finland and America have nothing in common. In America, it is first, and our minister is an American citizen. America will do everything to protect their citizen, because protecting is protecting the integrity of America. That is the difference between Finland and America. And don't forget, Finland is among the European Union that are paying to recruit that America is speaking. So they are nothing like, and America will rather for the interest of than for the European Union. Thank you so much.
Honorable, you seems to be breaking from your end. Maybe you could refresh and join us again, because we got just half of what you were saying, and the viewers may also be complaining of the same thing. Do refresh your device and rejoin us again. Thank you. Honorable Mighty Dot, do you want to contribute to the question the caller asked about your overconfidence of no repetition of Finland cycle and UK cycle in America in the case of His Excellency Okechukwu Nkere, the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic government in exile?
Yes, thank you, Information Minister, on the newspaper and fabricate some, all kinds of things. They will bark like a toothless bulldog, but they will never come close to our Prime Minister. Like my brother said, United States of America is not Finland, it's not Kenya. They may have gotten their way with their corrupt system with these two nations. But when it comes to the United States, that is but we both live here and we know what this country stands for, especially this administration of the President Trump. He will not allow his citizens to be manhandled by a corrupt government, which is under the radar of the United States right now. So rest assured that your Prime Minister is safe here in the United States, in the hands of that British contraption.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mighty, for your response. The line is still open for those that want to call in. And we come back to the question we posed before the callers jump at the line. Many say in Nigeria that getting PVC to vote in 2027 will bring an end to the insecurity in Nigeria, and the PVC will eliminate all the Islamic jihadist terrorists. And they are projecting Peter Obi to be the person that they will use on the PVC to eliminate the Islamic jihadist terrorists. What do you guys have to say about this?
If I should go first, I would say that those who are having those malaria dreams, they should continue dreaming. I call it a malaria dream, because we have seen year in, year out, every leader or so-called president, rulers, not leaders, that comes in, they make empty promises about how they're going to save your life. It's only a foolish person that will listen to any politician in Nigeria, including that Peter Obi. This man, many of you that depends on him, are you able will you vouch for P2B to save your life? One thing you got to understand in that British contraption is that Nigeria is beyond redemption. There's nothing to salvage because the fabric of that false entity has been hijacked by these terrorists. Nigeria right now is a terrorist nation. The seat of government is a terrorist sponsor. So when you go to vote, if there will be anything like election in 2027, you that is hoping that voting P2B and his Kwankwa, so or whoever, the man that hated Igbos and Biafrans so much in the north, sometimes I don't really understand what is wrong with our people. We are very quick to forget. People that hate you with passion, you think by rapporting with them, you think by laughing and pleasing them that is going to change their mind. You are being hated from the depth. These people, this hatred runs in their blood. The people you share the space with. Many of you are out there gallivanting in Lagos, gallivanting in the north, not knowing the level of danger you are in.
Yes, Biafrans, for those of you who are still around listening, my sister, I can see my sister Doris and Waris Jinadu, and maybe a couple of you. The question there, they are self-explanatory. But like my brother said, that he doesn't know what is wrong with our people. Neither do I. I honestly and genuinely don't know what is wrong with my people. Ndị Igbo si na onye amarụ anya alọrọ alọ na nke elelene nọ ife ọjọọ. You have to be this kind of human being that when they look at you, when somebody needs to talk to you without speaking, but they can look at you and you will understand. Thank you, Waris. You will understand. Anye nelene na nke alọrọ alọ. Nigeria is a contraption. I wrote it on my title 2 days ago that Nigeria is like a broken bottle. Nigeria has no mekwatarism. You cannot repair Nigeria. Nigeria was set up for foreigners and for the interest of their own country. Precisely Europe. Fulanese, foreigners. Tinubu that is ruling Nigeria now, a Gambian, all foreigners. Nigeria has never had the opportunity for an indigene of Nigeria to rule. Nigeria it has never been made for the owners of the land. I just showed you people here so many videos, including the one that this Fulani boy made now. I showed it here, I can repeat it. One minute, please.
And now you want to go and planning to vote. Many of you are going to lose their life. For what? You die for Nigeria, you die for nothing. That's the fact. Stop this wishful thinking. Stop this malaria dream that you've been having for years. Nigeria can never be salvaged. There is no any amount of election. If you bring the most brilliant, the most upright person from America, from anywhere, to go and rule Nigeria, nothing is going to change because the foundation is very faulty. And there is nothing you can do to mend it. When a building, when you have a house that is shaking, there is cracks on the walls of those houses. There is a heavy crack even to the foundation. What are you going to do? You're trying to patch it. You're just postponing the inevitable. Nigeria can never stand because it was not built to stand. And the earlier you realize that, those of you want Nigerian is, the better for you. A faulty foundation, it needs to be destroyed so that a new foundation will be built by those that share the same ideology.
A faulty foundation. Nigeria is a faulty foundation. I made a program the other day and I said that Nigeria is like a broken bottle. It cannot be repaired. It started from the root. What was the root? The amalgamation. Wrong and dangerous diversity is what is reigning in Nigeria. They know that we Igbos, we are their problem. Let me look for one video and you will listen to it to understand that this will never change. It can never change. Listen to this guy. He's not talking here. It's not working. You know what this guy was talking about? Are you people still hearing me? Oh God. Hello? Are you hearing me?
Peter Obi or whoever can never save you. Bringing back Goodluck Jonathan, that one without balls. Goodluck Jonathan could have ended this insecurity. If he was a man enough with balls, he would have ended this insecurity in 2024, in 2014 or 2015. But he ran away. That he's the blood of no Nigerian blood or whoever. What his political career? That was his excuse, and he left. So tell me, who is it that is going to fight for you? Who is it that is going to eradicate, like my information minister says? Who is going to eradicate these terrorists that have entered and have into the fabric of that enclave? Peter Obi winning election, anybody cannot do anything Because those who are running the show, those who are the caretakers, are the sponsors of this terror.
Yes.
Only the restoration of Biafra is what is going to give you a true freedom, a true security. The restoration of Biafra. You as a Biafran. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mighty. Honorable CS, in light with the question,
Yeah.
why do many Nigerians believe that Peter Obi and the Boko Haram terrorists that they have agreements? That if he comes to be the president, that he will just talk to them and then they will stop the terrorism, they will stop jihad, they will stop Sharia, they will go and remove Sharia from the Nigerian constitution. If American government have told Nigerian government to remove Sharia from the Nigerian constitution and then they reject it, is it Peter Obi that will tell them to remove Sharia from Nigerian constitution and then they will go and do it? Over to you, sir.
Yes, in their mind, Peter Obi will turn Nigeria, just like Soludo told them he will turn Anambra into better than Dubai. Peter Obi will turn Nigeria into better than America, better than Qatar, better than anywhere has known before. But that's their little mind. Now, what my brother Mighty Dot said, I actually wanted to point on that because Goodluck Jonathan ran away in 2015 because he saw what was coming. Now, I know a lot of people, and my Minister of Information, I want you to look at what I'm going to say right now. I know a lot of people don't look at it this way. Peter Obi, like our Prime Minister has always pointed out, made it very clear that Nigeria breeds criminal, which includes himself, Kwankwaso, and all of them who are vying for any political position or are in any political position in Nigeria. They are all criminals. This is what their principal, Peter Obi, said. But Peter Obi and Kwankwaso is like Osibanjo and Buhari. Now, I want people to remember this. Kwankwaso in 2023 would have had an opportunity to run with Peter Obi as his running mate, but he said over his dead body will he run with an Inyamri, with an Igbo man as running as a running mate with an Igbo man. But today he has accepted to run with Peter Obi just as a distraction to make it look like there is something coming. We all know that Peter Obi is not contesting for any presidency. Peter Obi is a British toy that is being used to deceive and distract the Biafran restoration and the cause of our fight, right? Kwankwaso did not agree to run with Peter Obi until the United States made it very clear that Kwankwaso is an active sponsor of terrorism in Nigeria. So in order for Nigeria to protect Kwankwaso, and the British government to also shield him because British government and the people who run Nigeria, they are one. In order for them to shield Kwankwaso, they made Kwankwaso to join Peter Obi to contest for this, to be able to deceive the Igbo people, Biafrans, to believe that, oh, maybe there is a chance. Now there is a terrorist running with this criminal that is over here in the east. It's not going to be any chance. Nigeria bred these people. They can never change anything in Nigeria. Kwankwaso, an active sponsor of terrorism, is the same thing with Shetima, who is currently in office. Who claims to know about politics, about business. It's just like the other old man, Tinubu, who is also in their Asorok today, messing up the whole economy of Nigeria. That is if they had any economy at all. There is no way, there is no remedy for Nigeria. Like my brother said, the only thing that can restore peace and sanity in the territory called Nigeria today is a total disintegration of that country. contraption called Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Honorable, you got my intuition from what you just said about Kwankwaso in 2023 elections. You see why it's good to have you guys on Voice of Biafra television. And I'll do well to dig into this very publication and bring it to the screen so that we ask the pertinent question that people have not asked. We want to know, we want them to also tell us, how is it that the same man that said Northerners cannot vote for Peter Obi, today he wants Peter Obi to go together with him. He even went to the point of I don't know if I am back. Can you all hear me? You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Ah, okay.
Yes,
Thank
we
you
can
so
hear
much.
you.
Thank you so much. Because we had some technical issues and we've been able to resolve. So, Nigerian terrorist government says they cannot use Peter Obi to make 2023 presidential elections. And the same Peter Obi today, just like you said, is the one that they now want to use. What is actually happening here? Hey, Honorable COS, you were right. You were right. Northern voters will never vote for Peter Obi. Kwankwaso. This was July 4th, 2022, ahead of 2023 elections. Today now, wait, let me just go and read the news. Former Kano Governor Rabi Kwankwaso said it to be difficult for any candidate from the Southeast region, such as Peter Obi, to win vote from the North. Most of the things that are happening in South, especially in the Southeast, people are not comfortable with that. And as long as you have somebody from there in any party, it will be very difficult for the Northern voters to vote. And that is the situation now. Kwankwaso told Channel Television on Sunday. He said this as he doubled down on his position not to be a running mate, but to be the main candidate. Hey! Honorable COS, you got this one on the head. So, in 2023, when America has not mapped out Kwankwaso as a terrorist sponsor, Peter Obi and the people of Biafra region can never be president of Nigeria. This is called Takia. Takia. Now in 2027, 2026, after they see that in 2025 the American government spotlighted Kwankwaso as a terrorist sponsor. The same Obi that they said they cannot be a running mate to Obi, they now camouflage with Obi today. They cannot be a running mate to Obi. They will be the main candidate. But today, they are standing behind Obi and they are pushing Obi so that this will erase their terrorism index on the system. Honorable Mighty, I think you have something to say about this.
Yeah, it's just it's really really depressing when you just sit down and observe the way our people reason. I don't. I'm not talking about any other person in that country. I'm talking about Biafrans. Like it's like you see somebody call himself educated or herself, or the so-called obedient. They quickly forget about all this. It's like I don't know the level of amnesia that it's like they spread this in the air that they breathe. It's like it's in the food that they eat every day in that contraption. How can you look at what we just put up? They already quickly forgot. Kwankwaso will never ever stand against Boko Haram. Kwankwaso will never ever stand against Fulani herdsmen. Look at what is happening with the so-called Shetima with Tinubu. The crime, the massacre has intensified. And then another northern Islamic jihadist Fulani man. The obedient, can't you see that you people are pawn? The main person that they're using as a pawn for their game, they used him in 2023 in order to quench the momentum that Biafran was coming with. The momentum was so high that they tried to use Obi to quench it. And many Biafrans fell for it. They are back again. Like my brothers say here, and our information minister, both of them just said, our COS and information minister is for the election so that he will hide under immunity to escape the wrath of America. For how long are they going to continue to use you as a pawn? You are the one wearing the shoe. You know where it pinches, you know where it hurts. Those who are making your life miserable are those politicians that you're running after. P2B have nothing to offer you. Kwankwaso stands for jihad. Kwankwaso is for Islamization. I don't know when all of you are going to learn. No politician in that contraption have your well-being in mind. No single one of them, from the presidency to the local government chairman. And the earlier you realize that Nigeria is not a real place. Many of you Christians, you're praying that you don't have to go to hell, that you want to make heaven, but you're already living in hell. Give you a new leaf. Biafra will give you heaven on this planet Earth. It's not and just noise making. It's a fact. Many of us are in America today. Many of you are going to the embassy to get visa to come to America because you know that life is better here. But that same life, we can build a better life in our land where we don't have to run to anywhere to go and seek for greener pasture. Let's do it for our children and our unborn generation. Election is done in Nigeria. Many people are already coming up with different analysis about war, civil war happening. And if you look at their analysis, you will see that is something that could happen. Because the Fulani can never allow their mission to crumble. They see themselves so close to achieving their mission. And they are willing to do anything, cut anybody off, bring down anybody that will stand in their way. But you know who they can never stop? Is Biafra government in exile. That is who they can never stop. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our guests on Voice of Biafra Television today. We appreciate you all so much. And we will retire and to return some other time. And I look forward to seeing you guys again on Voice of Biafra TV, where we will discuss on a wider scale on other matters on politics insight. Thank you so much. It's been good to have you in the studio. I don't know if you have anything to say to the Biafran people and those watching before you leave. The floor is yours at your comfort.
Okay. Yes, let me go real quick. Thank you, Biafrans. Thank you for Friends of Biafra and those who have made their time to, to join us this evening. We are not doing this thing because we are the brightest, or we are not doing this thing because we are the ones that can speak better English. We are doing this thing because of the passion, the love we have for motherland. We are in the diaspora. I'm here. There is light here. Nobody is taking the light. We have security. We live comfortably here. We can choose to just live here and ignore home. We are citizens here. But we choose to be here. Our information minister, where he lives, is living comfortable. Nobody is coming to lynch him. Nobody is coming to attack him in his home. But we all are gathered here. Every day we are pushing. Every day we have Biafra at heart because we feel that this is a noble cause. This is a task that must be accomplished. We do not have the luxury. We do not have the luxury of sitting back. Somebody got to do this. That person could be you. It doesn't have to be just us. Come and join and fight for your freedom. That when Biafra is restored, you will walk on the street of Biafra with your shoulders high, as a proud man, as a proud woman, knowing that this is a country that you fought for. Those of you who are not supporting Biafra, when Biafra is restored, which is going to happen very soon, we are restoring Biafra. Without you, with you or without you, how are you going to walk on the street of Biafra? How are you going to walk on the street of Biafra? Knowing that people like you died for this, people like you bled and suffered for this, while you were still alive, walking around. Alagachugo, so rise up right now and support your freedom. Let's do this. Too much talk. We've been talking. Mazin and the Kana have been talking. Mazin I mean, we can't continue like this. Let's do this and go home. Thank you all for being with us this evening.
Thank you so much, Honorable COS. You take your turn, and we have some callers that are coming in on WhatsApp. I think we'll take this first before you go ahead. Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Good evening. You're welcome to our politics site on Voice of Biafra TV. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Thank you. I see the program is coming to an end, but I just wanted to lend my voice and to say thank you to our speakers. In fact, you all have made our evening. God bless you so much. Akbarawa, is my voice coming now clear? Very well. Thank you. Gentlemen, look at these fine gentlemen. You all have made our evening. We are proud of you. We are very proud of you. My able COS, God bless you. The mighty Dot himself, Wokoma, God bless you. In fact, it was very refreshing, informative, and enlightening. You know, I can't ask for more. You know, you all have made us proud. So I just want to thank you. And then I want to ask Biafrans, just take a look at these fine gentlemen. Tell me if they look hungry to you. No, they are not career agitators. Rather, they are men who live in countries where things work perfectly fine. They are only fighting for the freedom of our generation to come, the freedom of our people. They are giving it all. And you have to support this cause. Yeah, 30th of May has come and gone. What is next? What else are you going to do? Are you going to go back to your business as usual? Lie down and sleep it off? Or are you going to write your name in the sand of history? Come on, stand up, support and fund your freedom. Now is the time. Make our eternal leader, Ojukwu, proud. Make Philip F. Young proud. Make his Iskolso proud. My people, you can't tell me that looking at these men, they are telling you the lies. They are not telling you lies. They are telling you the truth and nothing but the truth. They are here for freedom. Thank you all, and God bless you. I know you are rounding up. Mighty Dot, I want to say a special birthday send a special birthday message to your son. May God bless him. He's a great child. A belated birthday to him. And may God continue to keep him. He will make you proud. You're a very great man. Akbarawa, my Minister of Information, thank you for this program. In fact, this is one of a kind. And we want it to continue, please. Yeah, let me keep it here so that you all will rest. There's nothing to add. You answered all the questions perfectly, beyond expectation. We are proud of you guys, I'm telling you. BRG, we have men, men of intelligence, men of integrity. God bless you all so much. I love you all. Good night from here.
Thank you. We pick another call, and this happens to be a big fish in the house. Honorable PM, you're welcome to Voice of Biafra TV. Politics in fact. You're live on air. Can you hear me, sir? Very well, sir. We can hear you. You're welcome.
Beautiful and honorable, my dear. Why the Nigerian government is coming after me? We are telling the Zulu government that Biafrans, we are entitled. We have gallant men that are ready to fight to the end. And I'm sending message to all the saboteurs, both those within that have made their problem. You have just one double problem. The evil people who hold them accountable. This journey that we have begun, no going back. No going back. And I'm so happy that you want the after has been discussed. Like Congressman James. The first time I met Congressman James was 2024, 2 years ago. We talk at length about what is going on. We also talk about Mazin Namdeka and the injustice. We in touch. And during the hearing, one of the Congress hearing I was there, that's actually the day the evil forest called Nigeria sentenced Mazin Namdeka. When Congressman James walked to me, he shook his head. I see the displeasure in him, what Nigeria done. And he told me, did I see that Nigerian government have finally jailed Mazin Namdeka? You know, it's just like unusual how I used to interact with him before. You know, I was so happy today, you know, with the good news. Congressman James is a good man, and you know, he's fighting for the oppressed one,
We can see the passion in him. Even when he spoke about Malcolm Mandela. We need more men like him, like Senator Ted Cruz, Michael Rubin, Ambassador Tubunach, Congressman Smith, Congressman Ronnie Jackson, Brian Mask, a lot of them. But I'm not going to mention their names. Biafra is not being discussed in Washington, D.C. Today, I receive a lot of good news. Things that are going on that because of the secrecy, we can't bring it out in the public. Just a few years ago, if somebody have even whispered in your ear that Washington DC will be talking about this, and like Mike Rubin said, the Nigerian terrorist evil forum is making the job easy for us. When we go to Washington, it's not like 20% that will push, trying to educate members of Congress. This evil force called Nigeria is trending. Their evil is trending all over social media. All over social media. Around the world, when you talk about what is happening in Iran, the war between US and Iran, before you even talk about Russia and Ukraine, Nigeria, you talk about Nigeria. A lot of people don't even remember about Israel and Gaza or what is happening in Houthi or even Hezbollah. No more. Nigeria is fantastically corrupt. Evil force, that's what I call Nigeria, evil force. I hate that country with passion. They are coming after me. I'm here. I'm waiting. Washington, D.C. is the battleground. That is where we settle the score. We know who is taking the right and who is doing what wrong. Let them come and answer questions. Why are they sponsoring the terrorists that is killing people all over Biafra land and the territory of Nigeria? Why is the government sponsoring these terrorists? Actually, before Tinubu will come down, we might need to drag Tinubu to go and answer Chicago. He was indicted in the 80s, and he disguised himself as a female. And this guy, I don't know, back in the 80s, he already even a criminal. But now he have, I'm sure, Tinubu have a master's degree in criminal activities. And Chetima, co-founder of Boko Haram. How do you think these two evil giant tree in the forest can be able to manage the country called Nigeria? Are we talking about people here? What the hell? Nigeria is just fantastically corrupt. Very evil. Nigerian government, I have a message for you. I will be your last. Before you get to me, Nigeria will have turned to Somalia. You even worse than Somalia. They better let Biafra go. Michael Rubin said it. If the Nigerian government don't let Biafra go, there won't be peace. We can't just live with them.
And we have some Biafras working with this Nigerian government, helping Nigerian government to come after me. I'm here, I'm going nowhere. We deal with all of these people, both from those in anywhere part of the world, whether it's Finland, whether it's Australia, Switzerland, Belgium, anywhere. I will deal with all of you. This freedom, we must get it. Generation of this time, we must get this freedom. We will not leave this fight for our children. Enough is enough. Sid, congratulations, POS and Mighty Duck. We really enjoyed the show. And dear friends, you are all encouraged, to come and air your view, talk to Biafra, the voice of Biafra. It's our station, our TV station. This is the first time Biafra is, we are happy, one of a kind. A TV station where we can voice that, talk to our people, both home and abroad. And in Biafra land, Biafra people are watching VOB as well. Central Africa, West Africa. I think we achieved a milestone on this. I'm so happy that Washington, D.C., Obodan, the middle of the free world, is talking about Biafra. And a lot is happening. I just want to play my fellow citizens. Be patient. Things are happening, and it's happening for our favor. And if we want it to happen today, tomorrow, you know what to do. Make some noise. Fund your freedom. Fund like never before. Mazin Namdekanu said, we have crazy people like him, Biafra will come. My own craziness, I don't know whether we compare mine with Mazin Namdekanu, but I'm crazy, yes. I'm fantastically crazy to get freedom. I will do anything for us to be free. Freedom is so beautiful. Yes, like in the Western world, we have electricity 24 hours, good road, water run inside your house. The infrastructure are, perfectly. Can you compare that with this great country called Nigeria? The more we remain in Nigeria, the more they will even call us third world. They will call us fifth world. While the rest of the world are excelling, developing, moving forward, this great country with the terrorists, they will drag us back. We will not prosper in that Nigeria. Peter B. gets his advice from a madman, even said, Nigeria bring Peter B. The imposter Buhari, 2017. That evil queen that I'm sure is not going to rest in peace. The queen asked Buhari, is it true that Nigeria is corrupt? Buhari replied, yes, Nigeria is fantastically corrupt. That is the same way Nigeria will be fantastically beautiful to be done. Sodom and Gomorrah, the record of the Bible, Sodom and Gomorrah for their evil way. Instead of Nigeria to destroy us, we will destroy the entity called Nigeria. Do you remember Noah? Yes. Noah and his family and those that believe in God will That is why exactly how we happen in that entity called Nigeria. The people will be saved and the entity will be destroyed. Thank you, my fellow citizens. I just want to send message to all the evil people that want to bring me a man to school that I will be your land. I'm fantastically mad to get the freedom. And this freedom we must get. You can't him, keep from Nigeria, together. I will put you up in one basket. Leave me alone. Let me work for Biafra. I am a servant of Biafra. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for calling. I appreciate it. Yes, the lion has spoken, and I leave the floor to his chief of staff to wrap it up. Over to you.
Yes, thank you so much. I'll keep it very brief because only seen everything that needs to be said. But I will leave Biafrans with this. As you make your bed, so you will lie in it. In other words, don't be like Omoyele Showore, who screams revolution now, and with his right hand on the mic. And on the other mic, he's saying, I want to be president of the place I want to bring revolution to. Hypocrisy. Don't be hypocritical with your freedom. You must do everything in your power to bring Biafra now. The further you delay, the more destruction and calamity you're bringing on the generations to come. Don't leave this agony for children. We must end it now. It is ending with this generation, not any other generation. It's either we end Nigeria or Nigeria will end us all. Thank you so much, Mazi Sonny, and thank you, my brother Mighty Dot, for sharing the studio with me today. I appreciate you and everyone who has listened. Thank you, my able Prime Minister, for coming to speak to Biafrans on this very live show. May God continue to bless and strengthen you for the job you're doing for the Biafrans. Ndiocho, leave our Prime Minister to do his job. He is just a messenger. Please. Thank you so much.
Thank you to the wonderful guests that have blessed Voice of Biafra TV today. It's been a remarkable day. It's been wonderful. It's been a talk of the week and a one that we will remember for ages. And I look forward to having them again on a different discourse. It is Voice of Biafra Television. Thank you all for joining us tonight. And do not miss to follow the website of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile underneath the screen. That is where you can see the IOU packages that offers 10 to 200, 100 to 200% interest rate. Very lucrative. No bank in this world or no mortgage offers same 100 to 200% interest rates. You may be wondering, why do Biafra offer such interest rates towards their freedom on their IOU loan? Do you remember the documentary we played 24 hours ago from BBC? The man that was speaking said, the only interest of UK was because of the oil and gas stake that they have in Nigeria. And he said, 100% of this stake is deposited in the Biafra territory. So Biafrans have all the resources it takes to build Biafra in 10 years. And whatever you give Biafra now, that they are seeking your support in the political and diplomatic warfare in Washington, D.C. You will get it back 100-fold in no distance time when Biafra is restored. Don't be on the fence. Join the legion. Join the forces. Be amongst those that write history in your own time. This is Voice of Biafra TV. It was Politics Insight. See you next time.
In the rising sun of a new dawn, a nation stood tall on her own ground. May 30, 1967, the flag was raised. Land of the rising sun, freedom proclaimed. All over Biafra land, the people sang and danced. Tired of broken promises and iron chains. In July 6, 1967, Nigeria waged a genocidal war against the young republic. The drums of war began to sound. Nigeria turned against us on our own sacred ground. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food. In the shadow of famine and flying bombs, Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they tried to bury you behind the wall, your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of blood that flows. Blockade and hunger became their sword. Why shock or scars on bodies of the young and children? Women buried babies in shallow graves, while the world watched and looked the other way. From Ulias Street to the starving fields, 1 million souls crossed into eternity. They called it war. We call it genocide. Our peoples will refuse to die. May 30, 1967. We still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food in the shadow of famine and flying bombs. Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they try to bury you behind the wall, your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows. Whoa. No victors, only survivors left to tell of the pain, the courage, and the tears that fell. Nigeria may hide one flag, but 2 wounds remain. Only Biafra independence can heal these wounds in the heart of a nation still carrying the pain. We do not forget, we will not be silent for the unborn children and the dead who cry loudest. May 30, 1967, echoes in the wind, never to be erased. Biafra lives in memory and in flame. One day the truth will speak your name. We say it loud and clear. Never again, never again, never again. Biafra independence is not negotiable. Independence is not negotiable. Biafra leaves. Today Nigeria is in confusion. Jihadist terrorist killings everywhere in Nigeria. Biafra leaves. Retreat and surrender is dead for us. Therefore, no retreat, no surrender. God bless the Biafra Republic government in exile, under the leadership of Prime Minister His Excellency Ogechukwu Nkere, for standing tall for Biafra independence.
From home, though Biafra protest and ask for their freedom, what the Nigerian terrorist government do? They arrest them, kill them, shoot them. So for that reason, we have a government in exile, so we can fight from abroad. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Information. And we're also going to bring 1 or 2, 3 videos on the screen, those that Nigerian terrorist state need to go after, because they actually sponsor the insecurity. But is that the reason why the Nigerian terrorist state are not going after Sheikh Gumi? Minister of Information, please, can you bring the video of Sheikh Gumi to the screen? Thank you very much.
They are, yes, they are physique and everything. They are Fulanis.
Of Nigerian extraction.
Oh, you know, they're Nigerians. No doubt about that.
They are Nigerians.
Yes, in fact, some of them have parents in the town.
So why, for those who say some of these criminal elements are non-Nigerians who move through the ECOWAS territory region into Nigeria. Is that true?
What happened is, you see, as I've said, now we are having an ethnic war. The Fulani nomadic feels his existence is threatened. So what they do is, when they have a war, they call other Fulanis from other countries, irrespective of where they are. Fulani is Fulani. They go to defend their kinsmen. Then disperse, each one goes back to Sroga. So that's why they what do you call it? They transit the borders just for an operation and go back. But if there is calm and there's peace, you will not see this kind of incursion of foreign elements into the nation. And that's why it's very important. The government is very proactive in this issue. Let's go in, let's educate them, let's register them, let us do what we do to others.
Thank you very much, Minister. Sheikh Gumi, a terrorist man, said they need to educate the terrorists. They need to live with them. They need to do to them what they do to others. What do they do to others? Reintegrate them into the military. What do they do to others? They pay them a sum of money in millions, depending on how many innocent citizens they kill. Instead of this Nigerian terrorist government, who know their hideout, who know how they can stop these terrorists. Turn a blind eye. They coming after me, Mazio Gechukwu. Nkere? A former president named Obasanjo. Obasanjo said the insecurity in Nigeria can never stop. My fellow citizens, are we going to remain in a country that the insecurity can never stop? Are we going to be part of a country that breeds, sponsor, support insecurity? Obasanjo made it clear that the politicians, governors, they sponsor the insecurity. This disgraced country called Nigeria, they should go after the sponsors of the insecurity happening in Nigeria and leave me hell a fucking alone. Terrorist state of Nigeria, they sponsor the insecurity. Let them leave Mazio Gechukwu Nkere alone. Obasanjo made it clear the insecurity can never stop. That the government sponsor the insecurity. Then why are they coming after me here, United States of America? Thank God we have not turned United States of America to be the battlefield. Here in Washington, we will destroy Nigeria with truth. Here in Washington, we will expose Nigeria like never before, a shithole, disgraced country. A country that don't care about humanity. A country that care about citizens. Look at United States heroines. We as Biafrans, what are we going to say we will remember Nigeria that they have done for us? Is it the better life they gave us? Is it the better opportunity? Is it the good life? Is it the school system, sewer system, the infrastructures in our land that they make better? Is it the road, hospital? Is it the economy that they provide for the citizens of Biafra? So that after our children graduate from their high school or college, they can acquire a good paying job of which they can start family with. None of the above God punished the entity called Nigeria. Very disgrace. They are not ashamed of themselves. After United States of America advised this useless country what to do to stop the insecurity, America advised them to abolish this Sharia since Nigeria is supposed to be a secular country. What did they do in return? And this Sheikh Gumi here is telling the government of Nigeria, because he worked with the government of Nigeria, he's telling the government of Nigeria to pay the terrorists, to pump money to the terrorists, to integrate the terrorists to the military. And do you think the Biafran people will not defend? Information, I think we have some few to go through. Can you play the video with the protest? Because a lot of people will be the first time tuning in Biafra. We will keep this country. If I have what it takes, I will save the people of Nigeria. I'm already saving Biafra. Attention, the Middle Belt and the Southwest, maybe rise up. Entity called Nigeria, I will burn it down. Thank you very much.
Let me say that if the federal government have demonstrated capacity and can arrest Nnamdi Kanu, they should also exhibit the same zeal and will and decision to arrest these Fulani herdsmen that are terrorizing our state and our country. Let that be done. These ones are living here with us, but if Nnamdi Kanu can be arrested from a foreign land, I believe that the federal government will exhibit the same will. They will arrest Fulani herdsmen, especially Mayor Chattle, who have owned up to the killings in Benue State and have continued to terrorize our land. It is laughable and unfortunate when I heard that Mayor Chattle are calling Nnamdi Kanu a terrorist, someone who is fighting for the liberation of his people is being called a terrorist by terrorist organization called Mayor Chattle and Fulani herdsmen. So federal government should rise up to its responsibility and arrest this one. I have no problem in trying Nnamdi Kanu. Due process should be followed and let there be justice. If he has committed any offense, let there be justice. But the federal government must also do justice by arresting Fulani herdsmen who have been terrorizing our land, who have created so much problems and pains and challenges to our economy, to our security, to our unity. If federal government doesn't do that, it means they are not serious.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister of Information.
Voice of Biafra TV, the voice of truth, the voice of the people.
There is only one broadcasting network.
Voice of Biafra TV.
The first, the best, and the last.
Voice of Biafra TV.
We lead, we shine, we last. The first, the best, and the last.
From the east to the world, hear the truth unfold. No other station does it better. Truth be told, real stories, real power, real Biafran soul. Every day, every hour, we taking control.
Breaking every silence, letting voices rise. Standing for the people, opening their eyes. Strong and unshaken, both for all to see. Broadcasting the future.
Voice of Biafra TV.
There is only one broadcasting network. Voice of Biafra TV.
Jekaba.
Voice of Biafra TV, the voice of truth, the voice of the people.
There is only one broadcasting network.
Voice of Biafra TV.
The first, the best, and the last.
Voice of Biafra TV.
We lead, we shine, we last. The first, the best, and the last. From the east to the world, hear the truth unfold. No other station does it better. Truth be told, real stories, real power, real Biafran soul. Every day, every hour, we taking control.
Breaking every silence, letting voices rise. Standing for the people, opening their eyes. Strong and
Welcome to Voice of Biafra TV. It's morning, it's afternoon, and it's night, depending on your time zone. I bring you warm greetings. This is Voice of Biafra Television. And we are coming out on a series of platforms. We are live and direct on live television channels all over Africa. We are live and direct on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and many other platforms. And we salute all of you for joining. You can call into the program with the number that will be displayed on the screen. Tomorrow is Heroes Remembrance Day, and we continue to remember our heroes, and we continue to fight and to give them what they need. Welcome to Voice of Biafra Television.
Voice of Biafra TV.
There is only one broadcasting network. Voice of Biafra TV. The first, the best, and the last. Voice of Biafra TV. First to speak, best to watch, last to ask. Voice of Biafra TV. Voice of Biafra TV.
Hollywood, Hollywood.
Voice of Biafra TV.
Only one, no, only one.
Only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one, only one, only one, only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one, only one, only one, only one, only one. Hear the people sing at last. Voice of Biafra TV.
Welcome back to Voice of Biafra Television, and we are live and direct on all media platforms. Somebody just threw a question, and the question is, Mazi, I'm just curious, is Danjuma still alive? I really want T.Y. Danjuma to be alive so that he can see the goodness of God. Because God has used T.Y. Danjuma to send messages to the children of God in Nigeria. And it then depends on all of them that are ready. And those that are not ready, they still continue to sit on the fence. God has used T.Y. Danjuma to open the eyes of many Nigerians and to tell many of you what you should know and what you should hear, and how you should wake up and stand against the terrorists. Tomorrow is Saturday, and we are happy to be alive in this very present dispensation and to talk about Biafra and to tell the world about Biafra. I come with a very happy heart. Yes. I come with a very happy heart because the U.S. government officials has proven once again that they don't turn their backs on those that have their interests and those decides to work with them. Even as we have not gotten our recognition yet from American government officially. I am perplexed and I am overjoyed at the same time to tell you that U.S. government officials are already defending Brgie Prime Minister Nkere, while Finland and Britain betrayed Mazi Simon Ekpa and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They sold them out. That's what they did. If Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Mazi Simon Ekpa happen to have been UK citizens and Finland citizens, then these same countries betrayed them and gave them out to be picked by Nigerian terrorist governments. It's a very big shame. Very big shame that I don't know how to explain to many of you, because I have tried how to put it all together and to see how it will come out. But it's very shameful to say it. But here I am. Talking to you about what the U.S. government officials are already doing as they see Nigerian government trying to drag Brgie Prime Minister Okechukwu Nkere to their caricature Utere dance that they want to start dancing. So interesting to see that a country that values your existence can protect you and keep you away from the foreign terrorist that wants to come and pick you. That is why they say where America leads, others follows. The line is open to those that want to call in, because this program is unannounced and we are coming on an impromptu, because tomorrow we have a series of events, and with the joy in our hearts, we cannot fold our arms just to watch and see things that are happening and go just like that. America is where you have to be and speak for freedom. America is where you speak for freedom and you will be protected. America is where you will speak for the freedom of mankind and your rights will be protected. Finland government and UK government, up till today, I have not seen one official of the Finland parliament or the UK parliament come out to lambast Nigerian terrorist government for kidnapping their citizens. Instead, they trade the freedom of their citizens for monetary values. They trade the freedom of their citizens for business values and interests. Recently, all of you saw that the UK government hosted Nigerian government officials. These are the people that kidnapped Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and they kidnap your own citizen. And you say that your citizen is Nnamdi Kanu. You said he is using your own British passport. And then one country kidnapped him and they lock him up. They sentence him to life imprisonment. Until today, as we speak, you have not come out to say anything about his kidnapping and his imprisonment. Rather, what you do is that you invite the same terrorist governments that kidnapped these your citizens, you give them a befitting banquet feast. You call all of them to the royal castle in UK. All of you sat down, you drank, you enjoyed, you celebrated a job well done of kidnapping a citizen that was using your passport, simply because of oil and gas. Simply because he is not a bona fide citizen of United Kingdom. I want all of us to understand something. Other countries will defend you even when you are not born in their country and then you acquire their citizenship. But the United Kingdom and the European government will not do it. Why? Because of the business interests that they have. Because of the business interests of America and Nigeria, America decided to put the lives of the babies, women, and children as a priority. They don't put the business first. They put lives of the babies, women, and children as a priority. They sanction Nigerian government. They designate Nigerian government as a country of particular concern. They sanction their officials. They place visa ban on Nigerian passports because their government has refused to disband Sharia law, who is killing every babies, women, and children on a daily basis. The Sharia law that has made Nigeria to become unlivable to all of you. The Sharia law that has made Nigeria to become a shrine of injustice. The Sharia law that has made Nigeria to become where they slaughter your mothers, your fathers, your children on a daily basis. The Sharia law that gives boldness to the Nigerian terrorist government and the terrorists themselves to be paid after they cut off your heads, after they cut off your brains, after they slaughter you to pieces, after they take what does not belong to them. This is what the Sharia law is able to do. The Sharia law gives them the power to do all this. But the Nigerian government are very okay with the Sharia law. Nigerian government refused to disband Sharia law on the mandate and order of the American government, which is to save the lives of the citizens. Was American government not so good in business when they put their business interests aside? They place the values of lives. They place the importance of the babies, women, and children's lives first. But what UK government does, or Britain does, is that your life is not important. It is the resources that is important. Britain and Finland don't care about their citizens. They can sell their integrity for oil and gas and for business interests. But we are happy to announce to you today that US officials are already defending the Biafra Republic government in as Prime Minister. Okay, Gary. How I wish Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was in UK. And then he left UK and came to America to stay in America to fight for Biafra. How I wish Mazen Simon Ekpa was in Finland and then he left Finland and came to America to stay in America to fight for the freedom of Biafra. If we had these three forces of men joined together, alive and breathing in one place, I wonder the height that we would have attended at this time. Having all of them here, putting all their hands together, putting all the forces together. With the effort that Prime Minister Kenkere has done in Washington, D.C., even without having all the support of the entire Biafran people, he has shaken Nigeria to the point that Nigeria is now shaking and afraid of Kenkere. With the lobbying work that is happening in Washington, D.C. with the attorney. To the point that Nigerian government now wants to use their lobbyists, the ambassador that they just brought, and all the people that they are working with to look for a way of implicating Prime Minister Okenkere and to push him to the American prison for them to send him back to them in Nigeria. It cannot happen. US officials are already speaking and defending Prime Minister Okenkere. That is the surprising thing that everybody should say. Those of you that do not appreciate or take what we are doing very seriously, I want to ask you, when has your own government in your own country stood up to defend you? An official of parliament of your own country stood up to speak to defend you, whether in your small crime that you commit, or you coming out to say you are declaring and standing for Biafra in that your country. I'm asking you a very simple question. When did that your country officials come out to stand to say they are defending you because you're fighting for Biafra? Do you know what it means for US officials to take the front stage to come and defend the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic of Nigeria? He's defending Biafra for us. He's talking for Biafra. Why? Because we have already made them to understand what Nigeria is all about. We have already educated them that Nigeria is a shrine of injustice. We have made them to understand that Nigeria was built to destroy humanity. Nigeria was built to even destroy America. Nigeria was built to be used as a pivot to project every projectile of missiles to come down to America to kill and destroy America. This is the Nigeria of today, the way it has been designed. If Prime Minister Okenkere is in America and Nigerian government have the guts to go after him in America, why couldn't they do so to Finland? And why can't they do so in Kenya? And why can't they, as they have kidnapped Mazen Namdekano and put in their caves, why can't they now be staying there and giving Namdekano a false script and command for him to carry out, so that all of you here will become confused? And on this very note, I want to make a public announcement. If you know going forward today that you are not comfortable with BRGI and you love to be a slave,
Voice of Biafra TV, the voice of truth, the voice of the people.
There is only one broadcasting network.
Voice of Biafra TV,
The first, the best, and the last.
Voice of Biafra TV.
We lead, we shine, we last. The first, the best, and the last. From the east to the world, hear the truth unfold. No other station does it better. Truth be told, real stories, real power, real Biafran soul. Every day, every hour, we taking control.
Breaking every silence, letting voices rise. Standing for the people, opening their eyes. Strong and unshaken, both for all to see. Broadcasting the future.
Voice of Biafra TV.
There is only one. Only one protest.
Welcome back to Voice of Biafra TV. I said, if you know that you are not comfortable with BRGI and you cannot go with the brutality that we carry, there's one thing you need to understand. And I said this a few months ago. I said the phase of the Biafra freedom that we are going into now is going to be more brutal. Number one, Nigerian government will come after you. Number two, there will be pressure coming from inside Nigeria. They will use all our leaders in prison to implement series of scripts. And you can see those scripts coming out as Sokoto Declaration. You can see some other scripts coming out from Finland, where they will come and say, Mazi Simon, say like this and say like that. These are part of the scripts. Many of you are already falling and becoming fools at your 80s and 50s and 60s to 100 men of Sokoto Declaration. I pity for you and I weep because I see stupidity running through your veins. Yes, because I don't know how you have been shouting BRJ, BRJ. You followed Mazi Simon Ekpa when he was here. You went to Finland. You were shouting Helsinki Declaration. Later you shout Latin Declaration. You carry Biafra flag and you carry Chattle. You carry the declaration document and you are shouting nonsense. Say Biafra, BRJ, Biafra, BRJ. And then all of a sudden, British government, European government, Nigerian government launch a different template and tell you that your freedom is inside prison. That all of you must go to prison and wait and take order from prison. And then with your stupid brain, you now start going to prison. All of a sudden, the BRGIE that have been working to see the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is no more in your head again. It has become irrelevant. It is 100 men of Sokoto Declaration prison that is the mandate to you. I weep for your stupidity. I weep for the people that have laid curses on you because some of these things are happening because of the curses that people lay on you. Without BRGIE going to Washington, D.C., what is happening in Nigeria today? Without the congressional testimony that was submitted in June 2025, everything that we demanded of the U.S. government in that congressional testimony is what the U.S. government have implemented on Nigeria and against Nigeria today. We even appeared again on the 18th of September inside the White House Congress, where none of you have ever been, where your grandparents have never been. But history brought itself to fruition under our watch to see that we appear live and direct in U.S. Congress to give a congressional testimony in that briefing. That has not sunk into your head. Over 2 pages of the congressional testimony that is submitted centers on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu release and Mazi Simon Ekpa's release and the transnational repression that Nigeria and Finland has meted on Biafran citizens. That has not entered your head. We submitted a business deal and proposal to the U.S. government on the prospect of Biafra, what America will gain and what Biafra will gain, and what we will work in common to secure the safety of lives and properties of the Biafran people and every Christians in Nigeria and in the entire Sahel of Africa. That did not enter your head. Recently, we've had American government officials, not just journalists, not just normal writers, not just people that just speak in the street. No, U.S. government officials on live interview, speaking to you on Voice of Biafra television, educating you and making you to understand that what you are doing is creating effect, that Nigeria are feeling the pain. That did not enter your head. Now, because of the effectiveness of Brgie, Tinubu government have gone kaka, seeing that they kidnap Mazinam Dekano, they kidnap Simon Ekpa. They are hunting down Biafrans in the homeland on a daily basis. But that has not stopped the effectiveness of Biafra Republic government in exile. With the new prime minister in office, going extra woto, that has not entered your brain. It means you are daft and you are dumb and you are cursed. And I don't know how the curses that were laid on you will be delivered of you. So if at this very time, you don't see the effectiveness of Brgie, and it is Sokoto Declaration manuscript, and the one that is Finland prison manuscript, that is what you want to use. I am sounding it as a warning before all of you will start shouting that Sonia Barawa is shattering the table. That is what all of you normally say. That is what Ngozi was saying. That is what Imam Amuku was saying. That is what Choma and Bryson are saying. That is what Jory, Roby, the rest of them are crying. Some of you that are still pretending to be inside BRGIE now. Sounding a warning to everybody. And media team, you guys should try to cut this very part and share it. If you know you cannot contend with the pressure that is coming from the Nigerian government, after you seeing that Nigerian government is launching attack to kidnap Prime Minister of Brgie inside Washington, D.C., to lock him up and bring him to Nigeria to them. If you know you cannot stand the pressure, pack your load and leave Brgie, JJ. Because the day that I will open the Pandora box, it will be very, very disastrous. Yes. We don't want idiots. You know what idiot means? Idiots, we don't want idiots in BRGI going forward, especially in the cabinet. Idiots are people that while they are slaughtering dead bodies of our babies and shattering them all over the place in the communities, they don't care. Idiots are people that when the Nigerian government is hunting down your prime minister in Washington, D.C., it is not important to you. You don't care. When they have taken Martin Namdekano, your IPOB leader, and they have taken Martin Simon Ekpa, your former prime minister, now they are after your active prime minister in Washington, D.C. It's not a problem to you. That means you are an idiot. You are a misplaced priority in BRGIE. So if you know what is good for you, pack your load now and go. If you know that your work is to cause chaos and to look for trouble where there's no, and to form another cabal and to create another accountability group of accountability group 3 that will come to emerge later, pack your load now and start living. Because when Sonny will open the Pandora box, it will not be peaceful. Yes. Because the same way you people plan how to launch the second accountability group, this is how it all started. Sokoto Declaration has come out now. 100 men option has come out. A Mama Mugu group is there. Bravo Fulani group is there. IPOB accountability group is there. Oaneze and Afi and Igbo Congress, they are there. You can go and join any of them. If you want to become a problem with this 100 men group and this Sokoto Declaration nonsense and any prison nonsense decree to come and use it to distort Biafran's brand, I will pack you where you have to be. Mazi Monekpa was in Europe. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was in UK. And Nigerian government picked him up. Now, Mazi Kenkere is in America. And they want to pick him up. And that is not a problem to some of you. And then American government officials are coming out to speak to defend BRGI and to defend Mazi Kenkere, your prime minister. That is not a problem to some of you. And you're not doing anything. You are all in Europe. You are all in America. You are all in the UK. But Sonny is in Africa. And his face is coming out here every day. He's talking and creating awareness and keeping the tempo high. While you that is in Europe, you that is in America, you that is in UK, you that is in Asia, you feel discomfort more than me that is in Africa. Whereas I am the one that is at the prime scene that can be taken out anytime. You're all comfortable where you are, but your prime minister is threatened to be taken out. It's not a problem to many of you. If you know that BRGI, the pressure that is coming on BRGI, you cannot contend with it. And it is very, very brutal for you. Just pack your load and go. Don't attempt to destroy the minds of many others, because it will be very, very bad. Like I said before, media team, please cut this part and send it out. And I am very, very happy that American government officials are defending BRGI and defending Mazi Kenkere, the Prime Minister. And I repeat it again, how I wish Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was in America, or he was in UK and then he relocated to America to seek refuge in America and then stayed there to fight for our freedom. How I wish Mazi Simon Ekpa was in Europe and then he relocated to America and stayed there to fight for Biafra. How I wish all of them met together with the active prime minister in office today, Mazi Kenkere in America, and then they join all the forces together. We would have gone very far. Yes, the formidability of many people would have been straightforward going. But we did not know that UK can sell their own because of their oil and gas interests. We did not know that Europe can sell their own because of their oil and gas interests. This is how far American lawmakers, American officials are ready to defend and are defending Biafra. Can you see that? I want to ask you where you saw that the British government defended Mazi Nnamdi Kanu like this. I want to see where you saw that the European government defended Mazi Simon Ekpa like this. If you see anyone, please bring it out. We want to see. This is the active Prime Minister of BRGI, Honorable Okechukwu Nkere. In one of his diplomatic meetings with Ambassador Tibonachi, there they are. And today, as Nigerian terrorist government are launching attack to pick the Prime Minister of BRGI out of America because of Biafra, after they have felt the fire, these US government officials are speaking up against Nigeria. And they are telling Nigerian government that Nigeria's transnational repression is not acceptable in American soil. with American citizens. Unlike Finland and United Kingdom, that has allowed their citizen Simon Ekpa, Nnamdi Kanu, to be kidnapped and imprisoned by Nigerian government pressures, respectively. This is how a government that has your interest and protects you are supposed to be speaking. That is why I'm very proud of all of you that are in America. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said that many of you in America were stationed there to work for Biafra to come, I am already saying it now, and I'm seeing the fulfillment in all of you. That is why some people in other countries and other continents, they may become useless, but all of you in America are standing very strong because you have a defined mandate. Yes. While some other groups and some other people in other countries are planning of how to overthrow the government, how to create accountability group, how to come out and tell the Prime Minister that he is not doing well, that they can do better than him. But yet they are in Europe, they are in UK, they are in Asia. You cannot see what they have done. For many years that they have been in those countries, you cannot see what they have done. Their country, number one, cannot even guarantee them the safety to do anything. They themselves cannot also make themselves available to do anything. The only people in America can make themselves available. From their tithe and offering and their blood and everything, they will sacrifice their family, their business, their time and everything. When you see Prime Minister Okenkere traveling to Washington, D.C. to meet the U.S. lawmakers, you think that he doesn't have a job? He closed down his business. The other time you saw Honorable Mighty Dot alongside with the Prime Minister, they closed down their work. They closed down their family affairs. They closed down their business. The other time you saw Honorable Chima. The other time you saw Honorable Noye. This is a woman. A woman is putting her life in the front stage. You also saw Honorable Love. Who have you not seen? Is it the COS? And the Prime Minister is always calling on all of his officials that are available in America for them to also be part and parcel of his political outreach, so that they will also be learning and getting to understand what he is facing there and what he's doing. While some of you are thinking of how to go and do Sokoto Declaration, how to go and do 100 men nonsense, how to go and do Finland Declaration in the prison, you are always reading the scripts of your enemies. It's so pathetic. I am happy to see that U.S. lawmakers, U.S. officials are defending Biafra Prime Minister. If our own Prime Minister Simon Ekpa had this kind of officials in Finland, he would not be in prison today. If our own Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu had this kind of officials in his country, he will not be in prison today. He will not have been kidnapped. Some of you don't know the implication of what just happened. You don't understand what has happened in the spiritual realm and also in the physical realm. To see that members of Parliament of America are defending Biafran government in exile Prime Minister, a country that has not gotten their independence yet, a country that is still fighting for recognition, a country that is coming to have diplomatic engagements with the U.S. lawmakers. They are already placing them in a very important position. They are already protecting their interests. They are already watching them away from danger. As Nigerian government shoots their bullet, US lawmakers reply and defend to tell you that this is not Finland. You cannot do what you have done to Finland citizen Maisai Monaba and British citizen Martin Ambikano in American soil. It is not done. How they think they switch you for body, how they switch you for belly. That's what I'm supposed to hear from all of you. Please, as I'm speaking, if you want to call into the program, you can call in. Don't wait for me to finish talking, because maybe as I finish talking now, something will come up, then I will have to run out of the studio. So the line is open. You can be calling as I'm talking to hear your views, because I don't have much time to spend here tonight. And I appreciate all of you. Continue to support Biafra Republic government in exile, because this is the only authentic government that we have seen that the US government recognizes, and they are working hand in hand with them. Now, Nigeria is a very big soup. Littoral, for those of you that do not know littoral, it's something else that they just brought up. All eyes on Nigeria. Hold on, let me check my sound stuff. Let me see if it's back. All right, sound system is back now. I can hear myself very well. This is Leo. Leo is who? Is the chairman of the DOJ task force to combat anti-Semitism and senior counsel at the U.S. Justice Department. Leo says, all eyes on the massacre of Christians in Nigeria by Islamic terrorists. Yes, the radar is on Nigeria now. That is why you see that Nigerian government are going crazy. Why are they going crazy? Because Prime Minister Okenkere has opened their nyash already in Washington, D.C. Just look at what is on the screen. Check out the numbers of government officials that I showed them. That is not all. I'm just showing the small one now, make you see. Just showing the small one for you to see. That's showing up. I'm just showing the small one for you to see. If I have to bring more now, this screen will full, because it's plenty. I want to ask Nigerian government, having seen that this Prime Minister of the Republic government in Israel have met virtually all the US government officials, and has educated them and briefed them of the Biafran affairs and the Nigerian terrorist government affairs. How do you think that picking him out will be very easy for you? Please, I want to ask this question. I want everybody to help me to answer. Nigerian government. How do you think Nigerian government how do you think that taking out Prime Minister Okenkere in Washington, D.C. would be very, very easy for you? Now, question they ask, Because some of you don't think. Some of you don't ask questions. You want to go after Prime Minister Okenkere. Okay, go now. When you collect woto in America, you remember that America is not Finland and America is not UK. Oh, great God. So nice to hear that some people are going crazy because of Biafra. So American government gave Nigeria woto in all that they have done, and then it's becoming very visible. Now this is Leo Terror with Prime Minister Okenkere. Can you see him? He said, we will not be silent about the genocide against Christians in Nigeria by jihadist terrorist monsters. He is not meeting people that are not influencing the policy making in America. He is meeting those ones that are in strategic positions. Those ones that when they will press one button, Nigeria feels the heat different ways. And they ask him a question now. Why wouldn't Nigerian government be crying and peeing in their pants? Saying that anywhere Okenkere is going and coming out, the kind of photo that is coming out with is meeting important people. If you don't see him meeting people from here, you will see him meeting Senator Ted Cruz. The damage that Nigerian government are facing today is coming from Senator Ted Cruz. Senator Ted Cruz is the person that invoked the Global Magnitstic Act legislation against Nigeria. And that is the suffering of Nigeria today. Because this genocide has been happening for decades. Nobody took it serious. There was no opportunity to open up for people to see the reality. Until Senator Ted Cruz now opened the Pandora box against Nigerian government. Now you see that Nigerian governments are in pains. They are not in good order. Please tell them that if they are looking for Prime Minister Okenkere, they should prepare and eat well before they start going there, because what they will face will be very disastrous. And for every Biafran who do not understand the stage that we are in now, it is a stage of brutality. It is a stage of wotu. It is a stage of take it the way you say it. Our memorial message says something, and I want to bring it to the screen. And this is our memorial message photo. It's very peculiar. Yes. The memorial message flyer is very, very peculiar. We need to bring it to the screen to explain something. The memorial message is very, very peculiar. Here is the memorial message. The reason why the memorial message is very peculiar is that Biafra Heroes Memorial Day, and it goes on to explain something. It said, these heroes the sacrifice in Biafra land, but our voices were not heard in American Congress in 1967 to 70s. And in today, in 2026, we have a voice in Washington, D.C. Yes. Today in 2026, we have a voice in Washington, D.C. And that is what is making all hell to get loose. That is what is putting fire on every brimstone. And we are looking at them and doing Nto. Yes, Nto has to happen. Because we suffered. Those that we send messages to go and speak for us or take message to the U.S. Congress in 1967 to 70s, they decided to become warrant messengers. When they got there, they decided to place their personal interest first. They turned their belly to be their great importance. They ignored the Kwashoko children that were dying. They ignored the babies, women, and children that were dying. They ignored the economic blockade. They ignored the food blockade. They ignored the land A and C blockade that stopped every aid that was coming in to help the Biafran people. And we all died. We did not have a voice in U.S. Congress in 67 to 70s. But today, in 2026, we have a voice in Washington, D.C. Yes. We have a voice in Washington, D.C. And the voice is speaking very loud. That voice that is speaking very loud is what is making Nigeria to go crazy like this. Yes. This is what is making Nigeria to go crazy. Because that voice is speaking very loud in Washington, D.C. God bless Elias Girasoles. God bless Attorney Dabiri, Aman Dabiri. God bless Prime Minister Okechukwu Nkere. And you will continue to be blessed in this generation till another generation. Your children, your lineage will be blessed for making yourself the servant of the Biafran people, for sacrificing your life, for sacrificing your business, for sacrificing your family, for sacrificing your comfort, for sacrificing everything that you have worked for in America. I'm not talking about just yourself or your life. No. When I mean sacrificing everything that you have worked for in America, your life savings, your family, your business, your future, everything, you risked it for Biafra. In the America of today, which we know that if you don't have the balls to stand before the powers that be, you cannot speak and you cannot make a difference. But you, Okechukwu Nkere, Okechukwu Kamma, the God of Biafra, has placed you in America to do what we did not have in 67 to 70s. Some people say, you don't speak grammar well. When you now started speaking grammar now, they start going angry. Some people said, you know, go school. You did not tell them that you go school, but you are doing something that people that did not go to school have not been able to do for the past 50 years. People that claim that they have gone to school for the past 50 years, they have not been able to make Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to have any handshake with any of the U.S. lawmakers, to have any meeting for the past 20 years. Even those that have been before Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they were not able to have just one tangible meeting with the U.S. government. Is it not Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that is in prison today? Is it not Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that is in prison today? If all of you we're doing everything possible and giving them all that they needed, would they be in prison? Would they be sabotaged and locked up? Anyway, God says, when one door opens, another one. And when one door closes, another one opens. Maybe if Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is not in prison, Mazen Nnamdi was not also put into prison, maybe we will not climb to the next stage. Because it was when they kidnapped Mazen Nnamdi Kanu that God opened the eyes of Mazen Nnamdi to come with the new dimension. As Mazen Nnamdi now was now kidnapped and locked up, God now catapults Okechukwu from where he was very calm and quiet. He was not very troublesome, but now he has become extra troublesome. He is giving Nigeria trouble everywhere. Nigeria are crying now because of Okechukwu. And they are now looking for a way to kidnap him, to take him to Nigeria, which cannot happen, not in this generation, when the US lawmakers are already standing up to speak for him. They are already standing up to defend him. Hey, Nigeria, also to go, the sacrifice in Biafra land that these men and women did, but their voices were not heard in American Congress in 1967 to 1970s. But today, in 2026, we have a voice in Washington, D.C. All praises to God. And thank you to Okechukwu Nkere. Thank you to Elias. Thank you to Attorney Daberi. And thank you to all of you Biafrans who have imposed your confidence on this Prime Minister Okechukwu Nkere, which many people did not have confidence in him because they did not know what he is made of. But now I believe you can tell from the result that is coming. You can tell from what God has used him to do and where we are now. You can see the situation report. Everywhere in America is crying of Okechukwu Nkere. Everywhere that Nigeria agent is in America are crying of Okechukwu Nkere. They thought that after they finished with Simon Ekpa, Nnamdi Kanu, that would be the end. Because every other maniac that comes out was coming out to cause confusion. While Okechukwu Nkere continues with results with the US government. Result. Today, you can see where we are. Don't miss the memorial. Our memorial tomorrow goes with our normal fundraising. Our memorial procession will last for minutes. When I mean minute, I don't mean 1 minute, because many of you will go to school. The way they interpret English and grammar is very different. When I mean minute, it means the minute can be up to 1,000 minutes. It can be up to 1 minute, can be up to 3 minutes. So the probability that it is 1,000 minutes is 1. The probability that is 0 minutes is 0. Meaning that there is no probability that is less than. It's less than 1. So that means I'm not telling you that they are going to have less than 1 minute. So we are going to have our memorial procession for minutes, as long as God gives us. Then we later go into the fundraising. The memorial procession will be televised and will be coming out from the TV and all the social media platforms. And when we are done with the memorial procession, we will cut off the transmission. our fundraising cannot be live on live television because Voice of Biafra is a live television that is being watched everywhere. So the memorial procession will be shot on the live television. When we are done with the memorial procession, we now cut it off. Then we continue the rest of the fundraising inside the Zoom. We have to keep this mantle that God has given us. We need to raise the army of God to go and finish the job. General Obosi said he is donating his 10% of his book's proceeds to support the government of God for the children of God to get the freedom. And he said he is also imploring all of you to do same in paying it as tithe and offering, because it is the tithe and offering that you offer to God to save the children of God in the cause of Biafra. So come with your very big purse and come and give your own quota to support the works of these heroes which they started, so that we can take it to a finishing and lasting end. We don't want to leave it halfway because they gave us a responsibility. They passed the baton to us and we have to take it down to the final destination. There is something else I want to address before I take my leave. I have seen many of you, you slept and you woke up, you jump into the media and then you bumped into BBC publication. BBC published something and they said they are publishing about Biafra story. And then the author or the person that projected the narrative or the story happens to carry a Yoruba name. Yes. And then I see the enragement in all of you on the social media. Many of you say, oh, a Yoruba person should not be the one to tell our story. BBC should not be the one to tell our story. Somebody that did not witness the war, do not know anything about the war, should not be the one to tell our stories. And I'm going to look for the publication to bring it to the screen because I want to comment on something. You know, before I comment on something, I have a reason of commenting on something. I don't just go and comment on something because I see people comment on it. No. I comment on it citing the importance of the discussion to the Biafran circle, especially to the Biafran government in Nigeria, and what we are doing and how it affects and how it contributes to what we are doing. So here I come. I am bringing this publication to the screen. And I want all of you to follow me in good faith, with a clear mind and conscience, so that you just listen to me and hear what I want to say. Yes, this is part of it. This is part of it on the screen. This lady here said, according to her, that if as a Nigerian I cannot make a documentary about the Holocaust, if as a Nigerian I cannot make a documentary about the Rwanda genocide, if as a Nigerian I cannot make a documentary about the Armenian genocide, if as a Nigerian I cannot make a documentary about the Somali civil war, if an Igbo woman cannot even have the word Owambe in an exhibition she is holding in Lagos without getting attacked, then Meji Alabi Isama and Leke Alabi Isama have absolutely no business making a documentary about the Biafran genocide as Yoruba people. That Biafra is not some neutral historical topic to us. It is a generational trauma, starvation, massacre, displacement, grief, and pain that still lives in Igbo families today. If they are so desperate to tell a story, they should tell the story of how Yorubas were enslaved and sold by the Fulani, They should make a documentary about the fall of the Oyo Empire instead of inserting themselves into Igbo history. That has been the opera in the media. That has been the topic in the media for like the past 48 hours. Yes, she cited some good points. That Biafra war is a trauma and a dilemma and a sinister, a wound and injury that has been on us for years and continues generationally. What I want to say is that if you do not tell your story, do not be angry when somebody come and tell and twist your story. My question to this very lady and to all of you that have been enraged since morning about this publication of BBC by Meji Alabi Isama and Leke Alabi Isama. My question to all of you is, how or what story of Biafra have you yourself written about your Biafra? Because it's not about jumping out from nowhere and you start attacking Alabi or Sibi because they are not Biafran, they are Yorubas, and they are being used by BBC to tell your story. The reality is, which story about Biafra, you that claims to be a Biafran, have you made since you were born? As we speak now, this lady that wrote this in her, this Tracy, I asked her a question. Which story about Biafra have you Tracy, made since you were born till now? If you have not made any story or written your own story about Biafra, or brought any exhibition about Biafra, or talk about the Biafra genocide, I say, how are you supporting the Biafra restoration project that is ongoing? Because this is a better way of you writing your history. Just look at Prime Minister Okechukwu Nkere. This man and his entire cabinet are writing the story of Biafra in America. This man and the entire cabinet of Biafra are writing the story of Biafra in America. The genocide that you don't want some other person to write for you and to talk for you, Okenkere is writing and talking it in Washington, D.C. How is Okenkere doing it? With his actions, with money, with his time, with his family, with his sacrifice, with his work, and everything that he has. He is not hiding behind the keyboard and writing nonsense and attacking a Yoruba person and BBC that is coming to write your story. To the Biafran people that are inclined and they are supporting this Biafra with their money, with their sweat and their resources, you have the right to attack anybody for writing your story because you are already writing that your story yourself. But for those that are doing nothing, those that do not support financially, those that turn Biafran issue to content creation to make money on the social media for their personal interests. That is why many of you make this money on social media for this content that you're making, and yet you still come out to be begging money from other people because you still remain poor, because you are making money that is of blood money. You're enriching yourself of the blood money and you're not returning that money back to support the cause of Biafra. General Obosi was using his 10% of the book that he wrote about Biafra, which he even fought for the Biafra. And then he is donating the 10% of the book process back to Biafra. But you You are making money with Biafra affairs on social media every day, and you're using that money to enrich yourself. That is why you still become poor, become pauper. You will still be looking for more money because that one is not enough for you. That is how God used to disgrace people. You see them bomb out from social media. They want to use, when they hear Biafra story, they used to do social media content. Their aim and objective is not to key in and to support the Biafran cause. It's only for them to make the money to do the talking. Then they will be looking at the algorithm of the money, the statistics of the money that will be falling into the account from social media, from Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok. That is what they are just after, to monetize the account and collect the money. Collecting money is not a crime. But when you collect money, how much of that money that you collect are you donating back? Or are you supporting back with that money to the Biafran government to use it to advance the cause of Biafra? This is how you remove the cost from that blood money on your head. But if you don't do so, you cannot go front. You remain stagnant. You remain poor because you're reaping from where you're not supposed to reap, and yet you're not repaying back the tithe and offering. So, which story have this lady written since she was born? And how much and how far is she using her money to support and tell her own story of Biafra now, supporting the Biafran government in exile and the BDF in the homeland, who are sacrificing their lives by telling the story, the real story. The real story are those that are sacrificing with their blood, their money, their resources, those that are in prison. My son Monekpa is writing his story with the sacrifice that he has done for Biafra. Mazen Nnamdi is writing his story with the sacrifice that he has done. The BDF are writing their story with the sacrifice that they have done. If all of them waited and then sat down and wait, when they see BBC and when they see one Yoruba person or Hausa person do one story publication and put in the social media, they will now jump to go and attack. You only sit down to go and do social media attack. But when we are looking for people to come out to now write this story of Biafra, you cannot do it. Just for you to do social media noise, you can bump out from nowhere. Yes, you make the noise, so you clap everywhere. Oh, BBC, you're writing my story, you're telling my story upside down. If BBC is writing your story and is turning upside down, how did you write the story? Where is the one that you wrote? How have you pushed your own story? To see that you push your story before to the US Congress or to the media or to the people, and then they rejected it before BBC now came to push his own, and then they pick it. If you all push Biafra story and Biafra government activities, the way Fulani terrorists, the way these Islamic terrorists are pushing the terrorist agenda, when they slaughter you, they put it on social media. As it goes around on social media, it instills more fear on all of you that you cannot even travel. If you are all going with this same momentum that these terrorists are pushing on your own, writing your own story, do you know the impact that would have created? Do you know the level of attainment that you would have gone? No, you don't know. Oh, you wouldn't know. You're waiting for BBC to write your story and turn it upside down and to twist it. And then you come out to the social media. Continue making noise. When you finish, BBC will still write another story. Simi, Alibi, and Akeke, even Musa will write your next story. I'm telling you, Musa and Adamu will write your next story. And there is nothing you can do about it. You will only come to the social media and rant. When you finish ranting, you go. This person that wrote this nonsense here now, when he finish here, where will he be? You will not see him or her coming out to support the other government in Israel. You don't see him or her post anything about Biafra Defense Forces or post anything about Biafra government in Israel, you will not see her publicize the work and the affairs of Biafran government in Israel and what the government in Israel is doing with the US lawmakers. No, you will not see her do it. No, she cannot do it. She will only go to promote the BBC nonsense publication in the name of I am attacking, I am bringing it down. Oh, you're bringing it down, my foot. So, this person here had better go and have a rethink, because it is not to jump out from the social media and come and attack BBC publisher. When you finish attacking the BBC publisher, you go back and sit down. Let us just do a small assessment. Let us go back to this person's Twitter account. I want this person to disappoint me by posting any of the achievement of Biafra government in Israel. That is what I want to see. Then when I see it, I will just be happy tonight. Let us go through our post. I'm going through our post. We want to see if she posts any activity of Biafra government in Israel to show how the Biafran government in exile is telling the story of Biafra in Washington, D.C. To show what we are doing in Washington, D.C., telling our story and changing the narrative and turning everything upside down against Nigeria. I am watching and I am looking. This is like 19 hours ago. Let me take time to say maybe for the past 5 days, because I cannot stay one day without posting something about Biafra. I'm looking up. I'm still looking. I'm looking for activities of Biafra government in Israel that is posted or reposted of any of the activities that Prime Minister Okechukwu Nkere is doing in Washington, D.C. And then she is now posting it or reposting or sharing. I'm looking for it. I'm checking. I'm checking all. I'm still checking. I'm still checking all. Today is what? Today is the 29th. I'm checking. This is as of 27. This is 27. I'm still checking. 27. I'm checking. This is 26. I've not seen anything about Biafra government in Israel. I've not seen any yet though. I'm still checking on. Nothing about Biafra government in Israel. I'm still checking. I'm still checking on. This is 24. Okay. I've not seen anything yet. I'm still checking. I've not seen anything yet. This is 22. 22 don't come. We're going that 20 now. We did 20. We did 22. We did 22. We did 21. I have not seen anything that pertains to Biafran government in Israel. This is somebody that is the first person that wrote a bomber-to-bomber message about BBC that wrote our story. But you cannot find any of Biafra story that she has written about on her page. For the past 8 days now, for the past 8 days, you cannot find one Biafra story that she has written about Biafra. These are the urchins that you see on social media that makes Biafra to even be looked down upon. I want to ask you now, between you and the BBC and the Yoruba person that wrote the article, who is better off now? Is it you that claim to be a Biafran, but you have not written anything about your Biafra? You have not even published the handiwork of your Biafra government in exile, who is fighting for you, who is writing your story in America, who is telling your story in America. You don't post, you don't repost, you don't share. Between you now and the BBC and the Yoruba person that is helping you to tell this your story and to twist it, who is better off? The BBC is better off. Yes. Because the BBC, as is better off, have been able to tell this your story the way it suits them. Because they saw that you were useless. If you were not useless, why didn't you tell your story? Why did you have to wait for another person to come and tell your story before you wake up from your sleep? If you were not useless, wouldn't it have been your duty to tell your story from morning to night? People would have been running to come and read the story that you publish. But what happened? You waited for somebody to tell your story before you now jump out from nowhere. Hey, you're telling my story. Yeah, you cannot tell my story. You cannot write my story. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Nonsense, nonsense, nonsense. Why should you tell my story, this and that? Now, I want to show you how many of you are good in telling Biafra story. This is the best way that many of you are good in telling Biafra story. You see, you said that BBC don't have the right to tell your story and turn it upside down. And you as a Biafran, you do not tell your story. This is a fellow Biafran now who has decided to be very useless as he is now, and is the one now telling Biafra story in a negative way. If this man now, as a Biafran, took the lead to tell the story of Biafra in a negative way, look at them. Now, what do you expect? What do you expect now of BBC itself and Yoruba person itself? These people here that you saw, they decided to work for BBC. They did this misinformation and propaganda agenda against Biafra media group in 2022 in May. And because of this video that they did, all of you disappeared on the media after this time. None of you want to do Biafra again. Only few of us later remain. So I ask you, as you refuse to tell the story, instead of you telling the story for good, you decided to be telling the story for evil. You decided to be doing the work of destroy, work for the enemy, destroy. You don't see Fulani coming to tell the hill part of the story. When you are looking for Fulani, oh, will Fulani be the person to come and tell the hill part of the story? No, you don't see. You will see, look at them, look at them. Look at the people that are now coming to tell the story of Biafra in a negative way. Then you will now be going to blame Simi. You're blaming Simi. You're blaming a Yoruba person for have told the story. Abi? Oh my God. I want you people to look at the name of this man. Where is that BBC idiot that was in charge of this propaganda machine work? I want people to see his name. See him here. Here he is. Here he is. Oh. This is the person. Ask this idiot now. Idiot, where are you from? This idiot is a Biafra. He decided to tell the story of Biafra and to turn it upside down and call it IPOB Biafra Media War, call for killings on social media. And they target propaganda, misinformation on Biafra. This was 2022 of May. Since that time till now, Are we not still working strong? Has it stopped? Look at him there. What is his name? Nicholas Ibekwe. Can you see it? That is the work that some of you are good for. When you are told to work for the best of Biafra, you say, no, you must work for the evil. Because you think that you are doing Sonny. This time, they thought they were doing Simon Ekpa and they were doing Sonny. No. How is Nigeria today? How is Nigeria breathing today? How is the terrorism invading your communities today? These are the things you need to ask yourselves. Then reassess and know if you are telling your story in the positive or in the negative way. So by the time you now start shouting, oh, Nigerian government are telling your story. They are turning your story upside down. I wonder which Nigerian government that is telling your story and turning upside down. Which Nigerian government is telling your story and turning you upside down? When you yourself have become very useless, you cannot stand up to tell your own story. Nicholas Ibekwe was working for BBC to do media propaganda against Biafra. And they did this in 2022 May. They lined all our faces up. They did all the propaganda that they wanted to do. And then they thought that would stop us. These are all of us that they did the propaganda against in 2022. After this, many of them ran away because they could not stand the pressure. Today, how many of them can you see? You will tell your story in the negative way. You give the lead to the enemy to come after you. That is George Onyibe that was on the phone. George Onyibe was talking nonsense and explaining nonsense to BBC. While the other one that they call Uchemefo was also talking nonsense. And the rest of them were talking nonsense. They turned the whole story upside down. Is this how you have to tell your story of Biafra? When you now see BBC now coming to tell your story, you now get angry. No, don't get angry. Why do you have to get angry? Don't get angry. You should be ashamed of yourself that you wake up to go and look for BBC for what they are doing against you. When you yourself, you are doing nothing. You are not supporting the government. You are not bringing anything to the table. You are not supporting those that are bringing things to the table. You are not telling your story. You are not doing anything. You think that the Biafra that we are fighting for is when you jump into the social media and then you see something, you attack it. Oh, that is how you fight for your Biafra. When you finish fight, you go back. Case closed. Oh, you have fought for Biafra. Oh, that is the Biafra that you have fought for. I just opened the social media account of this person. You could not see shishi about Biafra. It shocked you, Abi? It shocked many of you, right? But this is the person that was attacking BBC and said they should not tell a story of Biafra. Then the person that said, don't tell my story. You cannot find any story that the same person has told about the so-called Biafra that she claims is her own. You claim that Biafra is your own, but you cannot tell any story that Biafra is your account, your Facebook account, your Twitter account, your YouTube account cannot carry anything Biafra. No, nothing Biafra. You wait for You wait for BBC and Yoruba media to do their publication. Then you come. This is how many of you have claimed to be fighting for Biafra for many years. And that is why no difference has been made, because you just stay on the social media. You wait for 30th May Memorial Day. When you hear that it's 30th May, oh, Memorial Day, you start posting all the videos on the social media. You make all the noise on social media. After the Memorial Day, your own Biafra is finished. You go back to sleep. Until when you look for around Memorial Day, you come out again, come and make noise. Then you will not allow somebody to hear what you say you're fighting for Biafra. Now that you see that we are entering Washington, D.C. and we're having meeting with U.S. lawmakers, and we are putting Biafra on the table and they're talking about it, you know, do you real for IO? Because you will fake. It's only fake people that when they say original, they cannot call it original, because they were unable to make anything original. So when they see another original, they try to defy the authenticity of that originality that they see, because they don't want to give the credit. When somebody don't pass you, give the credit to the person, because the person don't sacrifice before he attended that very position. That because of ego and self-pride, backstabbing, evil and jealousy, the same way you guys wanted to kill Ojukwu, your own self are the one planning how to kill Ojukwu and how to kill Philip Efio. Same way you are your own self planning how to kill Nnamdi Kanu, how to kill Simon Ekpa, how to kill Okengere, how to kill Sonny. If you see Sonny in the road, you will kill him because he has not allowed you to continue to make your money the way you used to make using Biafra. Mad people everywhere. Okengere is sacrificing his life. Why you are going to sit down to be counting the error that he's making? How he is talking, how he is addressing this and addressing that. I've said it again. If you know you cannot contend with the pressure that we have in BRGIA coming from Nigerian government and how we are going with speed and the water that we are using, just pack your load, go and sleep. Because it is not time for dollars. It's not time for dollars and drowsiness. It's not time for weary people. It's time for woto brain minds. Those are the people we want now. I salute all of you. And time will not even allow me to pick any calls again. So please, people should not be calling now because I'm running out of time. And I appreciate all of you. And support Biafra. And support the Biafran government and the Prime Minister with everything that is doing. Because God has given him to us. And we have to be thankful to God for this blessing of Chukwu Kikabian. Nigeria is bound to collect woto. And the woto must continue. Appreciations to all the U.S. lawmakers who are making it happen for us. We appreciate all of you. Oh, Ambassador Tebonachi, thank you for speaking up for Biafra people. Thank you for speaking up for Prime Minister Okechukwu Nkere. Biafran people now have a voice in Washington DC. And our voice is echoing with strength and not with weakness. We appreciate all of you. We did not have a voice in Washington DC in 67 to 70s. But today, in 2026, we have a voice in Washington DC. This is Voice of Biafra Television, coming to you from the Biafra Republic government in exile. See you some other time. And remember, as you are coming to the BRGIE Heroes Memorial procession tomorrow, come with your candlelight, because we will light the candle for our heroes. We will light the candle for our heroes, and we will pray for them, and we will ask God to rekindle their strength and their spirit and power in us so that we can do more than they did. Because The latter must be greater than the former. Our strength must be rebuilt from their reincarnation in us. I appreciate all of you. Remain blessed and be of good faith. This is Voice of Biafra Television. See you once again in another segment.
Voice of Biafra TV, the first, the best, and the last. Voice of Biafra TV. First to speak, best to watch, last to air. Voice of Biafra TV. Voice of Biafra TV. Hollywood, Hollywood. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, no only one. Only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one, only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one, only one, only one, only one, only one. Hear the people sing at last. Voice of Biafra TV.
Are we live?
Yes.
Greetings to everyone, and you're welcome to Politics Insight on Voice of Biafra Television once again. And with us in the studio today, we have Michael Rubin. And I will leave the stage to the Prime Minister and Michael Rubin to do the finishing. Dr. Michael
Thank you
Rubin,
very much,
welcome to
Minister of Information. It is a great honor to be here today with Dr. Michael Rubin, one of the most respected think tank official and foreign policy leader in Washington, D.C., and a great friend of Biafra and Biafra Republic government in exile. He is more his impressive biography. Here is more of his impressive biography. Michael Rubin is a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, where he specialized in Iran, Turkey, and the broader Middle East. A former Pentagon official, Dr. Rubin has lived in post-revolution Iran, Yemen, and both pre- and post-war Iraq. He also spent time with the Taliban before 9/11. For more than a decade, he taught classes at sea about the Horn of Africa and Middle East conflict, culture and terrorism. To deploy U.S. Navy and Marine units, Dr. Rubin is the author, co-author, and co-editor of several books exploring diplomacy, Iranian history, Arab culture, Kurdish studies, and Shiite politics, including several pillars. What really causes instability in the Middle East? AER, Press 2019, Kurdistan Rising, AEI, Press 216, Dancing with the Devil, The Perils of Engaging Rogue Regimes, Encounter Books, 2014, and Internal Iran Continuity and Chaos. Paragraph 2005, Dr. Rubin has a PhD and MA in history from Yale University, where he also obtained a BS in biology. Thank you, Dr. Rubin. The question goes, we have a lot of questions, but because of time, we just take as much as we can. The Biafra Republic government in exile has focused on promoting the U.S. recognition of Christian genocide in Nigeria and had aggressively engaged the U.S. government for such recognition in parallel with other advocacy such as the U.S. Christian community and organization. This has been successful, with President Trump declaring Christian genocide in Nigeria. From our perspective, this allows for normalization or discussion of the concept of an independent Christian state in the form of Biafra. Doctor, what are your thoughts about President Trump and the White House declaration about Christian genocide on Nigeria and steps taken to hold Nigerian government accountable? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prime Minister. It's a pleasure to be here speaking with you. First of all, I'm glad that President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio have calibrated U.S. policy towards reality rather than wishful thinking, like what we saw with the previous administration when Nigeria was taken off the watch list by Secretary of State Antony Blinken. And frankly, the facts on the ground tell the story much more important than any U.S. administration. And so I would hope, Democrat or Republican, whoever follows President Trump, would also continue to recognize the real slaughter of Christians that is occurring in Biafra. The way I look at it is this way. There are two possibilities. Number one, either the Nigerian government is directly and purposely slaughtering the Christians in Biafra. The second possibility is the Nigerian government is too weak to prevent the slaughter of Christians in Biafra. Either way, however, the fact remains that there is an ongoing genocide. If the Nigerian government is purposely and directly seeking genocide against Biafra, then the United States must recognize Biafra to help protect it. And if the Nigerian government is a failed state and too weak to prevent the actions of the Fulani militias, then the United States should stop recognizing the fiction of Nigeria and recognize the independence of Biafra. In reality, Nigeria is a colonial empire. It's an artificial state, and it's a failed state. The fact of the matter is, it's time to continue the full decolonization of Western Africa, and that means allowing Biafra, Amazonia to be free.
Thank you very much, Doctor. What are your thoughts on the interconnection between the Nigerian Christian persecution issue and how it ties in with Biafran aspiration?
Well, look, Biafra didn't simply form a few years ago. It's not simply the product of a diaspora community meeting in Finland. The fact of the matter is Biafra has always existed, and we can go back to the 18th century, if not before, and we find evidence of Biafra and recognition of Biafra on European maps and elsewhere. But certainly, Biafra showed its desire back in 1967, and unfortunately, for cynical reasons relating to the Cold War, for cynical reasons relating to Nigeria and its economy, we have a situation in which Nigeria was quite literally allowed to get away with murder, allowed to get away with genocide. One of the problems that we see when we fail to recognize genocide when it occurs, when we fail to delegitimize the ideology that leads to that genocide, is it ensures a repetition of that genocide. After World War II, the German Nazi Party was stigmatized, and the Germans were forced to come to account with what they did. The problem we have in Nigeria is that too many countries have given Nigeria an excuse not to recognize its own responsibility for the first genocide in Biafra. And because of that, the ideology has continued and it has amplified to the point where we now have the second genocide in Biafra. The moral compromise of people like the president of Finland is shameful. The moral compromise of Anthony Blinken when he was Secretary of State was shameful, especially because he used his own father-in-law's experience in the Holocaust as part of his claim to moral standing when he became Secretary of State. The fact of the matter is, there will not be peace in Nigeria until Biafra is free. And it is unfair for everyone in Biafra to have to suffer through a second Nigerian genocide, a second Biafra genocide at the hands of the Nigerian government, simply because diplomats want to be polite and want to make their oil deals and their other trade deals. The Christians of Nigeria should not be sacrificed so that some Europeans can make a quick contract.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I'm so encouraged with your words, your expertise, and your knowledge. I hope people are listening and learning from the expert and for who care for humanity. Thank you. The Biafra Republic government in exile, Brgie, heavily invests in time and energy and in high-level engagement in Washington, D.C. While the New Biafra movement has existed since the late 90s, a professional engagement campaign led by Brgie in Washington, D.C. is a very recent phenomenon, being less than 2 years old. Due to this change in strategy, in some ways, we have more sources in the past 2 years than the previous 20. We have two questions relating to this. Can you explain to the Biafran people why educating U.S. officials on the Biafra issue is critical?
Well, first of all, what you say is absolutely true. I personally, of course, am not Biafran, and so I'm not going to comment on internal Biafran politics. What I would say, however, is that whatever one's political belief as a Biafran, the most important thing is education of people outside Biafra, of people outside Nigeria, to understand the Biafran cause. And there's absolutely no doubt that great progress has been made over the last 2 or 3 years on the issue. Now, there's been two issues or two dynamics that have allowed to this success. The first is the lobbying campaign that the Biafran community in exile has undertaken in Washington. You have made people aware. You don't need to spin. You don't need to create facts. All you need to do is educate. Because unfortunately, the Nigerian government is creating the facts with its own perpetuation of genocide in Biafra. Frankly, however, the Biafran community has also become lucky in Washington simply because of the sheer incompetence of the Nigerian embassy. The fact of the matter is, there is not an embassy more lazy in Washington, D.C. than the Nigerian embassy. Even when I talk to State Department officials who do not necessarily agree with the idea of an independent Biafran state, they will acknowledge that the reason why the Biafran cause has sunk such deep roots now in Washington, D.C. is not only because of the lobbying efforts, but also because the Nigerian government has not managed to contradict or explain any of the assertions made by the Biafran community or its own Nigerian actions. So the fact of the matter is, you have had great success. And the reason why this is important is because genocide happens in the dark. When you shine a light on the slaughter of Christians in villages and towns in Biafra, then their deaths are not in vain. There is accountability. We can look at any number of episodes. Kosovo in 1999 with Bill Clinton, or more recently, the military action in Iran. And we can recognize the importance of understanding how the slaughter of a country's own people led to intervention. And so, in the case of Nigeria, while no one is talking about intervention right now, the fact of the matter is people are talking about sanctions against Nigeria. And frankly, the Biafran case for independence is going to become even more important as an element of U.S. national security, as a U.S. interest. If the government in Mali falls, then we are going to refocus on the problem of jihadism, of Al-Qaeda, of Islamic extremism, of the Islamic State in West Africa. And while, of course, Mali and Nigeria do not share a direct border, the fact of the matter is that if Mali becomes a safe haven for Al-Qaeda, Nigeria is going to be its target. And if the Nigerian government is as incompetent and as permeated by Islamists as we've seen over the last several years, then the United States, not for reasons directly of religious freedom, but for reasons of stability and security in West Africa, will have absolutely no reason, no choice, but to recognize the state of Biafra as an independent country.
Wow. Thank you very much. And the Nigerian terrorist government, they always make our job easier for us. The Biafra Republic government in exile has a transactional approach in engaging the U.S. government, making a beneficial offers in the areas of defense, security, and natural resources in exchange for U.S. political support, similar to what Somaliland is doing. What are your thoughts on this approach?
Well, look, when it comes to the aspirations of Biafra, just like when it comes to the aspirations of Somaliland, another country which had suffered genocide, in this case at the hands of dictator Siad Barre, who, by the way, after he was overthrown, was granted asylum by the government of Nigeria, a fellow genocidaire government. The fact of the matter is, Biafra and its lobby should make any number of arguments because different policymakers in Washington will be motivated by different ideas. There's not a magic formula. Personally, the morality of the Biafran cause matters to me. To the evangelical Christian community, solidarity matters, the protection of Christians. But you're absolutely right, Mr. Prime Minister. And Biafra has a lot to offer. And the point is that Biafra needs to do what is in Biafran interests. It needs to have a symbiotic relationship with the United States. And if that means a military base for the strategic Gulf of Guinea, if that means energy deals with American companies, that's fine. The fact of the matter is, we should be supporting you for practical, realpolitik reasons. We should be supporting you for moral reasons. We should be supporting you for security reasons. All of them go together in a way that is beneficial to both countries.
Thank you very much, Doctor. As a follow-up to the previous question, Brgie have offered the U.S. military base in Biafran territory. which would provide the US valuable access to the Gulf of Guinea, which we know is very, very important. We believe this is valuable given increased terrorism in West Africa and the loss of US presence in the Sahel. This idea of having US military base in Biafra has been spoken about by foreign policy experts in Washington, D.C. What do you think of this idea?
I think it's a very good idea. Realistically, the United States isn't going to establish a military base before much more formal recognition of Biafran autonomy, if not independence. That said, I would add to your litany of reasons why this is important that the Gulf of Guinea is now the international hub of piracy. And therefore, it becomes extremely important to the security, to the freedom of navigation, to the energy flow. Now, technically speaking, when it comes to maritime law, piracy is an act that occurs 12 miles outside of a country's borders, once it's outside on the high seas, outside of its territorial waters. What Nigeria has done is categorize many of the acts of piracy as occurring inside its territorial waters in order to depress the statistics. But the fact of the matter is, Nigeria, number one, is dishonest with regard to its security. It's become a major source of instability in the region. And at the same time, Biafra has the resources which Nigeria wants to loot. The dynamic which the United States has to be very careful about is this. We've seen, for example, in both Pakistan and to a lesser extent Egypt, governments demanding that the United States assist them with defeating extremists. And in a way, it's a dynamic of extortion. Pakistan supports the Taliban, for example, and then demands that the United States gives its security assistance to defeat the Taliban. But it's never going to defeat the Taliban because it wants the billions of dollars in American security assistance. What the Nigerian government wants to do is similar. It wants to, on one hand, promote and catalyze the Fulani militias and other Islamist extremists in the Middle Belt, in the north, and in Biafra. And it will say, you need to give us millions, billions of dollars for our military in order to defeat this threat. But it's like the arsonists saying, you need to give us millions of dollars, billions of dollars to put out a wildfire without admitting that they themselves started it. So what the United States needs to do, military base or not, is to call the bluff, the cynicism of Abuja. It needs to tell the Nigerians, we know what your game plan is, and we reject it. And the fact of the matter is, you have become a terror sponsor. You should be designated a state sponsor of terrorism. And we have concluded that the only way to protect the security and stability, as well as the Christian community, is to recognize Biafra.
Thank you very much, Doctor. For years, the Nigerian government has used terrorism in the country as an excuse to ask for arms sale to Nigeria. Instead of using the weapon to fight Boko Haram, either the Nigerian government will use the weapon to engage in military action against the Biafrans, or provide those weapons to so-called reintegrated terrorists. Now, there is a shift towards direct U.S. counter-terrorism action in Nigeria, perhaps reflecting concern about the Nigerian military intention. What are your thoughts regarding arms sales to Nigeria? Should they be blocked or at least conditions attack that U.S. arm cannot be used against the Biafrans and Christian population?
Well, look, at a minimum, they need to be conditioned. The fact of the matter is, however, that the Nigerian government probably wouldn't adhere to those conditions. Look, I mean, when push comes to shove, the Nigerian government needs to be held accountable for its own actions. And the Nigerian army has been shown not to be a reliable security force. What I would do is challenge the Nigerian government. I would demand that any weapon sales be preconditioned on the arrest, the trial, and the conviction of any Nigerian officer, any Nigerian soldier who has participated in human rights violations against the people of Biafra. And if the Nigerian government isn't serious enough about rooting out the corruption and the terrorism within its own armed forces, then Mr. Prime Minister, under no circumstances should they get a single weapon or salary assistance to their military, because it's clear that they're insincere and they're playing a double game.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Can the Biafra military force, the Biafra Defense Force, Biafra Liberation Army be an alternative for U.S. in the area to the Nigerian military, similar to how the Kudus have been helpful to the U.S. in the Middle East? Should the U.S. military train and professionalize the Biafran force into a professional counter-terrorism force? We have proposed this to U.S. government for consideration.
I would say that that is a good aspiration for the future. Realistically, until the United States recognizes the autonomy of Biafra, it's unlikely that you're going to get U.S. trainers descending into Biafra the way they have in Iraqi Kurdistan, or more recently in Somaliland. But you're absolutely right. Biafra should have the ability to defend itself to the best of its ability, especially if its neighbor cannot be trusted and indeed is the main threat to its security.
Thank you very much, Doctor. The government of Nigeria has relationship with U.S. adversaries, including the Islamic Republic of Iran. In fact, Nigeria at one point brought Iranian officials into the parts of Biafra which remained under government control last year. Nigeria is also trying to bring a Turkish military presence into the country. This is unacceptable to the Biafra Republic government in exile. We are eager to work with the U.S. to counter this malign influence. Should the U.S. also view supporting Biafra as combating malign foreign influences, such as from Iran?
Yes, although, frankly, I see Turkey as a much greater threat right now. Turkey entered, for example, Somalia with the argument that it was going to bring peace and security to Somalia. But what Turkey did was empower al-Shabaab to the point where you cannot even go from the Turkish-controlled green zone at Mogadishu's international airport to the Villa Somalia, just a couple kilometers away, because al-Shabaab controls the territory in between. If Turkish forces, if Turkish advisors enter Nigeria, they are not going to bring peace and security. They are going to empower Boko Haram. Their weaponry is going to end up with Boko Haram, and they are going to catalyze the slaughter of the Christians in Biafra. If Turkey cannot even acknowledge the Armenian genocide, how can you trust them with the lives of the Christians in Biafra?
Thank you very much, Doctor. And I believe that every finger is pointed to Nigerian government or as a regime as Iranian regime. So Nigeria is Iranian part 2. So they share the same ideology. So arming the or supporting the Nigerian military is actually supporting terrorism against the Biafran Christians and even the Nigerian Christians. Thank you very much. In addition to the United States, which sovereign state do you think Biafra should cultivate relationship with? For example, Biafra has a historical relationship with Israel, and Israel is currently a natural ally for us.
Look, ultimately, who recognizes Biafra and who Biafra recognizes is an issue of strategy. Certainly, Israel makes sense, but look, I mean, the fact of the matter is, African countries should support the Biafran cause as well, because Nigeria is simply a colonial empire under the guise of being an independent African state. The fact of the matter is, the way Nigeria has acted disqualifies it from the full recognition of the African Union and all of the member states. If I were Biafran, I would look at other states in the region that perhaps have reason to understand the threat which Biafra has been under. Somaliland as a victim of genocide. The Namibians were also victims of genocide. In the future, one might look at countries that have had difficulties between sectarian communities, like the Central African republics. And who knows, maybe in the future, big heavyweights in the region, like Ethiopia or South Africa, will understand that their future and their interest lies with the creation of Biafra rather than tying themselves to a country like Nigeria. The way I think about Nigeria is this. It's almost as if someone breaks into a fancy automobile and instead of stealing the sound system on the automobile, takes the dead carcass of a cat from the back seat. Nigeria today is like that dead carcass of a cat. And no one wants to have to rely on it. I mean, Biafra is the country of the future.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Are there other independence movement or non-state actors you think Biafra should have relationship with? We have contact with the Ambazonia. Somaliland is being pointed out as a successful example.
Well, I mean, certainly Somaliland is successful. And the reason Somaliland is successful is, like Biafra, it has a clear history and clear borders. And it also has a national unity that is born from the trauma of the initial genocide. And Ambazonia makes sense as well, simply because, look, Ambazonia should be independent. Cameroon had its opportunity, and it failed in its compact, much like Mogadishu, Somalia, failed to uphold its contract. And when you fail to uphold your contract, the contract is violated, and then you can go in the other direction. So when it comes to Ambazonia, I mean, absolutely, they have every right to be independent, and frankly, their national history is going to be tied to Biafra's and vice versa, and it makes sense if both countries support each other as they struggle for independence. I mean, it's the English expression, the whole is greater than the sum of the parts.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And I know your time is limited. I wish we can have you all day here because your words, is whoever don't learn from what you're saying and especially your experience on this very particular field, you're actually saying everything with facts. And that's exactly what is happening because in the world we live today, people are shy away from speaking the truth, saying the way it is. Thank you, Doctor. Biafrans and people around the world are closely monitoring the war in Iran. You have written extensively about the Iranian democratic opposition, including Reza Pahlavi. What lesson do you think the Biafrans can learn from the successes and missteps of the Iranian opposition, both of which you have wrote about?
Okay. I've criticized Reza Pahlavi, a man who I've known for almost 30 years, because, number one, the disorganization of his office. If you cannot organize your own office, how do you expect to organize a country? That's point number one. Point number two is I believe that Reza Pahlavi, or at least many of his aides, became a little bit too comfortable in exile. I've compared them to the White Russians from the time of the Bolshevik Revolution, where many of the exiles would talk about revolution, talk about returning, but really they wanted to attend the cocktail parties and the social scene in European capitals. I don't see the same mistake occurring with the Biafrans. I see the Biafrans as much more willing to sacrifice for their own country. And we see that because so many Biafrans are fighting. I mean, not just with words, not just with television cameras, but also literally fighting for their own survival right now. And so ultimately, I see a cohesiveness within the Biafran diaspora. The only warning I would have, again, is the only message which the American audience should hear, which the European audience should hear, is about the justness of the Biafran cause. If there are disputes politically within the Biafran diaspora, those should be handled internally. And ultimately, those will be decided when there is a referendum or elections in an independent Biafra. But it's not the job of any Biafran official to complain about any other Biafran official. And one of the reasons that I believe that the Biafran movement has been successful so far, again, is because the Biafrans have been keeping their focus, at least to the American audience, on the broader principles. Too many people among Reza Pahlavi in Iran have started attacking other opposition figures without understanding that the only adversary which they should be targeting is the Islamic Republic of Iran and its murderous regime. And so in this, I commend the wisdom of the Biafran diaspora for recognizing that the principle has to come above the politics.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Doctor. I know we have thrown a lot of questions on you. In conclusion, do you have a final message to Biafran people? And Biafran people love you so much. You have been in their midst several times, and they appreciate you being on VOB, on Politic Insight today. What is the final message you have for Biafran people? Thank you.
Look, my final message is this. Every dictator wakes up, every Democrat wakes up knowing when his term in office is going to end. Every dictator wakes up knowing that today will be his last. Over the years, I've had the ability to interview people. Lech Walesa in Poland, for example. People in Iraq after the fall of Saddam Hussein, and others. And what they say is, we fought and we fought and we fought. And sometimes it seemed hopeless. But then when the change happened, it happened much faster than anyone expected it would. And I suspect the same thing is going to happen with regard to Nigeria. and the collapse of Nigeria. It may seem far off, and diplomats, American diplomats, European diplomats, may seem to almost with tunnel vision just support the status quo. But as Nigeria collapses, it will be amazing how quickly things change. And so it behooves the Biafran community not only to advocate for their cause, but to plan for the day after. So when the Republic of Biafra is internationally recognized, it can start its operation right away. Its ministries, its economic philosophy, its legal code will all be prepared so that Biafra and the Republic of Biafra will be successful. And in that, I have no doubt that you will. The human capital, the intelligence, the lived experience of the Biafrans put them in a category much closer to Somaliland than to a country like South Sudan, which failed almost as soon as it began. And so I commend everything the Biafran community is doing in order to preserve its national rights and in order to protect the livelihood of the Christians who are now undergoing an ongoing tragedy.
Thank you very much, Michael, Senior Fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. We really appreciate you, and we are honored to have you in VOB. I know this what we went through before the interview. We have some difficulty at the time, and we appreciate your patience. We love you very much. Keep doing the good work to save the minority, also Christians that have been persecuted, even non-Christian. God will reward you. Humanity love you. On behalf of the Biafran people, I'm saying a very big thank you. And the global community that know what you are doing, they love you very much because we know you are doing this from the bottom of your heart. And we have heard all you said, and we believe that those viewers that are listening and the U.S. government, they know the right thing to do because Iran of Africa is Nigeria. And if Nigeria is not disintegrated after taking down the terrorists over the Sahel without, on the Middle East, without dealing with Nigeria terrorists, because Nigeria have been a safe haven for the terrorists. Even they have Hezbollah in Nigeria, over 22 terrorist groups. So after Iran, we believe Nigeria should be next, and Biafran people should be free, and every minority in that region deserves to also get their freedom. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. And I also want to let Biafrans know that Marco here, Michael Rubin here, acknowledged the success of Biafra Republic government in Washington, of which we have been spreading the gospel, educating U.S. officials, because some Biafrans are not aware of this. And thank God that you yourself, you acknowledge it, that the work of our lobby, taking us to Washington, D.C. is paying off. Thank you very much, Marco. Honorable Minister of Information, please, before we let Michael Ruby go, we have, we run out of time already. So just go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Michael Rubin, and we appreciate you so much. The Biafran people love you from the bottom of our heart. But there is something that is bothering us, the Biafran people. How is it possible that you predict the future?
Well, we don't predict the future. You need to work for the future. And that's what gives me such hope when I see the Biafrans work to that common goal.
Wow, thank you very much. In 2025, you said after Mali, Nigeria fall is the next. And today what you said has come to pass. That is why I asked the first question. How do you do it? The same way you had written and predicted about Iraq, Iran, and many other countries and many other nations, most especially every conquest agenda team that has to come to Islamize the entire nation. You're always on it. Michael, What is the secret of how you go about getting these facts aligned that they come to pass the right way?
There is no secret. Look, I'm not a diplomat. I put diplomacy aside. Foreign policy needs to be based on reality and not wishful thinking. And when it comes to, and certainly not greed and commercial contracts. So when it comes to Alexander Stubb, it's clear that he's motivated by commercial contracts. When it comes to Anthony Blinken, there was too much wishful thinking. All one needs to do is look at what's happening on the ground in a country like Mali or in a country like Nigeria, and then that's the only thing which you should base your analysis on, even if it makes people, even if it's uncomfortable, even if it makes officials in Abuja uncomfortable. You only need to work in the realm of reality, and that's what I try to do.
Thank you, Michael. I did ask one very important question to our previous guest, and I'll also throw it to you. Is it advisable to reintegrate Boko Haram terrorists or Islamic jihadist terrorists into the military formation, because this is what Nigerian government are doing?
No, it's not wise. It would be self-defeating, and ultimately it would be laundering terrorists. Those who are in Boko Haram should be held accountable for any violence which they perpetrated, and those who were kidnapped into Boko Haram or who may not have been directly involved in violence should be rehabilitated, but not under arms in the military. And countries like Rwanda and countries like Morocco both have experience in how to accomplish this. The one thing one should not do is put them in the military when they have been indoctrinated into the ideology and into the extremism of Boko Haram.
Thank you, Michael. I leave it there because of time, and we are so happy to have had you on the show. Prime Minister, over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mike. Really appreciate, and hopefully in near future, we have you on VOB again, where we might have more time, because your word and your insight, your knowledge is encouraging, it's uplifting.
Schools, please save our lives. Our people's lives are in danger. Thank you very much, sir.
Senator. Good to have you back again, and this is Voice of Biafra Television, live. It is Saturday, and we shall be joining the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile live from Washington, D.C. Prime Minister, can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much. Welcome to Voice of Biafra TV. You may go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Information. Before our regular exercise that we do every Saturday, of which we all know why we do what we do on Saturday, is to raise a fund we can use to help our people in Biafra land, because we must be free. And we expect everyone to be part of this great movement, please. Fellow citizens, greeting from here. On behalf of Biafra Republic Government in Exile, the entire cabinet, both home and abroad, the de facto government, we greet you. And we want to say, those that are fighting for Biafra, please kindly keep fighting. Our freedom is here, very close, nearer than before. Freedom is not given, freedom is taken. And I'm glad, and I believe you are, that we all are seeing the end of Nigeria. Nigeria is falling apart every day. Every day. And what is the government of Nigeria doing? They are not protecting the life of the citizens. They are not protecting the life of Biafran Christian nor the life of Nigeria Christian. Do you know the reason why? Because the Nigerian government is insecurity. They are part and parcel of the foundation of these terrorists. Nigeria have been marked out to be Islamized. And you as a Biafran, will you allow this terrorist state of Nigeria to Islamize you? Doesn't it break your heart when you see how your people have been massacred, Biafran Christian, or even these Nigerian Christians, those that believe in Nigeria? But we Biafrans, we don't believe in Nigeria. Nigeria have failed us for over 100 years. Nothing we can boast or rejoice or be glad how Nigeria have helped us. Because of time, I wish Minister of Information, I will actually love you to play the video of this so-called man of God, this Odumeje. It's true that Odumeje mentioned Nigeria while he was addressing his church, but Odumeje 100% understand that he is a Biafran. Odumeje said, time of keeping quiet is over. But one problem I have with these people is that today they talk about, they'll be telling you something else and they're doing something else. Like that pastor already know that Nigeria is a failed state, nothing is working. Why don't he support Biafra? Please, Minister of Information, provide the video if you can find it. So Odumeje actually speak from both side of his mouth, condemning Nigeria. Even Odumeje made it clear that Nigeria have no government. How will a country built on faulty foundation have a government? There is no way. Nigeria have failed us. And we don't want to fail ourselves. Nigeria have disappointed us. We don't want to disappoint ourselves. Please, you as a Biafra, seeing what is happening in the entire Nigeria today, is it not high time you sing hallelujah, support your freedom, knowing that your freedom is here? We saw a group of people a few days ago protesting about saving Nigeria, about how Nigeria will be better. Some are actually crying out loud, talking about this president called Tinubu, that Tinubu must go. Tinubu go where? The same people that are protesting a few days ago, they campaigned for him, they supported him, they voted for him. Instead of this group of people that already know the solution. The solution is for us to go our separate ways. The North can be better off on their own. The Middle Belt, they are good in agriculture. They can be better off. The Oduduwa Republic, they also have resources that they can live on with. If we all go our separate way, we will all excel. Our future, Biafran Christian future, will be bright like never before. The Middle Belt will be better off. These Yoruba people will be better off. The Southwest, wherever they go around the world, they contribute to that society. What about the Islamic jihadist terrorists? Where have you seen them contributing to any society that they found themselves? Just yesterday, the ongoing World Cup, Oduduwa Republic son actually participated and he scored 2 goals for United States of America. Have you seen anyone from this Islamic jihadist terrorists well in any country across the globe? The answer is no. The Yoruba people, they can be better off. We Biafran can be better off as well. For that reason, fund your freedom. In a few minutes' time, we'll be doing our regular exercise. Please kindly join so you can fund your freedom. Because Nigeria is burning. It can never be better. And for those doing protests, talking about Tinubu must go, Tinubu is going nowhere. He's their brother. He's their father. He is their hero. He is there to help Biafra to come. Tinubu, keep doing what you are doing. Because what you are doing makes us have hope. Because what is happening in Nigeria today, if that don't happen, people of that region will now get freedom. The entity called Nigeria is a disgrace. That entity must be destroyed. But the people, the inhabitants of the land, they can be saved. They can get a better life. If they realize that them freeing themselves from Nigeria will save their life, just like Titanic, only those that are able to find their way to getting in the life-saving boats, they are the one that were saved from that horrible stuff that happened, to Titanic ship that carried thousands of people. We need to jump out of Nigeria, because if we don't exit Nigeria, Nigeria will exit us by eliminating us, by killing us. A former commander, I think it's a general or Major Kunle, I believe, on our VOB today, you can hear him talking about how the Nigerian terrorists colluded, how they are part of what is happening in Nigeria today. The leaders of that country, they don't care about the innocent Biafran Christians nor Nigerian Christians that have been massacred. Even Tinubu that claimed that his wife is a pastor that don't even care about these innocent children that have been murdered, beheaded. I don't know how Remi Tinubu sleep. I don't know how Tinubu sleep. If God can help me a little bit, if God can help the Biafran people, of which He already be helping us by exposing the atrocity of Nigeria, by letting Nigeria, those that identify as themselves as Nigeria and the terrorists, their brother, by allowing these terrorists to go after their so-called brother. Please, Biafra, fund your freedom. Support your freedom. Support your freedom. And for those Biafrans that have waking up like somebody like Peter Obi believe he well understand and he knew he is a Biafran, but he's just working for the interest of those that have paid him or those that are trying to sabotage our freedom, being the British government. Peter Obi was saying that Biafrans have the right to agitate. Biafra have the right to fight. But the same Peter Obi, Peter Obi, the same Peter Obi massacred Biafrans during the time of Mazur. Hypocrites, evil people. The same Peter Obi is talking about if he win the presidential election of Nigeria, then Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will be released. So Peter Obi wants Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to be in detention till 2027. You see what this evil man that is working with this terrorist country of Nigeria. What he have wished Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Biafrans at large. Please, Biafrans, don't be moved. Stand your ground. Don't let no one deceive you. Don't let no one bully you. As far as what is happening in Nigeria today, I love it. Let it keep happening. Let everywhere in that disgraced country start burning. That is what we help the indigenous. That is what we motivate the indigenous to start fighting for their freedom. Because some have not woken up to know that Nigeria is being mapped out to Islamize people that dwell or reside in that region. We, Biafra, we must exit. Lately, I don't used to be on social media the way I used to. Because what is coming out of social media is eyesore. I don't know where the Christian congregation is, from Pope in Rome to across the world. Are they not seeing the way Christians have been massacred, way Christians have been treated? Why are they not speaking up? The Sabo. Hypocrites everywhere. Some want to worship human beings, and why they are political correct. They want to live and dwell on political correctness in the expense of these innocent citizens that have been massacred, raped, butchered. It's not something we can cry about. We can only fight and be strong. The more we complain, the more about it, the more these people will kill us more. We just have to defend ourselves. As far as what is happening in Nigeria today, I love it. Let the fire burn. Look at what is happening in Sokoto. Indigenous citizens of that land are now running out of their land because the terrorists gave them ultimatum when to leave. What a shame! These people are parading themselves. They are free to walk anywhere they want to go. They have the monopoly, just like their terrorist brother called Dangote, Aliko Dangote. The Nigerian government, being a terrorist organization, being a terrorist government, they gave these Islamic jihadist terrorists, they gave them the number one priority or number one citizens of that land. They parade all streets, all neighborhood, city, county, freely. They work freely. Even on social media, they boast. They post how they massacred Biafrans, how they massacred anyone that don't want to convert to Islam. And you as a Biafran, you are not supporting. What is the difference between you and the terrorists if you are not supporting? Please, Biafrans, don't be moved. Don't let no one deceive you. Biafra is here. Biafra is only hope you have. Oh my God. Biafra is the hope you have. Biafra can only get it better for you. Nigeria is not even able to provide you basic amenity like electricity, good road, good infrastructure, good school system, good hospital, good cleaning water, good job. All what this government of Nigeria do is to promise you and fail, because they know people are just being stupid. Sorry that I used that word. But my question, why are these people fleeing from Sokoto? Why are some area in Sokoto now, they have been mandated to live by these terrorists? If somebody have whispered in your ears weeks, hours, days ago, months ago, that time is coming when people from the north, even Sokoto, will be running from their ancestral home. You will say how? Because the only language these jihadist terrorists know is the language of jihadism. Because it is a special war. It is what they believe that Allah said they must do. Jihadism, holy war. While you condemn their activity, while you condemn what they are doing, they are happy that they are doing it. Because it's part of their religion, it's part of what they are. Look at innocent citizens from Sokoto. But what is happening to them today? Some of the parents within this group, some of them actually gave birth to these terrorists. Remember what Gumi said, Sheikh Gumi. Gumi said these terrorists are their brothers. These terrorists are their brothers. Now look at what their brothers are doing to them. Please, Biafra, our freedom is here. Our freedom is in our hand. Don't let no one leave you. Nigeria can never walk in this generation. It can never work in next generation because the people of Biafra, they are from different background, different ideology, different value system, different religion. We speak different language from this Islamic jihadists from the north. We eat different food. We worship different God. We worship the God who created the heaven and earth, Jehovah Chineke, Kike Abiyama. We worship him in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Why these terrorists? They shout, Allah Akbar when they are killing people, raping people, beheading people. The word of Boko Haram means Western education is forbidden. Why Biafran Christians embrace the West? Why Biafran Christians embrace the United States of America and make them our number one ally? Why we embrace the Western civilization, the beautiful one that is built on Christian Judeo value? We don't practice Sharia. We don't know what is called Sharia. Sharia will actually kill us because we don't know anything. Sharia is just like an alien way of practice to us. Biafra, listen, fight for your freedom. Remember in the days of Noah, why God instructed Noah to talk to the people. God warned them through Noah that the flood is coming. Get in the flood. Repent. Instead of that, the people are doing buying and selling, giving daughters, sons to art for marriage, partying, celebrating. Until Noah and his family get in the ark, and God used the angel to seal the ark of Noah. Only those in that ark survived the flood. Those that don't listen at that time, they all perish. Biafra, wake up. Oduduwa Yoruba people, Southwest. We understand the role the Yoruba people played during the war. We don't wish them dead. We don't wish them evil. We pray that they wake up, rise up, demand for their freedom, demand for the right to live, demand for a separate country where they will be better off. But if they don't, what is happening to them today, let it continue. If that is what will bring Biafra. And you, Tinubu, you go nowhere. What Tinubu is doing is actually catapulting our freedom to the highest level. And Putobi trying to turn around to talk about if he win the election, he will release Mazin Nnamdi Kanu. Last few years ago, when Putobi was campaigning for election, he never mentioned Biafra. He never mentioned separatists. He never mentioned Mazin Nnamdi Kanu. Why now? Some of you that are sabotaging us, you need to repent when you have the time. You need to repent when it's not too late. Because we will never forget. The Bible says love your enemy like you love yourself. And the Bible also makes us to understand that God is God of vengeance, God of justice. The Bible also condemns terrorism, condemns evil people. The Bible also makes us to understand that the terrorists, the evil people will be perished. But only those that do the will of God will have everlasting life. We stand on the word of God, where God made it clear that the evil people will be perished. Biafra, find your freedom before it's too late. If you don't, our God who created the heaven and earth will be angry with you. Terrorists, they will take over our land, not just take over our land, they will kill us. Biafrans, we cannot come to social media every day ranting, shouting, wake up. Please, it's time that you do the right thing. Our freedom is in our hand, and it will not be given on a platter of gold. Sometimes we used to sing that as a song. In history of mankind, your freedom can be handed over to you. You have to fight it out. And for what is happening in Nigeria today, it's a welcome development. I love it because it helped my cause. It helped the cause of Biafran people. It helped us towards the freedom that we seek it. And for you, all those saboteurs that are sabotaging the freedom of Biafra, we will remember. We will never forget. We will never forget. That is the same reason why we are calling on all groups. Whether you are in AVID, AVID is not a government. AVID is a group from Biafra land. They can advocate, talk about the freedom of Biafra. And at the same time, they need to recognize Biafra Republic government as being the government of the people. If they want to come, join on board, the door is open. And we also call the 100 men. They can have their 100 men group as long as they don't interfere with the government activity, as long as they don't try to destroy, sabotage the government of Biafra. The IPOB group, they can have their group, put themselves together, and also support Biafra Republic government in Israel, because the government is also their government. All of them must not come and answer Brgie or join Brgie. But them in different groups can organize themselves and support the government of Biafra. Chief Owazurike Mazo. We also welcome their group to support Biafra Republic government in exile, because the only government of which I am the Prime Minister fighting very hard from Washington, D.C. The USP group, they can group themselves doing what they are doing as long as they are not interfering in Biafra Republic government in exile. A lot of members of this group are innocent. They do nothing wrong. Some of them are just being misled by their leaders, like Ngozi Orabeze, an evil woman who is trying to destroy what we are doing. Please, we encourage and call on all groups to come and work under Biafra Republic government in exile. The accountability groups, the independent medias, as long as you are Biafra, it don't matter what group you belong to, come and support your government. It is your government, it is our government, it is the government of the people, by the people, for the people. Please, Biafrans, we will be joining our fundraising very soon. We encourage every group, support your freedom. Support your freedom now than ever before. And those that are sabotaging what we are doing, desist from sabotaging what we are doing. The Biafra Republic government in exile will be the government that liberates Biafran people so that we can restore our lost glory, Republic of Biafra. Biafra is the only hope. There is no hope in Nigeria, and you can't stay in Biafra and hope in United States of America. It don't work like that. We need to be free. You can't stay in Singapore and want Singapore people to come and free you. You have to work hard to free yourself. Countries can only recognize you and support your effort. Please, there's an important announcement I'm going to make. In a few days' time, we'll be issuing a press statement and we'll detail everything about the lawsuit. Some individuals have sued Biafra Republic government in exile. It is a shame. We have a lot of mountain to climb. Some individuals are being hypocrites. The same people that said Biafra don't take Biafra to court, Biafra don't sue Biafra. What changed? That they sue Mazi Ogechukwunkere and Intafra. If you all think that this lawsuit is just against me, no. They are suing Biafra. We are not bothered about it because what they have there is nonsense. They don't have the legitimacy. The people in question that want to claim Brgie never belonged to them. The people in question, if you ask them, how did they register Brgie? They don't know. How much do they pay or contribute towards registration of Brgie? They don't know. I don't see how somebody will stay in Finland and want to claim ownership of government that was registered in the United States of America. Why didn't he register it in Finland? Why didn't he register in Finland? Biafra Republic government in exile, God have used me to rescue this movement and to rescue this government. God have used me to register Brgie can tell you time, date, when Brgie was registered. I can tell you how much that was spent, whether we prioritize the registration or whether we go the normal process. Those that are coming after me and Brgie, that Brgie belong to them, they don't have anything to prove that Brgie belong to them. Ask them, in the article of registration of this beautiful government, how many of them did the United States of America ask for their date of birth? How many of them? How many of them the United States of America ask for their social security number that control all their information? None of them. I registered Biafra Republic government in exile for Biafran people. It is an assignment that the Biafran people assign me to register Brgie. Please, those on social media, stop trying to make this a big deal. Biafra Republic government in exile is government of Biafra, and those individual lunatics that are suing us, shame unto them. They have proven that they are not here for Biafra. They have proven that they are saboteurs. From Simon to the least, they all should be ashamed of themselves. They should keep their ego, self-centeredness aside. Biafra Republic government was registered to fight and free Biafran people. And I can't stop fighting for you. And I have promised you that nothing will happen to Brgie. Because it is necessary that Biafra Republic government in exile and his grant to be able to carry the diplomatic work that is going in Washington, D.C. Please, those of you that are panicking that some individual have sued Biafra Republic government in exile, Simon and his group, those of you that are panicking, please stop panicking. Don't be afraid. Biafra Republic government in exile can never be destroyed. No one born of a woman. After all this pain, from 1967 to 1970, after all this pain, after all the massacre conducted by Nigeria and her allies, after the killing even today happening in Biafra land by these Islamic jihadist terrorists, after this pain they have put us through, you think I will abandon this movement? Do you think I will allow Simon Ekpa and those that have sued me to destroy Biafra Republic government in exile? It will never happen. Those from Simon and his group that sued Brgie, especially Simon is the one that said, Brgie don't sue, Biafra don't sue Biafra. He reminded me about Emeka Livingstone. He said, when Emeka Livingstone stole our flag from the office, the beautiful office where I am, in USA here, do we sue him? The same man is suing me. Wonder shall never end. Those that are claiming Brgie, you cannot claim the government of Biafra. The government of Biafra belongs to Biafran people. And they have given us a mandate. And the mandate is to restore the Republic of Biafra. Brgie going nowhere. Brgie cannot be transferred to those that will sabotage this movement. The whole Brgie tight. Biafra Republic government in exile have been the worst nightmare of the Nigerian government. Biafra Republic government in exile have been the worst nightmare of all the sabos that are directly or indirectly working in favor of Nigeria. All those in in the lawsuit suing Brgie, Biafra Republic government in Ezra, they are sabotaging these grace courts one way or the other. If Simon have a problem with Brgie, why not he wait upon his release? We'll fix things, we'll work things out. For him not even being part of Brgie, it is a good thing. If anything happens, so he won't be held accountable while he is imprisoned by the enemy of Biafra. All of them, these lunatics that are suing Brgie, should be ashamed of themselves. I, Mazioge Chukwunkere, I will be their last. They underestimate me, thinking that I can't do nothing. But seeing the success, the result, what Biafra Republic government in Ezra have accomplished with Biafran cabinet is making them go gaga. They are not happy with our achievement. We have educated United States of America on what the Nigerian terrorist state is doing towards the Biafran leaders, of which America is coming after, Nigeria is coming after me. Now, Simon Ekwa and the group coming after me. The same Mazioge Chukwunkere, the same Biafra Republic government in Ezra that is having meeting with US government, trying to see how we can save the Biafran Christians. Please, don't worry about this. I will call it a shithole claim that they have claimed in their lawsuit about how Brgie belong to them. They want Brgie back. If they know Biafra Republic government in Ezra belong to them, why do they go and open another organization in Ohio, August, I believe August or September 2025? We cannot allow them have Brgie. Brgie cannot go to do sabotaging our movement. I will hold it tight for Biafran people. It is a mandate given to me. And if this is what I do till I die, I will do it. I'm not regretting anything at all. Please, thank you, Biafrans. In a few days, we will be getting a press release to address the details of the lawsuit. But for those that sue Biafra Republic government in Ezra, they should be ashamed of themselves. They are not fighting for Biafras. As it stands, they have betrayed this great movement. We'll keep marching, we'll keep moving forward until our freedom is totally restored. Please kindly join this fundraising so you can support your people, so you can support Biafra. Our Honorable Minister of Information, I don't know if we have time to play any other video to show what is happening in Nigeria currently, because every day there is too many video emanating from that country. A lot is just happening. It's disheartening. People don't supposed to be massacred, killed the way they've been killed by these Islamic jihadist terrorists. They are now everywhere. And actually, Biafra land happened to be safer because of the security BDF we have in our land. And we need to fund, do whatever we can to support our vulnerable ones back home. We need to do whatever we can for us to totally be free. If there is time, you play a short video, or if you just want to play a few minutes of that Odumeje, that would be very, very, very nice of you. But if not, just kindly let me know. Please let me know so that we can.
I can play the Odumeje.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and play the video. Please, Biafrans, listen very, very well, okay? Please listen to this video of Odumeje, how he was lamenting and everything he said there since. but he knew that Biafra is the answer. So if they can come forward and just make it clear that all we need is Biafra. But because of their security and where they are, some of them are being careful and they choose their choice of war. Thank you very much.
We voted you in there to manage our resources. No security. Many of our students are in the bush, kidnapped. In Nigeria, nobody know the bush who are you deceiving. Stop this thing. And you saw people moving daily basis, senator, governor, president, nobody care. And everybody is campaigning for the next position of the seat we occupy. It is not talking about how to go and bring these people inside the bush. He will show the people that voted him in there to go and represent them, to protect them. They will be inside the bush and they put knife in their neck, killing them daily basis. Which kind government? Which kind leadership? We are fathers, and I'm a prophet. I die for the truth. Look at a bandit making a request to a government. Hey, but now, yeah, government now. Yeah, government now. Yeah, business. And government is negotiating with the criminal, with the bandit. You will look for them and kill them. Giving a government and telling government, this is our request. If you refuse, yeah, God, I am a father. And when you talk about the facility to know what is called leadership, I have them A1. And look at the bandit. In a country they call one Nigeria. Who do one Nigeria help? And a particular people, bandit, requesting that they need Sharia law. Yeah. They want to Islamize us. We don't have much time to live here on earth. And this little time we have, we need it to fight for the freedom of our children. Even if you die for it, we do not care. We have lived life 20 years, 30 years, 50 years. What are you living for? What you ask yourself in that age of your 50 years, what have I done for the country? The reason why God bring us here on earth and put every facility on this earth is for all to use it to help ourselves. No 24 hours light in Nigeria. No good road in Nigeria. No security in Nigeria. When a government do a load that they do with your money, they will be posting it. We are working. Brgie, which country in the whole world now are posting the main load they do? Tell me. Countries has gone far. Go to China. You saw what they call country. You saw what they call you call government. Every day these people are going to nuclear. These people are going to digital world. Our government don't learn any good thing from other countries. Only thing we know how we share our money. A bandit requesting in the bush. In a country, soldier, police, a lot of military are there. This country did not belong to anybody. It did not belong to any governor. It did not belong to any president. It belongs to you and I. Any president will come and go. Governors will come and go. Senate, but we are there. Everybody acquire the money the way they want. After you step, they will left, and we continue where we are. No 24 hours light. No good road. Since Nigeria happened today, we are still shouting up and up. Each generation are doing that kind of thing. Look at ordinary Ghana here. Ghana are enjoying 24 hours light. Ghana will pursue away from our country. Our children go to internet. You will see bandits vetoing themselves, lifting their gun, threatening the country and the people, and telling you there is nothing you can do. Yeah, and we keep quiet. Our brother Nnamdi Kanu saying it from long time. They say what this man is talking about. Now Yoruba are running headquarters in their own state. Hausa are running headquarters. Nobody go for farm. When good people talking, listening to them. But come here in this altar, any church pastor in this Nigeria all the big pastor, redeemed, all winners. This is not time. Dunamis, this is not time for the people that you people gather. You keep quiet not to tell them the truth. We have to wake up and request for a good government. We have to wake up. People are living in fear in their villages. So the villagers are coming out in township. Nobody stays in the village. If you're keeping your family in the village, you are on your own. No, we are not developing at all. More evil are skyrocketing. I thought that as government are still moving forward, like tomorrow will be better than yesterday. I thought after the independence now, we are heading to the where we are going to. For now, we were challenging Russia in development, challenging America in development. The money is there, the resources is there, the oil is there, but people are using it for themselves and their family. Their children are in overseas. If they are sick, their doctor, they will fly to overseas. When you that have that own the resources, you are sick, you go to a new hospital. Why are they flying to overseas? But we voted them in for a good development. And you come and tell me, I'm governor, I'm a senator. But in the time of election, you are looking for people. Every youth, every Nigerians, the good Nigerians, let us get together and bring a good government. A good government that will bring development for us. A good government that can make investors. Because what bring investors? The foreigners can never come down here to invest. Yeah? Look at foreigners. They go to Dubai. Every country that you see, amen, today, that is working, developing, it is foreigner. Investors come because their governor, their president, put the facilities in order. A good road, 24 hours light. What did it take for? It's not your money. It is our money. You don't work for it. If to talk the truth, you will die. Let's talk that truth. A bandit. But if it's anybody that will be tracked down and put a track on ya, ozubo, a man of government in a law, onya yejide, aman onya no a bandit open up an internet and you saw our leader carry money, go and negotiating. This is not our leadership. Who are you deceiving? They are named people. We are fathers and we must give account every time. Our children, when we old, our children, look at videos of our father Jubu flying, and we are proud of him because everything that make him to fight, you are seeing it today. Injustice to Igbo people. Nothing I've ever give to you. This is what led to that war. Give my people their rights. Seaport, international airport, go to Lagos every blessed day and they develop things. Go to Abuja, investors are coming. They are building skypass. No one in Igbo land, no seaport, no international airport, no visa embassy in Igbo land. Nenum choice of visa in Jebe Lagos. Which government? Choice of visa in Jebe Abuja. In a country that talking about one, look at the Jomazia in a when a politics. Look at the Joma, Omo mother, because Obolo governor, Obolo senator, Obolo president, Oya Keka Jeme election, ne Guanya ya vote for me. It's not your brother. Can a Chechinos or what is your motofa? On your own and go bulletproof. On your go bulletproof, on your quite bulletproof because this is our money. Or else I get a bulletproof, which also or guy bulletproof. Because if you go to foreign countries, if you don't have a job, the government will pay you until they bring their job to so that you shall not be a criminal. Is it not true? What make people to be a criminal? Is it not because of no job? When hunger Ago to the lonya or chonyo yezulegia wejegoluni. That's why I used to ask them, what have you provided for the youth?
Thank you, Minister of Information. I believe every Biafran realized that Nigeria is not working. Odumeje, if you listen to what he just said, no seaport workable in Biafra land. No good international airport. If you have to travel out of Biafra land, you either go to Lagos or Abuja. Because this terrorist country, they don't recognize the people of Biafra. They just want the resources from our land. They don't care about us. So we Biafra, please, it's time we found our freedom. And like I said earlier, all other groups, organize yourself, be doing what you are doing. But remember and recognize your government, Biafra Republic government in Israel. We need everyone's support. Because we are the one carrying the load from Washington, D.C. We are the one United States of America is currently working with. And this is the government they know. And please, all saboteurs, desist from your evil way. Stop sabotaging this great movement. And for what is happening in Nigeria, especially in Southwest, it's a welcome development. Because we Biafrans expected this to happen. We have warned them, the game plan of this Islamic jihadist terrorists, not knowing that this terrorist is their brother, not knowing that they love these terrorists, they want to live and work with these terrorists. Until they make a U-turn to fight for their freedom, they will not be free. We can't live in a country where bandits negotiate with the government. We can't live in a country like Nigeria, where Nigerian government pay these terrorists billions of naira. They are actually helping these terrorists to acquire more weapons. They embolden these terrorists to keep killing innocent Christians. We are not Nigeria. We can never be Nigeria. Please stop fighting Mazoge Chukunkire. Stop fighting Biafra Republic government in Ezra. Stop fighting the people of Biafra. You that is fighting me, if you take me down, what will you gain from it? The same way Nigerian terrorist government go after Simon Ekpa in Finland. Now Simon Ekpa from prison is coming after Biafra Republic government in Ezra and Mazoge Chukunkire. So if we condemn the Nigerian terrorist state, don't you think we'll condemn Simon and the group that sue us? Because if they still believe in Biafra Republic government in exile, if he's still part of this government, he will not go to sue Biafran government. But at the end of the day, it will be a disaster for him if you don't make a U-turn and do the right thing. Thank you. Thank you. Please kindly join our fundraising. The link is out, and Biafrans, you all know the link we use, where we raise funds to take care of our land, to take care of our people, and for what is happening in the north and southwest, let it continue, because that will hasten our freedom. God bless United States of America. God bless Biafra Republic, known as Republic of Biafra. Thank you from me.
Voice of Biafra TV, the voice of truth, the voice of the people.
There is only one broadcasting network.
Voice of Biafra TV.
The first, the best, and the last.
Voice of Biafra TV.
We lead, we shine, we last. The first, the best, and the last.
From the east to the world, hear the truth unfold. No other station does it better. Truth be told, real stories, real power, real Biafran soul. Every day, every hour, we taking control.
Breaking every silence, letting voices rise. Standing for the people, opening their eyes. Strong and unshaken, bold for all to see. Broadcasting the future.
Voice of Biafra TV.
Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices crying change. Silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising.
Holding on.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded heart? Nigeria, they bleed. People, Nigeria, they bleed. People, they cry. Tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day, we still their call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight. Mothers praying through the night. Fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps the soul alive.
Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices crying in chains. Silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising.
Holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains.
Greetings from here and welcome to VOB. Are we coming out loud?
Yes,
Yes,
Mr. Information Minister.
Okay, thank you, and welcome to Politics Insight on Voice of Biafra Television. And we are sorry for the break in transmission and the technical issues that has delayed us this far. And with us in the studio today, we have our honorable guest from America, and I would be the one to make the introduction. I will bring in the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic Government in Exile, and he will take it over from here. Honorable Prime Minister, His Excellency Honorable Okechukwu Nkere, welcome to the show. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you from here, and greetings lovers all over the world, Biafrans and friends from Biafrans. So we have our guest in the studio here, and we also have our lobby, Honorable Elias. Honorable Elias, please, you have to be the one to introduce and bring the one and only special guest we have today. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just do a brief introduction of the ambassador, and then you and the ambassador will go straight into the interview. So Ambassador Tibor Nagy is one of the most highly respected State Department officials and career diplomats in Washington, D.C. It's a pleasure to have benefited from his friendship and his guidance and counsel. I've said this before. I've known many State Department officials, both current and former, but Ambassador Nagy is truly unique. He's someone who not only has a passion for Africa, but a passion for justice, which is quite extraordinary. And it's an honor to have him as a friend and someone who I've learned a tremendous amount from. So it's an honor to be here with the ambassador to give just a very brief, abridged version of his biography, because I know we're short on time. Ambassador Tibor Nagy held the position of Undersecretary for Management between June to April of 2025 and Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs from 2018 to 2021. From 2003 to 2018, Ambassador Nagy was Vice Provost for International Affairs at Texas Tech University. He also lectured nationally on Africa, foreign policy, and U.S. diplomacy, and advised 2 presidential campaigns during his tenure. He was the U.S. ambassador to Ethiopia from 1999 to 2002, a period which included the Ethiopia-Eritrean War and a robust anti-terrorism campaign. Previously, he was ambassador to Guinea after serving as deputy ambassador in Nigeria, Cameroon, and Togo. He also had assignments in Zambia, the Seychelles, Washington, D.C., and an earlier tour in Ethiopia. Ambassador Nagy arrived in the U.S. as a political refugee from Hungary and received his BA from Texas Tech University and MSA from George Washington University. His U.S. State Department awards include commendations for helping prevent famine in Ethiopia, supporting the evacuation of Americans from Sierra Leone during combat, supporting efforts to end the Ethiopian-Eritrean War, and managing the U.S. Embassy in Lagos, Nigeria during political and economic crises. He was selected as runner-up for Deputy Chief of Mission of the Year in 1995 and knighted by the President of Guinea in 1999. Ambassador Nagy contributed periodic op-ed pieces and co-authored the nonfiction winner of the 2014 Paris Book Festival on managing difficult international environments, Kiss Your Latte Goodbye. So without further ado, I turn it over to Ambassador Nagy and you, Mr. Prime Minister, who will be interviewing the ambassador. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Elias, for that fine introduction. And Ambassador Nagy, welcome to Voice of Biafra. Let's go straight to the question. I know we have a lot of questions for you, and we appreciate your time. Ambassador Nagy, what have been your history of engagement with Nigeria throughout your storied multi-decade career? You have been Deputy Ambassador of Nigeria during a tumultuous time of Nigerian history in the 90s, and then dealt with the country as Assistant Secretary of State of Africa Affairs between 2018 and 2021.
Yes, thank you very much. And I am just honored to be on this broadcast. Thanks very much again, Elias, for the introduction. I've been interested in Nigeria actually since I was a student back at Texas Tech, because the Biafra War was going on when I was a student, and I followed the events there very, very closely. Then, since all of my career was dedicated to Africa, we say in the American Diplomatic Service that you are not really an Africanist unless you have a tour in Nigeria. So I was very honored to be picked as the Deputy Ambassador back in the early 1990s, and I served a very distinguished American ambassador, Ambassador Walter Carrington, who many Nigerians still remember as being a champion for freedom. During my time in Nigeria, it was the military dictatorship, and because I got to know the country, I fell in love with the country, and and the people. I've been following Nigeria very closely ever since. It has broken my heart to see what such a country with incredible potential has suffered because of bad governance and other things. So for me, Nigeria is obviously one of the most critically important countries, not just in Africa, but frankly in the world.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Ambassador, why do you have a passion for justice for the people of Biafra, as well as similar groups such as Ambazoni?
Yeah, that's also a great question, because I mentioned just a minute ago that I know the incredible potential that Nigeria has. And I also know, specific to Biafra, that it is the part of Nigeria that contains so many resources. It is actually the part of Nigeria that makes the country rich. And also, as I said, I've been following events in Biafra since I was a student. I saw the incredible suffering that the people endured during the Biafran War. And even now, I've been following closely how the people of Biafra do not get the share of resources, they do not get the investments, and the after effects of the Biafran War, which was more than 50 years ago, that there's still some after effects which the people are suffering from. So, like a couple of other places in Africa, it's tragic, and the people of Biafra deserve much, much better than what they're getting today.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. The Biafra Republic government in exile has focused on promoting the U.S. recognition of Christian genocide in Nigeria and had aggressively engaged in lobbying campaign for such recognition in parallel with other advocates such as the Christian community and organization. These have been successful, with President Trump declaring Christian genocide in Nigeria. From our perspective, this allows for normalization on discussion of the concept of an independent Christian state in the form of Biafra. What are your thoughts about President Trump and the White House declaration about Christian genocide on Nigeria and steps taken to hold the Nigerian government accountable?
Yeah, the whole issue of Christian suffering in Nigeria, as you know, has been quite controversial in the United States, has gone back and forth. And the people who deny Christian suffering use an argument which I would label as plain sophistry, because people say, people who object to the concept of Christian suffering say, oh, you know, if you look at Nigeria, there are many more Muslims who die because of terrorism and violence and extremism than Christians. And what those people refuse to admit is that there are several consecutive crises going on in Nigeria at the same time. Because you can look at what's going on in the Northeast, which is absolutely, it's a heavily Muslim area. So the violence that's going on in the Northeast is between terrorist organizations and the Muslim population. Central north part of Nigeria, it's kidnappings. Again, a heavily Muslim part of Nigeria. Northwest Nigeria is starting to be impacted by local groups and also by some of the terrorist organizations in the Sahel. Again, an Islamic area. But if you look at the area where the Christians are being targeted, which is central Nigeria and now in the southeast, the overwhelming number of victims are Christians, and the victimizers, the people that are perpetrating the violence, happen to be Muslim groups. You know, I'm specifically referring to herder-farmer violence in central Nigeria, where the the herders, the Fulani, are overwhelmingly Muslim, and the farmers tend to be overwhelmingly Christian. So there is, in fact, a horrendous problem with Christian violence in Nigeria. And thankfully, the Trump administration is taken it very seriously, unlike the previous Biden administration.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. What are your thoughts on the interconnection between the Nigerian Christian persecution issue ties in with the Biafra aspiration?
Yeah, again, I understand, and from my studies, the region that is Biafra is overwhelmingly Christian. And leaders of Biafra, like yourselves, have been very loud in pointing out the egregious injustice that is happening to Nigeria's Christian population. And, there are also political forces at work, which we can talk about later, which also is very much against the Christians. So as a very heavily Christian part of Nigeria, the Biafrans have been very notable in pointing out the injustice and the persecution. So God bless you for that.
Thank you, Ambassador. The Biafra Republic government in exile, Brgie, heavily invest in time and energy on lobbying and advocacy in Washington, D.C. We have retained a professional lobbying firm, while the Neo Biafran movement has existed since the late 90s. A professional Biafran lobbying campaign led by Brgie in Washington, D.C. is very recent phenomenon, being less than 2 years old. Due to this change in strategy, in some ways, we have more success in the past 2 years than the previous 20. We have two questions relating this to ask. Can you explain to Biafran people why high-level lobbying and educating U.S. officials on the Biafran issue is critical?
Sure. Number one, I am not a lobbyist. I have never been a lobbyist. I don't get any money for the causes I support. But causes like yours, to get the kind of attention in Washington that it needs, in my view, really does need a professional lobbyist. And I'll tell you why. Let's be honest here. If you were to survey most of the members of the U.S. Congress, people who work for the president in the White House, even people in the State Department, very, very few people would ever have heard of Biafra. Obviously, everybody has heard of Nigeria, given its size and importance, but very few people would have heard about Biafra. Not too many people even know about the problem of Christians in Nigeria, although recently there has been some publicity. So to get people, especially policymaking important people, to pay attention to your cause, to your issues, there needs to be a sophisticated, strategic, and high-level information and education campaign. And frankly speaking, in the American system, to get that kind of education, to get that information around, you need somebody with influence amongst American policymakers. That's why hiring somebody, engaging somebody like Elias's company makes absolute sense for, as I said, a cause like yours. African countries don't necessarily need a lobbyist because they have an embassy, although many African countries do engage lobbyists to promote their particular causes. So for you to have people pay attention to what's going on in Biafra, it makes absolute common sense for you to engage a lobbyist.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. In addition to the preliminary successes the Biafran lobby has had, where would you point to as lobbying successes, past or current, for group similar to the Biafrans?
Yeah, for groups such as yours, lobbying is really about the only way that they can get their cause into the attention of American policymakers. So I would point in the past, liberation struggles, which were trying to get justice for their cause, the African National Congress, leading to the freedom in South Africa, the Sudan People's Liberation Movement. Now you have successful efforts. For example, Somaliland. Like you, Somaliland has gotten a lot of attention recently. Your friends across the border in Anglophone Cameroon, Southern Cameroon, the Ambazonians, they're also trying to pursue their cause for justice. So again, these are the kind of causes that get the best efforts through engaging with the lobbyists in Washington.
Thank you, Ambassador. So what you're saying is that what Biafra Republic government is doing is the right way to get the attention of U.S. government, and the right way to also get our freedom, correct?
Absolutely. And again, it means engaging the right person, because unfortunately, as with anything, there are some people who are very effective at doing this, and there are other people who are not so effective at doing this. So it's essential for you to engage somebody who knows the people in Congress, who knows the people in the White House, who knows who does what at the U.S. Department of State, to make sure that your cause is promoted the way that you want to promote it.
Thank you very much, and special thank you to our lobby, Elias, for being our voice in Washington. Thank you, Elias. The Biafra Republic government in exile has trans-action approach in engaging the U.S. government, making beneficial offers in the area of defense, security, and natural resources in exchange for U.S. political support, similar to what Somaliland is doing. What are your thoughts on this approach?
Okay, so, I am not now speaking for the U.S. government. That's very important to say. I am no longer working for the U.S. government. I've now retired 4 times, so currently I'm retired. But obviously, Biafra has incredible natural resources. Biafra has incredible human resources. So, if you're offering that kind of a transactional deal, then in my view, that would be looked at positively, from especially people in the Trump administration, because as you mentioned, President Trump has been a very transactional president. He's not looking for, long-term this or long-term that. He's looking for what is the interest of the United States of America. And as Secretary of State Marco Rubio himself says, whenever the United States engages overseas, it should meet one of 3 qualifications. Does it make America more secure? Does it make America stronger? Does it make America more prosperous? So what you are wanting to offer obviously would meet, I think, all 3 of those criteria.
Thank you, Ambassador. But Ambassador, we believe that your voice matters. You might be retired, but you're still Ambassador. And we believe that U.S. government is still listening to you. Thank you very much. As a follow-up for the previous question, Biafra Republic government in exile, which is Brgie, I think you already answered that question. So let me just go on. And for years, the Nigerian government has used terrorism in the country as an excuse to ask for arms sale to Nigeria. Instead of using the weapon to fight Boko Haram, either the Nigerian government will use the weapon to engage in military action against against Biafra or provide those weapons to so-called reintegrate terrorists. Now, there is a shift towards direct U.S. counter-terrorism action in Nigeria, perhaps reflecting concern about the Nigerian military intention. So the question goes, what are your thoughts regarding arms sale to Nigeria? Should they block or at least condition attached the U.S. arm cannot be used against Biafrans and the Christian population?
Yes, so let's look at today's world. The truth is that any country or even movement with the funds is able to get weapons. You know, we've seen that around, whether it's good guys or bad guys. So the Nigerian military is going to get weapons. So I would be very much in favor of very strict conditionality on any U.S. arms sales to Nigeria. When I was Assistant Secretary of State for Africa, we saw the same thing with Cameroon, because we were providing Cameroon military assistance to fight against the Islamic extremists in the far north of Cameroon. But it turned out that some of that was being used against the Ambazonia movement. So at that time, the United States cut back on some of the military assistance to Cameroon. So in my view, given today's world, yes, it may as well do the military support, but it has to be with very strong conditionality, because if the United States doesn't engage in military support, then they turn to China, they turn to Russia, they turn to Belarus, other places. But conditionality is extremely important.
Thank you, Ambassador. And as also a follow-up to the previous question, Brgie has offered the U.S. military base in Biafran territory, which would provide the U.S. valuable access to the Gulf of Guinea. We know how important the Gulf of Guinea is. We believe this is valuable, given increased terrorism in West Africa and the loss of U.S. presence in the Sahel. This idea of having U.S. military base in Biafra has been spoken about by foreign policy experts in Washington, D.C. What do you think of this idea?
Again, I cannot speak for the U.S. government, but obviously the United States is looking for strategic geopolitical areas for basing rights. So, in your engagement, that obviously would be something else that would be attractive for you to be putting on the table.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador. I also have another question regarding this. Can the Biafran military force, the Biafran Defense Force, Biafran Liberation Army, be an alternative for the U.S. in the area of Nigerian military, similar to how the Kurds have been helpful to U.S. in Middle East?
Well, right now, official U.S. government policy is to recognize Nigeria. So that kind of a question would only be applicable in the future if there's further political evolution that goes on. Because right now, the United States of America deals with the Nigerian military, not with other components. Even in the case right now of Somaliland, which actually runs its own territory, it has an army. And I know that our own Pentagon would be very open to engaging with them, but their engagement is limited because the United States policy is still to view one Somalia instead of individually recognizing Somaliland. So, your situation probably would be similar. So it would depend on future evolution.
Thank you, Ambassador. While our focus is achieving self-determination for Biafra, we do follow the event in broader Nigeria as well. Many have observed that Nigeria is no longer a democracy and is moving toward a one-party rule and is looking to rig the 2027 elections. What are your thoughts on this, and what should the U.S. reaction be if the 2027 election do end up being rigged? You may have a unique insight into this, given your time as U.S. Deputy Ambassador to Nigeria during the annulment of the 1993 election and the rise of Sani Abacha.
Yeah, I mentioned I was there when Bashir and Abiola actually won the election. I got to know him pretty well. And, he was an extremely frustrated man because I think the results were obvious to everybody, but Sani Abacha, Sani Abacha made himself the ruler of Nigeria. So Nigeria's had a very precarious political past, and it is in very dangerous territory again. You gentlemen all know that there was an understanding, not formal, but an informal understanding, that Muslim presidents would be followed by Christian presidents. And there was also an understanding that if the president was Muslim, the vice president would be Christian, and vice versa. And we also know now that that agreement has been broken. We've had Muslim presidents now, I think, for, if I'm right, for over 10 years. So the political situation is precarious. There have been some fairly influential people recently, including some of your human rights champions, who have cautioned that if people don't look out, then the country's on its way to the same road that unfortunately we have seen in some other African countries of it becoming a single party state. I think, when democracy was restored and Obasanjo became president, I think it was a very well-devised plan to make sure that there would be at least two, if not more, national political parties. And it would be tragic for the rest of Nigeria if that system was now overthrown.
Thank you, Ambassador. Would a turn of Nigeria to one-party rule also provide even greater reason and justification for Biafra aspirations?
Well, that's obviously up to the people of Biafra and the people of Nigeria. That's not the kind of decision that anybody outside can make for you. But, that's definitely something that I'm sure that your leaders would put into the equation, because I understand that the whole thrust for what you're wanting to achieve is coming because the people feel marginalized. They feel like second-class citizens. They feel like they have not been getting their share of the national treasures, even though they are providing much more than their share to the nation. So, that's the kind of frustration that leads people to look around and say, there must be a better way to do this.
Thank you, Ambassador. I know because of time, we still have a few more minutes left. From our conversation in Washington, D.C., U.S. officials are open to exploring possibility with us, which by their own admission, they will not have even considered just 1 or 2 of these years ago. We suspect that this is not only due to our education campaign, but also U.S. dissatisfaction with the Nigerian government. What are your thoughts on the performance of the Nigerian government, as well as how we can keep pushing the envelope forward?
You are absolutely right. It's almost like a demand and a supply factor because on the one hand, you have American policymakers who have become extremely disappointed in Nigeria. The victimization of Christians has been probably the most dramatic recent issue which has popped up, which American politicians and policymakers of all parties are looking at and saying, you know, this is absolutely wrong. But as we all know, sitting here, that Nigeria is undergoing a series of extremely difficult and very serious crises. Most countries, any one of which would be existential, but somehow, you know, you have to say the Nigerian people are extremely tough because they always get through these crises one after the other. But now they're going on at the same time. And with all of the crises going on, with all of the disappointment in Nigeria, all of a sudden you have your group, which is stepping forward, which is educating people and informing people about this solution that might be right in front of their eyes if they were to follow it or if they were to support it. So you have the interior factors and you have the exterior factors. And all I can say is that you are making your push at a very timely moment of history.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And you know, we always are going to be grateful for somebody like you with your voice, and also our lobby here, Elias. You know, we have already, you know, pushed a lot in Washington D.C. A lot have happened. A lot of education meeting after meeting, just like throughout last week. Even we traveled far and wide, all the way to even Florida. So it's just a lot. And the people of Nigeria, those that identify themselves as Nigeria, are crying. They are tired. They can't afford food to eat, no road, no electricity, nothing is working. Everything is just falling apart. The people themselves are tired. Thank you very much. And and
can I just can I just say one thing? You know, one thing I have noticed: Nigerians who leave Nigeria end up doing extremely well. When I was vice provost at Texas Tech, I was in charge of all the international programs, and we had quite a few Nigerian students. So among the international student groups, the top grades were received by the Chinese students, but the second group were the Nigerian students, and most of them were in engineering or business. And I've always said, when Nigerians do so well outside of Nigeria, why in the world cannot it be one of the greatest countries on earth? Nigerians should be able to do just as well inside Nigeria as they do outside of Nigeria. And unfortunately, what has been stopping them has been the government.
Yeah, you're absolutely right on that. Just because of the foundation of Nigeria, you know, is built on faulty foundation. You know, the division is just too much. That brought me to a former president called Goodluck Jonathan. Goodluck Jonathan quote from former president before him, like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Tafawa Balewa, and other before him, that they said that Nigeria, that the British government is trying to make it work, but the people are not making it work because the people are different. You know, so they always like if the Yoruba today happen to be the president, from the southeast Biafrans, they're not gonna like it. If the North happen to be the president, both the southwest, southeast, they have problem. Then if it just don't just work. So I think the best thing is ours to go our separate way, and that's where it's heading to. Thank God that the US is, you know, doing what they're supposed to do as leader of the free world now, and I'm so happy because going to Washington for the past 2 years, Elias have really taken me on a journey. You know, we have a lot of meet a lot of US. Actually, we have met with you, I believe, 3 or 4 times too. So, and what we hear coming from Washington, they are now beginning to shift, you know, move from how they think about Nigeria before, because now they find out it's not going to work. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
And just one thing I want to add, Prime Minister, too. I think another timely aspect, and Ambassador, you might find this interesting, is that civil war when you had a strong sense of Nigerian nationalism, because so many communities throughout Nigeria have been marginalized. Unlike in the 1960s, a lot of Nigerians outside of Biafra, people from other tribes and other regions of the country, are not opposed to what the Biafrans are doing because they themselves have been victims of either bad governance in Nigeria or have been victims of terrorism and these general plights. So if you in monitoring and speaking with non Biafrans, the mindset of a lot of not the government but the Nigerian people is, okay, if the Biafrans want to go, let them go, because we're also suffering a lot of the same issues. So I think the good thing is I don't think we're going to have a repeat of the 67 to 70 war, because a lot of people throughout the country see the flaws in the system and now personally relate to many of the things that the Biafrans have gone through. Granted, the Nigerian government is, of course, vociferously opposed to the to what the Biafran aspirations are. But putting the government aside, I think in terms of the general population, even outside of Biafra, there's a lot of, if not sympathy, at least understanding. And I don't think the Nigerian government will even have the moral support to engage in heavily militarized conflict against the Biafrans. I think what they're doing against the Biafrans is already unpopular throughout the country. Even many non-Biafrans have criticized the Nigerian government for their heavy-handedness in dealing with the Biafrans. And I think from a population perspective, I think many things are moving our way. Of course, the Nigerian government has its vested interests, and they'll be much more aggressive towards the Biafrans for the foreseeable future. So I just want to add that perspective as well.
Thank you very much, Elias. And Ambassador, I know we have thrown a lot of questions on you. You just have a few more to go. And it actually shocked me, and I believe it shocked other people when they see this, find out that the same people that have been massacred today, like the Middle Belt, both the minority in the North, these are the same people that fought against Biafra, killed Biafrans in million. And these are the same people that years ago, all of them be campaigning one Nigeria to save Nigeria. The same Nigeria they try to save is killing them. So they themselves, I believe, they want to leave, they want to exit Nigeria. They are getting tired. We need to save the life of the Middle Belt, minority in the North, even the Muslim moderate, whether Muslim moderate or whatever, no one deserves to die. So, each region just have to go their separate way. I believe even the North will live better on their own, the Southwest will be better on their own, the North, Southeast, which is Biafra, will be better on our own, and the Middle Belt, and they are good in agriculture, did not have a gold. There's gold in Zamfara, so the Southwest have, minerals, and they also have a potential of surviving as a country of their own. We Biafrans also, we also survive on our own, of which if they don't, we will help them. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Ambassador, we have just two more questions for you. What are your thoughts on how Biafrans should frame the Biafran struggle to the U.S. government and to international audience who may be unfamiliar with the conflict?
I personally think that Elias is eminently qualified in that regard, because the way to do it is to present very much what you were just saying, is that Biafra, I think, historically, the term was used in the 17th century, in the 1600s. So there is a distinct history, there is a distinct people, there is a close historical record. Then you had the horrendous circumstances of the war, the incredible suffering. I forgot if it was up to 2 million people who died. Now you're a region of anywhere from, I don't think there's been a census, but I know estimates go from 50 million to 70 million people in the region, very heavily Christianized. The last thing Biafra would want is to have any part of Sharia law, which exists, I think, now in 19 northern states of Nigeria. So it's almost like I've heard Elias, it was, I think, Michael Rubin, who referred to a second wave of decolonization, that the first wave of decolonization in Africa was against the European powers that had colonized it. Now, colonialism is not necessarily by somebody who's a different race, because being Hungarian, we were colonized by Austrians and Russians along with the Turks. So it can be that in today's Africa, that some people see themselves being colonized by a fellow African ethnic group, and those forces are steering very quickly. So, information, education, the truth about what's going on, the truth that has gone on, and the kind of future that you want. I have never, said it has to be independence. My own campaign has always been for justice and equality and fairness for all of the people, and that's what I absolutely believe in, and that's the points that you should be making.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And that justice, that's where we are. Because when you mention of Sharia law, we are Christians, 100% Christians. From we Biafrans, that's who we are as Christians. Sharia law is a no-go for Biafran people. And these Islamic jihadist terrorists, with their own ideology, they said we must be converted to Islam, of which they want to Islamize us. So automatically the division is there. It's just we need justice, because it's not going to work. And justice have to play its own role, its own part here, since we are not going to accept that Sharia law. And it's part of the reason why all feeling the middle belt and even a minority in the north, and they are actually pushing it towards the Biafran territory to try to, see how they can penetrate with this so-called Sharia law and whatever they call it. Elias,
I just want to quickly add to this. This is not an overblown concern. This is a very legitimate concern. Senator Ted Cruz, for example, has introduced legislation addressing this issue of the spread of Sharia law in Nigeria. It's throughout the north, but what people are less aware of is that the radical Islamic politicians in Nigeria are trying to bring it into the Middle Belt and even into the South. So, for example, in some parts of the Southwest, what we call the Yoruba traditional territory, they're now discussing in some states the introduction of Sharia law, which is very, it's not native at all, because, Ambassador, as you know, the Yorubas, they're a mixture of Christian and Muslim. They tend to be very moderate. Sharia law is really not indigenous to those people at all. And even with the Biafrans, Sharia law has not yet been introduced, but now the Nigerian government, for example, we've noticed propaganda recently talking about this concept of Igbo Muslims, which is very strange. And we see this as the beginning of what they're already trying to do in the Southwest, of trying to now push Sharia law into the Southwest. So they're slowly bringing Sharia from the North into the Middle Belt and even in the South now, or parts of the South. And if they continue to do that, I do think there's going to be significant unrest in Nigeria, not just in Biafra, but throughout other parts of Nigeria, if they try to impose Sharia on Christian or moderate Muslim populations. Yeah. And I think this is something the U.S. government has to be engaged on.
Yeah, because people should remember that the reason South Sudan split off from Sudan was the whole issue of Sharia law, because the South Sudanese were Christians or animists. Like me, they like drinking their beer. And when the extremists tried to implement Sharia law, that really added to the desire for separation and freedom.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ambassador. Before I find a question,
let me add something there. Let me add something, please. Ambassador, do you think with the Nigerian Constitution of 1999 having the Sharia law since then down to this time, with the numbers of massacre of babies, women, and children that have gone so up to this very point, which also necessitated Senator Ted Cruz Accountability Act legislation invoked. We've seen like 5,191 in 2021. We've seen like 5,061 in 2022. We've seen 8,222 in 2023. We've seen 6,500 in 2024. 2025 has 7,500 Christians massacred. Looking at the future or in the next 2-3 years, do you think Christians have a hope or they will still be alive in Nigeria with the
Oh,
Sharia
yeah,
law in the
absolutely.
country?
No, Christians absolutely have a hope because they have to stand up and against this kind of what I call religious intolerance. If you remember when Sharia law was introduced in the northern states, the deal was that it would not apply to Christians. So when Ramadan came along, you know, Christians were supposed to be able to continue their meals. Christians were supposed to be able to continue buying traditional beer and things like that, but that's not how it turned out. Now, when there's Ramadan in the Sharia states, everybody has to participate, whether they're Christian or Muslim, because they have their religious police. So, you know, that, like I said, they tried it in Sudan, and the South Sudanese said, no, we are out of here. You know, take your Sharia law. If you want it, that's good for you, but we are Christians and we're not going to deal with it.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I think you just answered that question that Christians have to stand up and have their own Christian country.
Yep.
Christians in the Middle Belt need to stand up if they want to live, and they will be well better off having their own territory and worship their God. Then those that want to worship Sharia, they can go and have their Sharia. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Finally, what message would you like to send to the Biafran people and supporters around the world regarding international advocacy and the path forward?
My message is that the people of Biafra have the same rights to justice and equality and dignity as anybody else, and it's for them to decide how they want it and to struggle for it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you for being part of this program today. And I know that Biafrans and the lovers of freedom around the world will be very happy to see you on VOB, Voice of Biafra. And Minister of Information, what do you have to say to our wonderful ambassador here, being in our
I
show
want to
today?
say a very big thank you to our wonderful ambassador, who has been the friend of the Biafran people, the friend of the Christians, and the friend of everyone that do not carry machete to cut off heads of babies, women, and children in their communities. And that brings me to the conclusive question to our ambassador as he showers us the grace. Nigeria pays terrorists and reintegrate them into their military formations. Some people may be asking, if Nigeria wants to emulate America, where are they copying this kind of habit from? Is it okay for Nigerian government to pay terrorists and reintegrate them into the military formations? When I went through some documentaries the last time, they said they are trying to use the terrorists by reintegrating them into their military formations to go after another terrorist. And these are the same terrorists that ruined their plan before they go out to attack the other terrorists. What do you have to say about this? Because I would have loved to hear if America is reintegrating the ISIS or the Al-Qaeda into the U.S. Department of War. Thank you, sir.
So do you turn the hyena into a guinea fowl by bringing the hyena into the guinea fowl house? I don't think so.
Ambassador, What is that not the same playbook of Afghanistan by Taliban, right?
Yeah, no. Hey, listen, thanks so much for having me, and God
Thank
bless
you.
you, and God bless your struggle.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye
Thank
bye.
you very much for having you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Biafrans, we just, is this not wonderful having somebody like Ambassador Tibunage? Is that not wonderful? And on the 4th of May, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 2 p.m. Biafran time, we'll be having a Marco Rubin on our show. So please tune in as well. And, Marco Rubin is someone who we're really familiar with. And, he advocates for freedom of religion. He also advocates for freedom for oppressed one. So it's somebody that you will want to hear from him. Before we conclude, Honorable Minister of Information, I think you can take it from here. We have few, still have very few time. Then Elias, I think Elias, you go first before Minister of Information. He's the information minister, so he can wrap it up, and he will be the one to say we should stay or continue because we are here in his territory. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, my honorable ministers. This was indeed a very historic and enlightening interview with Ambassador Tibor Naj, who's a very storied diplomat here in Washington, D.C., who's played a critical role on U.S. policy in Africa. This was indeed an extremely historic interview, and I'm very proud of both of you and appreciative to the ambassador for his generosity in participating in this program.
Thank you very much. Minister of Information.
Thank you so much. I don't know how to express my appreciation because every day we are making it work and we are making it better. I want to appreciate Honorable Elias for your good work for Biafra and also our Honorable PM for doing what God has ordained you to do because the tempo is getting high. So if ambassadors of America are telling you that reintegrating a terrorist into your military formation is a no-no idea, then it means Nigeria got this recommendation from a madman. Because it's only when you have some kind of recommendation from a madman that you will be tilting your head downward, and that will land you in the lagoon. And Nigeria has landed in the lagoon because that is what we are seeing today. Their military formations are overrun on a daily basis. And there is no day you sleep and wake up without hearing that babies, women, and children have been slaughtered, communities invaded. And the worst has happened that field marshals, generals, and commanders of the Nigerian military formations are taken down daily by the notorious Boko Haram terrorists. The list goes on and on. But like we said, Biafrans have hope because we have created the space for that. And Biafra Republic government in exile has done it. So I appreciate all Biafrans. Please key in to our next upcoming Politics Insight. It was good having our lobbies in the show and having our PM and having Ambassador Tibonaj. Thank you all from here. It is Voice of Biafra Television. Bye for now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh.
every city, from homeland to diaspora. Hope is rising again. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Hope for today, hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Ha! We bring better news, make you head on clear. We get hope, now Biafra we dey see. Beautiful nation, shining bright justice and fairness. Now the light. Biafra go be one beautiful nation. Every Biafran go enjoy true freedom. Fine, fine country, shining nation. Justice and fairness. Justice and fairness. Everybody equal, one love for rich and poor. Leader or citizen, no different, justice go speak with confidence. No oppression, no discrimination, rule of law for the nation. Truth and justice go reign forever. Biafra go get strong and better. Where your hope? Biafra. Who be your hope? Biafra. Waiting be your country. Biafra. No more suffering and smiling, no more fear, no more hiding. Respect and dignity for all. Every citizen standing tall. Free education, rich university, healthcare for every community. No more dying, because no money. Life go better for everybody. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Stand up now, make we claim our Biafra now our destination. Women go deliver safe for hospital. Citizen go get support every month. Better roads go connect every city. Modern railways and airport. Clean water go flow for house. Electric light go shine every night. Security go protect every family. Day and night. Everything go right. You fit waka free for midnight. Go your road without fear. Kidnapping and violence disappear. Peace and progress everywhere. Mama and Papa go get retirement benefits. Nobody go kill you for Biafra and go free. Now wahala, the person don't buy for him head. Oil and gas beneath our ground. Now the people will get the land, go control them. Resources go serve the people. Prosperity go spread for all. Anything we do for our land. Now our citizens go manage them. Development go reach every corner. Nobody go suffer again. No vote buying, no rigging game. Election fair and play. One woman, one vote. One man, one vote. Your voice go matter every day. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Hope for today, hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope. Hope for today, hope for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Biafra. Our home, our country, our future, our future. Biafra now our only hope. Love can heal the deepest pain.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hunger.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed.
they cry, tears for the ground. Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day we still their call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Oh, stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Millions roaming, nowhere to stay. No clean water, no food today. Kidnapped voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pain.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today. No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive.
Dear friends, am I coming out? Yes. All right. All right. The hour is here. And we all know the reason why we are here today. We are here for our freedom because it's our right. And today is our first congressional briefing. And we have our special guest here. We Biafrans are familiar with who he is. He's someone who advocates for freedom, human rights, and also religious rights. We have our special guest, Marco Rubio. And Rubio is Senior Fellow, American Enterprise Institute. Thank you, Marco.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acting Prime Minister. I don't need, first of all, it's good to see Biafra represented so well in Washington, D.C. Unlike in Nigeria, and unlike in Finland, we're not going to arrest dissidents. I'm a historian by training, and especially with this audience, we don't need to tell you that Biafra may have redeclared its independence, but it is a long history. And if we count the maps that European merchants, geographers, and other travelers made dating back to the 17th century, then Biafra is actually older than the United States of America. We're not talking about a so-called secession. We're talking about decolonization. And when we look at Africa today, we must recognize that the problem of colonialism is no longer based in London and in Paris. It's based in places like Abuja and Lagos. The fact of the matter is, and for that matter, Yaoundé as well, the fact of the matter is that we are witnessing a second wave of decolonization in Africa right now. Biafra, Amazonia, Somaliland are at the front line of a struggle for freedom. Religious freedom, as well as simply personal, economic freedom, political freedom. The fact of the matter is, though, when we talk about that front line of colonialism, Biafra, Amazonia, Somaliland, we're also talking about a response to genocide. The fact of the matter is, when we look at the modern history of Biafra, and we see some of the key figures represented on this podium, and it's so appropriate that we're sitting here in a room dedicated to Veterans Affairs, to honor the veterans of the Biafra struggle. The fact of the matter is that they did not start the struggle for Biafran rights. Nigeria did. Nigeria has agency. They have decision-making. No one forced Nigeria to undertake the pogroms of 1966. That was a decision that was made in Lagos. And what we have seen, the struggle for freedom in Biafra, is a natural response to the repression, which is now more than 60 years old inside Nigeria, and especially with regard to Biafra. Now, we can talk about genocide, and unfortunately, what has occurred in Biafra in the late 1960s and so forth, isn't the only case of genocide that the 20th century has seen. But what makes the history and the recognition of the Biafran genocide so important is this. When the Jews suffered the Holocaust, Germany afterwards acknowledged the Holocaust. The ideology that led to Nazism became stigmatized. Yes, there are still Nazis today, but it is an ideology which is outside the realm of acceptable belief. The problem with genocide denial isn't simply a denial of fact, a denial of history. But when you don't acknowledge the genocide, then what you're actually doing is throwing a life raft to the ideology upon which that genocide occurred. So when you have someone like the late Muhammadu Buhari, whose hands were covered in blood from the events of the Biafra genocide rise to the presidency of Nigeria without anyone acknowledging his role, that simply perpetrates and legitimizes that genocide. Now, when it comes to genocide denial, I also have this to say. When people debate foreign policy in the United States, one of the progressive slogans that we hear time and time again is no blood for oil. Well, I have a message for Alexander Stubb. No genocide for oil. Finland has been a disgrace. Stubb has kowtowed to Turkey at the expense of the Kurds, at the expense of other dissidents, for the sake of getting Turkey to lift its de facto veto for Finland's NATO membership. Now he's kowtowing to the Nigerian government by arresting Simon Ekpa for the sole reason of advocating against genocide and of providing, frankly, at this point, the only reasonable way forward given the actions of the Nigerian state. Now, we can't engage in wishful thinking, and unfortunately that has been the problem in the United States. I would argue that Europe is more engaged in a cynicism where they simply want Nigeria's oil, and let's be frank, it's not Nigeria's oil. It's Biafra's oil, the Delta region and so forth. The fact of the matter is they feel it's easier to have a relationship with the dictator, and they're going to look the other way. Never let the Europeans pretend that they stand as a representative of human rights when they act in such a cynical, racist, and way that is so contrary to life, liberty, justice, freedom, political rights. The fact of the matter is the Europeans need to be called out each and every day for that. Finland, especially. Now, I would go so far as saying Finland doesn't deserve the plaudits that so many people, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, tend to ascribe to Scandinavian powers. I would today argue that through its actions behind the scenes, by laundering the Nigerian government, by allowing, by cynically using this mantle which it had developed over decades as a protector of human rights, that Finland has become one of the most cynical promoters of human rights abuses, on par with Russia, with China, and with others. The only difference is Russia and China are much more open about what they're doing. Finland thinks they can have it both ways. Now, when it comes to the United States, however, the United States isn't blameless. We have two problems here. The first is the problem of the American perception of history. Whether you're Republican, whether you're Democrat, I don't care. And the fact of the matter is Biafra, like Cyprus, like India, should be a bipartisan cause. There's nothing partisan about freedom and liberty. And I say that as someone who personally is a Republican, but I was a Congressional Black Caucus Foundation fellow working for the late Congressman Bill Gray, who was a Democrat. So I say this not just as wishful thinking, but someone who truly believes in the importance of principle and its triumph over cynical partisanship. But let's face it, both the Republicans and the Democrats have a problem, and American society in general, and that's our general ignorance of history. In our own political culture, whether it's a Republican coming in after years of Democratic power or a Democrat coming in after years of Republican power, there's a tendency to believe that history is only 4 or 8 years long, and that every president who enters the Oval Office or Secretary of State who enters that 7th floor of their office of the Dwight D. Eisenhower building in Foggy Bottom, that they can somehow have a tabula rasa, that the past doesn't matter. Well, let me set the record straight. The past does matter. The past can't be forgotten. And we wouldn't be here today if it weren't for repeated efforts to work within the system, only to be crushed by Nigerian corruption, Nigerian dictatorship, and Nigerian cynicism. And if I may, Nigerian religious animosity on the parts of some sectarian communities. Now, one problem, of course, is then that U.S. historical ignorance, and this is where it's so important for the Biafrans to really rally, to meet with Democrats, to meet with Republicans, not to meet and spend all those time meeting with those who agree with you, but actually concentrating their efforts on those who disagree. The fact of the matter is, Americans need an education in history, and they need an education in history quickly, because the price of American ignorance is going to be tragedy and more killings in Biafra. Now, that's one problem. The other problem is a tendency of the United States to engage in wishful thinking. There are two types of ambassadors that the State Department sends abroad. And I'm not talking about professional ambassadors, civil service, foreign service versus political appointees. There's some good political appointees, there's some bad political appointees, and the same thing is true with the professional foreign service. But among ambassadors, however they get their job, there's two general styles. One style, and we've seen this too often in Nigeria, and I can name other places where we've seen this, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Somalia as well, takes an ambassador, and that ambassador believes that the best way to represent American interests is to ingratiate themselves to a dictator, to have zero tension with that dictator, and that oftentimes means amplifying that dictator's propaganda, his rhetoric, to his face. Well, the State Department should realize and should recognize that dictators have no shortage of sycophants. It shouldn't be the job of American ambassadors to join the sycophants. George Shultz, the Reagan-era Secretary of State, was famous when a new ambassador was appointed. He would bring them up to his office, which was an elegant room, not unlike this which we're standing in the U.S. Congress. And he had a big globe next to his desk. And he would always ask the ambassador appointee, point to your country on the globe. And if they pointed to Nigeria, or they pointed to France, or they pointed to Burma, or they pointed to Pakistan, God help them, he would point to the United States and say, this is your country. You never forget it. When we send ambassadors abroad, their job should be to speak truth to power. It shouldn't be to kowtow to a dictator. And if that means calling out Nigeria for its abuses in Biafra, for its abuses of religious freedom, so be it. It may mean you're not going to get invited as the ambassador to this reception or that state dinner. Well, that's the price of being an ambassador and being truthful. Your job isn't to make a dictator feel good. It's to promote American interests as a U.S. ambassador. And one of the top American interests is religious freedom. The reason why religious freedom should be such a top priority is it really is the canary in the coal mine. It really is the metric by which to see whether a dictator's rhetoric and actions meet. When former Secretary of State Antony Blinken went to Nigeria and he met with the late Muhammadu Buhari, and he removed Nigeria from the religious freedom watch list, that was wishful thinking. It didn't make Nigeria a better place. It didn't stop the killings in Biafra. It didn't stop the killings elsewhere in Nigeria. All it did was signal to the Nigerian government that they could quite literally get away with murder. Wishful thinking has consequence. The United States also needs not to believe its own spin and not to try to force, cynically use the Biafran issue to advance its other causes. So, for example, I don't know how many times I've talked to people who are partial to the Nigerian government in the United States and will accept the Nigerian lies. And they will say that what we see happening in the Southeast has nothing to do with religious hatred, with religious intolerance on the part of the Nigerian government. It's all about climate change. Let me tell you this, and I've actually said this to the State Department. Climate change does not charter buses in order to ship Fulani militiamen into Biafra to kill Christians. That's not China, that's not climate change. That's ethnic cleansing. That's religious hatred, that's sectarian cleansing. American wishful thinking isn't polite. It doesn't make diplomacy easier. It simply gets people killed. And this is also why it's so important for the Biafran people to rise up and not only work to establish their freedom in Biafra, to reestablish their country. It's also important for them to educate Americans. Now, as many of you know, my background and what I did when I worked at the Pentagon actually focused much more in Middle East history. That's what my PhD is in, and so forth. And having worked for more than 2 decades on issues that have some parallels, let me say this, and this may be controversial to say, Nigeria can't always be the enemy. And the reason I say this is, while Biafra must be free, there can be no compromise on it. At the same time, an independent Biafra is only going to thrive when Nigeria, its neighbor, is at peace with itself and with its neighbors. The fact of the matter is, the Biafrans are an engine of democracy. They were always historically the intellectual capital, the economic capital of Nigeria when they were under Nigerian occupation. But at the same time, they have a role not only to win freedom for Biafrans, but that freedom is only going to be confirmed when Nigerians also win their freedom, when corruption no longer governs Nigeria, and when the Nigerian military and Nigerian politicians don't cynically use religion in order to advance their own Swiss bank accounts. This is important, and this is a conversation, for example, it's understandable that you focus on Biafra, but this is an example which I've had conversations in the past with Iraqi presidents and prime ministers, and Kurdish presidents and prime ministers, and there's a recognition, despite the century-long struggle of the Kurds, the so-called largest people without a nation, to win their freedom, to win their independence. Many of them have also come to recognize that that independence is going to take real reform instead of ruin for their neighbor next door. I've had this conversation with the Cypriots and the Greeks, vis-a-vis Turkey as well. Turkey is a problem today, and Turkey is a problem which is going to work with the Nigerian government in order to kill Biafrans. But at the same time, what the Greeks and the Cypriots will tell you is, while today Turkey acts like an enemy, there can only be true peace once Turkey fundamentally reforms. And so it's important when you speak and when you advocate for your cause, not only to promote the freedom for Biafra, but to argue and to recognize that Biafran freedom is going to be symbiotic. It's going to bring stability to the region. Biafra is going to be a model, not only for Biafra, it's going to be a model for Nigeria, so that Nigeria can get its act together even as Nigeria heads towards the precipice. No one wants to, let me put it this way, many of you are familiar with the American satirical newspaper, The Onion. I remember a headline in that satirical newspaper after Russia invaded Georgia in 2008. It was a fake announcement by Condoleezza Rice, the Secretary of State, who was arguing that U.S. position is that no American allies should border Russia because it was just too difficult. The fact of the matter is, she was warning allies not to border Russia as if they have a choice. The fact of the matter is, it's in no one's interest. It's always going to be a problem for occupied Biafra and for independent Biafra to border a failed state, to border an irredentist state, to border an aggressive military dictatorship. Independent Biafra is going to need to recognize that as Nigeria fails, and let's face it, today it's a failing state. It's a building, it's a 10-story building that's ridden with termites. The fact of the matter is that every military leader inside Nigeria is going to try to distract their own Nigerian public by trying to whip up a frenzy against Biafra. So on one hand, you need to be prepared for that. And you recognize this because this is your history. But on the other hand, if there can be fundamental reform in Nigeria, then ultimately you will thrive and be the most prosperous country in Africa. Now, the other point I need to make, and this is not for the people here, but some of the people abroad, is that when you talk to Americans, especially non-Biafran Americans like myself, like congressmen and so forth, I am honored here to be with the acting Prime Minister. I hope someday to be with the non-acting Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa, as well, if he's ever sprung from his Finnish dungeon. But the fact of the matter is, as an American, as someone who obviously has no Nigerian heritage, it's not my job or my concern to decide who the leader of Biafra is. You ask any American like me, any white American, who cares about human rights, who cares about Biafran liberty, what I would say is, when Biafra becomes independent, all these disputes will fall by the wayside because you have monitored democratic elections. But if anyone starts to attack other Biafrans in the presence of European politicians, American politicians, United Nations diplomats, they are essentially creating treason against Biafra. Because what you're doing is giving evidence to your enemies that Biafra isn't serious. Now, let me give you one example. When I came to Washington and began working in foreign policy in 1999, one of the first people I met was a gentleman named Barham Saleh. He was the Washington representative of the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan. Now, the Kurds, I've referenced before, they're split between 4 different countries, so Biafra's a little bit luckier than this. At the same time, the Kurds in Iraq, in northern Iraq, are divided between 2 major political parties. One was Jalal Talabani's Patriotic Union of Kurdistan. The other was Masoud Barzani's Kurdistan Democratic Party. And between 1994 and 1997, these 2 Kurdish parties fought a civil war to suggest that anger among the Kurds wasn't high would be an understatement. They hated each other's guts. 2,000 people remain missing to this day from that civil war in northern Iraq between the Kurdish parties. And again today, that region is essentially divided. Barham Saleh had a rule as the representative of one of the two Kurdish parties in Washington, D.C. His rule was, I will talk Kurdish politics to other Kurds, but I will never talk Kurdish politics when someone else is in the room. Because the only message that Washington needs to hear is Kurdistan must be free. The only message that Washington must hear today is that Biafra must be free. Decisions with regard to the leadership of Biafra are going to be made by Biafrans themselves. But the most important issue for everyone, whether they are legitimate or frankly whether they are illegitimate, is that Biafra must be free. Don't tweet against your political adversaries. Take the high road. Don't talk about your rivals to congressional staffers. And if your rivals talk about you, you may feel that it does you a disadvantage. Let me assure you, it does not. If the acting prime minister, if the acting cabinet are the ones who are speaking softly and achieving things, creating a new currency, creating the structures of state, ultimately every serious congressman, like Chris Smith, like Mark, one of the most important staffers on Capitol Hill, they are going to recognize you for what you are. Because only amateurs talk about their rivals. Those who are legitimate, those who are serious, those who are here today are the people who advance their cause. And make no mistake, momentum is on your side. So I speak here today, and I'm concluding my remarks right now, by thanking you for your activism, by welcoming you to the halls of Congress, where you are free to talk to anyone, and you don't need to risk arrest, because again, your words we're not in Finland. We don't have to talk about the Helsinki standard. The fact of the matter is, I hope to be here when the United Nations General Assembly recognizes Biafra as the 55th or 56th African state. And I have absolutely no doubt that I am sure about over the acting prime minister.
Please, can we give a hand of applause? He is a true friend of humanity, not just Biafra. He fights for me, he fights for you, he fights for the global community. And he is a kind of one we need, so that we can have a safer world and a better world, a world that will be great again. Thank you. My name is Oge Chukwunkere, Biafra Republic Government acting right now. I'm here acting on behalf of His Excellency Mazi Simon Edward. As we are fighting for our freedom, we are making history and we tell our story to the world. And this is the first Biafra congressional briefing. I know that Nigeria is taking. If I tell Nigerian government, they protest to stop this hearing. They protest. They have not started protesting. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you. It is an honor to speak today during this historical congressional briefing on Biafra, the first in modern times. I want to thank Michael Ruby, which we are just giving hand of applause now before, of the American Enterprise Institute for his unwavering support and friendship to the Biafran people. Today, I will provide a broad overview of Biafra issue for all those watching. Nigeria is oil-rich country. When we say Nigeria, it's Biafran oil. Marco just on his speech, he made it clear. It's Biafran oil and a continent power in Africa. It is a multi-ethnic, multi-language, and multi-religious country with a population of about over 200 million people. There are three major ethnic groups: the Igbo, the Yoruba, and the Hausa Fulani, and 250 other smaller ethnic groups. The Hausa Fulani are predominantly Muslim and live in the northern Sahara of part of Nigeria. The Yoruba who live in the southwest are split almost even between Muslim and Christian. The Igbos, along with related tribes, whom we refer to as Biafrans, the interface of this submission, inhabit the southeast part of Nigeria, which is Biafra, and we are no longer Nigeria. We don't identify ourselves as Nigeria, we are Biafra. Part of Nigeria, which is combined population of over the Biafrans population and over 70 million. Biafrans are predominantly Christians and traditional worshippers, with constituencies also practicing Judaism. Their land is blessed with human and mineral resources, including vast hydrocarbon. Biafrans are very commercially inclined, industrious, and are given to scholarly and professionally pursuit in addition to their first nature of gifted martialized. They have an established grassroots democracy order known as the Omunna system, which is still practiced to this day, before the advent of colonization. They are very republican and arbitrary in nature and coexist peacefully with their neighbors, including northern Nigeria and Cameroon. Prior to their amalgamation with the rest of Nigeria in 1914, Biafra then, there was no single massacre of Biafrans anywhere in pre-amalgamation in the so-called Nigeria. This is noteworthy. The first start of this program that was levied on Biafrans, particularly the Igbos, among them happened in 1948 in northern Nigeria, where Biafrans were, without any justification, massacred just for being Biafran or merely looking like one, pivoting on false narrative of the so-called Igbo coup, an Igbo plot to dominate Nigeria. Nigeria's military officers and the police and notable civilians, mostly from the north, planned and executed the Biafrans. Over 3 million Biafrans were murdered between 29th May 1966 and 12th January 1970. And had the Biafrans not resisted by unilaterally declaring its independence, the massacre would have been incalculable and more horrendous. There is credible evidence that sectional Nigeria provoked the Nigerian Civil War as a cover-up to accomplish the genocide that they have begun against Biafra. Generally, and the Igbos in particular, as far back as 1948 in northern Nigeria, the difference this time was to take it to their homeland, where they had fled and taken refuge under the Hitler-declared Republic of Biafra, a nation born in dire necessity and desperation to survive a genocide. The following aspect from recent declassified U.S. Embassy diplomatic dispatch of the era on the program and the war that follows is instructive, and it states that the North was minded to use the war as a tool to resort its dominance of natural affairs. Malan Gagu Damboa, regional editor of Morning Post, told the American consul in Cairo, "No one should kid himself that this is a fight between the East and the rest of the Nigeria. It is a fight between the North and the Igbos." The scale of the carnage was such that had the Roman or International Criminal Court status been enacted, Nigeria's entire military leadership and its top civilians enablers would have been prosecuted for genocide and crime against humanity, for orchestrating the destruction of Biafrans in whole or in substantial part because of their ethnicity. And to make it worse, those that oversaw the genocide and their natural political successor continue to control Nigeria and thus ensure that no accountability was exacted for a crime of such shocking scale. And to date, no apology or remorse has emanated from official Nigeria or any of the prime state actors. It is this state of affairs and the post-war political suppression of Biafra that grandfathered the insurgency of Biafra agitation in recent times. The modern-day Biafra independent movement surfaced in 1999 with the creation of movement of the actualization of sovereign state of Biafra Mazur in 1999 by Chief Owazurike, in 2012 by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a protege of Chief Owazurike, then created the Indigenous People of Biafra, IPOB, in 2012, which became the predominant Biafra independence organization. Post-war agitation for Biafra and support for IPOB accelerated in late 2015 when former President Muhammad Buhari systematically embarked on widespread anti-Igbo policies, coupled with his open toleration of Fulani Islamic terror that was breaching the northern reach of the Igbo land. It was in the face of this that the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB and the idea of Biafra government in exile gained much traction as protector and defender of the people that have been detained by the government of the day of Nigeria. It is to be noted that virtually all of us present at the vanguard of pursuing for Biafra were born after Nigeria Civil War ended in 1970. So in our renewed quest for Biafra, we are not driven by any sense of personal loss of the war, revenge, or bitterness, but by instead a sense that our people are being mistreated badly and are beginning in again becoming the victim of another crippled genocide. Vast majority of the Biafrans share the same view, even so, quietly because of fear of retribution by the Nigerian government or other non-state actor in alliance with the government. Amnesty International reports that since the advent of the former Buhari administration in 2015, Nigerian insecurity forces have killed more than thousands of Biafrans and wounded many more while they held peaceful protests against the killing and for self-determination. Amnesty International says that many of those pro-Biafra protesters were shot and killed in their sleep, and others while they gathered in churches to pray. Many of the protesters were shot and killed from behind while they tried to escape. Contemporary country report released by the United States Department confirmed such of this, particularly the Nigerian government declaration of IPOB as a terrorist organization in October 2017, which gave a dubious legal cover to Nigeria's security forces to resort extrajudicial killing of Biafra perceived by self-determination agitator or members of IPOB. As such, as you are reading this, the other killings of Biafrans by the Fulani Islamic terrorists is ongoing as we speak. The killing have not stopped to date, especially in the northern boundary of Igbo land, such that several innocent villagers were murdered in Ebonyi State in February 2025. Igbo communities to bury their brothers, sisters, fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters almost every month. And after times, the violence is maliciously and falsely attributed to unknown government or faceless Biafran separatists. In the face of all this, and in the perception that rogue elements of the security forces are complicit, the Biafran government in exile emerged as beacon of hope for Biafrans that have become distrustful of the government. It bears mentioning that when the agitation for Biafra accelerated in late 2015, the response of Nigerian government was disappointingly non-pragmatic. Instead of acknowledging the burgeoning popularity of the agitation and take bona fide measures to contain it through constructive engagement or dialogue, the government went wide with deadly and extrajudicial law enforcement action that backfired by fueling the agitation to levels not seen since the end of the Civil War in 1970. This misguided law enforcement action turned a dangerous corner and boom-raged when the government went rogue by extraordinary rendition of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a Biafran leader from Kenya, in late June 2021. No doubt this is an avoidable overreaction that has composed Nigeria's legal system, triggered the international legal order against Nigeria, and bettered the government-driven insecurity that have brought Southeast Nigeria, which is Biafra, to this day. In between, Fulani Islamic terrorists have capitalized on the situation to disquiet Southeast Nigeria to no end. After Mazi Nnamdi Kanu illegal kidnapping, one of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu protege, Finland-based Biafran activist, His Excellency Mazi Simon Ekpa, took charge of the Biafra independence movement and created the Biafra Republic government in Ezra Brgie, of which he is the Prime Minister. As the next illustration of the Biafra independent movement, the Brigade has galvanized the support of the Biafran population and has engaged in high-level dialogue in Washington, D.C. with U.S. government officials. Furthermore, Brigade organized a self-referendum in which more than 50 million Biafrans voted in favor of independence. Brigade held an independence convention in Lahti, Finland, which started November 29 to December 2, 2024, in which Brigade declared the independence of Biafra on December 2, 2024. December 2, 2024, Biafra was redeclared. The government of Nigeria, according to Mr. Ekpa, has orchestrated 5 assassination attempts against his life. After allegedly failing to assassinate Mr. Ekpa, the government of Nigeria successfully pressured the government of Finland to arrest Mr. Ekpa in November 2024 on political motivated charges. The government of Finland then issued an indictment against Mr. Ekpa, as well as subsequent conviction, which demonstrates the political nature of the persecution at the instigation of government of Nigeria. The indictment by Finland, issued in May of 2025, alleged that Mr. Ekpa participated and supported a terrorist organization, even though pro-Biafra organizations are not designated as terrorist group in Finland or anywhere in the European Union. In fact, the only country in the world where pro-Biafra organization, in fact, the only country in the world where pro-Biafra organization was designated is in Nigeria. For the government of Finland to accept that the Finnish citizen holding political position regarding internal policy matters within Nigeria is somehow a criminal offense in Finland is a nonsensical and absurd, and demonstrate that Finland is engaging in a political motivated prosecution. Nigeria conduct toward both Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa demonstrate transnational repression. At the moment, the issue of Biafra, the insecurity in southeast Nigeria, which is Biafra land, and all the unpleasant aftermath cannot be resolved, while the federal government of Nigeria persists in detention of Mazi Kanu, while Finland persists in detention of Mazi Simon Ekpa, and Biafrans continue to be marginalized. On this basis of foregoing, we must respectfully suggest the following to the U.S. government. 1. We urge the United States government to invoke the Global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act, Summit 5 of Title S, 11 of 114-28328, to identify and impose travel and financial restrictions on all officials of the federal government of Nigeria and any Nigerian non-state actor implicated in the killing of Biafrans, Christians in their homeland in southeast Nigeria, which is Biafra land. We urge the United States government, including through targeted sanction and or tariff, to pressure the government of Nigeria Nigeria to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and allow him a safe passage out of Nigeria. 3. We urge the United States government to pressure the government of Finland regarding its political motivated trial and conviction against pro-Biafra active Simon Ekpa. 4. We urge the United States government to deny all bilateral assistance and visa to officials of the government of Nigeria if it continues to engage in transnational repression against pro-Biafra activists, and if Simon Ekpa and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu continue to be held in detention. Consequently, Biafra troop Brgie are ready to engage with the international community, include the United States of America government, especially in seeking to establish a newly independent Biafra state. The Brigade is willing to engage in deal-making with U.S. government and come to economic defense and security agreement with the United States. Biafrans represented by Brgie are willing to negotiate with the U.S. in reciprocity and in anticipation for specific demand, interest, and expectation of the U.S. recent event in Sub-Saharan Africa have created a compelling need for the United States of America to get involved in the Gulf of Guinea. There is no better opportunity than that presented by the Biafra. For example, Biafra can be an ideal place for U.S. military base, as well as seaport. Biafra can also be host to African installations. Biafra can be a close ally of the United States and purveyor of Western interests in the region, as well as a bulwark against Islamic terrorists and extremists. This is important now more than ever, given the loss of key U.S. military bases in Sahel countries, as well as the Nigerian government ever closer relations with United States adversaries, a United States designated Islamic terrorist organization. In addition, Nigeria's persecution of Christians continues to worsen and further adds to the case of independent homeland for Nigeria. Christian population, just as U.S. recognized of Somalia, present great benefit to U.S. strategic interest in East Africa. Similarly, Biafra can present opportunities along similar lines for the U.S. in West Africa. We hope today's historical briefing will provide a precedent for further diplomatic engagement. And before I say thank you, we believe that we have sent our message, and we are damn serious for our freedom. We'll continue fighting. Our freedom is our right. No one else can do it better for us than us. And we are sending message to the world, especially the United States of America. We appreciate the opportunity and the privilege they have given us to voice out so that they can do what is right. We believe they are listening. We believe very soon we'll be having more diplomatic engagement with the United States of America, the leader of the free world. Thank you. We're going to be having some question and answer, and we have some witnesses that will be asking questions about the current situation, what is happening in Biafra land, if it is suitable for them, If it is that what they want, do they deserve to live better than what is happening here today? We are glad to be here, and this is the beginning of our hearing in Washington, D.C. We believe that U.S. government, they are watching, they are listening, they are following, even if the members of the Congress, the ones that are not here, they are watching, so they know what we are doing and what is going on. I will call on Mazia Mobi. Yeah.
Greetings, everyone. Greetings, Biafrans who are here present. First of all, I want to appreciate everyone for being here. It's not easy. It is only a man who seeks for freedom that goes knocking on all doors. Because every locked door against each and every one of us is a locked door against millions of Biafrans. Especially millions of Biafrans, yourself, myself, who are witnesses, and over 50 million people who gave the Brgie government their vote for the self-referendum conducted in Finland. It conducted back home and ratified in Finland by over 517 Biafrans. So I appreciate each and every one of you who are here. And we thank the United States Congress for giving us this opportunity, for calling us to hear our voice at this time. It is of utmost importance that the Biafran people in general speak up now to stop the killing, to help the world, to help those who cannot speak for themselves, and the entirety of the people who live in the geographical location known as Nigeria, to regain their freedom. The freedom that we seek today is not just for the Biafran people, but for over 230 million people who exist in a place where they are all in a cave. Most of the people who exist there do not know themselves no more, cannot, for some reason, stand up and defend themselves. Of course, we know fear is part of terrorism. And act fast to save lives of Biafra, to save lives of women, children, and even unborn. Because in our case, we lose children in the mother's wombs due to Nigerian terrorism. Now, first of all, I would like to call on my sister, who is a witness, Love Akobondo. I would like to ask you, Love Akobondo, how would you describe the persecution and marginalization of Biafrans from your own personal observation and experience? What are the root causes of this genocide?
Hello, dear friends. Good afternoon. Thank you for the Brgie government. Thank you, the acting Prime Minister and your staff. And I also thank the Congress, American Congress, for giving us this opportunity. I'm going to say what I received as information from those who witnessed those incidents, because I wasn't there at the time. From there, that will lead into what is happening and still happening, unless we put a stop to it. You see, the marginalization has a long-standing history. stemming from the so-called colonization. From the time those people showed up in the shores of Biafra, the Bight of Biafra, there hasn't been peace. Each time they bring up a situation that is not acceptable to our people, the Biafrans, we object it because we already had democracy before they showed up. We were living in organized society in every ramification before they showed up. So when they showed up and want to alter who we are, change us to benefit them, we said no. Instead of dialoguing with us, they come up with aggression. This has been going on through the Edumate warriors after the fall of Arab Kingdom. Our people regrouped, defending themselves, defending their land, defending their culture, defending who they are as a people. They were met with killing, because that's the only thing to understand. They don't understand dialogue. From there, it moved to the time of taxation that was totally unacceptable, and our great-grandmothers came up to protest, simple protest. They did not kill anybody. They did not destroy anything. They were just protesting because one of the useless people, it is not today we begin to have a flavors in our society. A man called, and I'm going to call him by name, and I wish his generation will get to hear it so they can be ashamed of their grandfather. Chief Okuk from Oloko was the warrant chief who delivered that message of taxation. And after they had finished taxing our fathers, they came up with our mothers. And our mothers said no. What did they do? They turned out, killed some of them. To glorify their action, they termed it Aba Women Riot, which is a false thing. From there, when they discovered coal in Enugu, again, to their interest, poor working condition, our fathers protested for a better wages, a better working condition. What did they get? Bullets. They massacred the men. That was the coal mining massacre. It did not stop there. Each step of the way is aggression, no discussion. The good thing is, we are not the people you can just walk over. It's not going to happen. It's not yesterday, it's not today, it's not going to be all the tomorrows to come, because we are Biafrans, Madam. No two ways about to take it or drop it. We're going to fight to the last man standing. Now, it did not stop there. It continues the same marginalization, the same wickedness in all form and shape. Fast forward to the so-called flag independence. What did we get? The 1966 pogrom. I have a sister-in-law who lost her father to 1966 pogrom. Move forward, 1967, the so-called genocidal war, which the world refused to acknowledge. The thing sweeping it under the carpet is going to make a difference. It's going to escalate, and it's escalating. We have no apologies to anybody. Biafra must be free. Okay?
Thank you so much, my sister Love. You heard it all. Now, I will ask another question to another sister of mine, Miss Nonya Chime. Chima, sorry. We know how the United States government categorized certain countries as state sponsors of terror. How do you rank Nigeria given their killing of Biafrans? And should the US government designate Nigeria as a state sponsor of terror?
Thank you very much for that question. First of all, I just wanted to thank Honorables Jim Moran and Elias Terasulis and the U.S. Congress for giving us the opportunity to inform the world of what has been going on in Biafra land for decades. So for the question, these are some of the reasons why United States government should designate Nigeria as a terror organization. One, between 2015 to 2016, Amnesty International reported that Nigerian security forces killed over 1,500 IPOB protesters in cold blood. Remember, they didn't have any weapons. They were just exercising their rights as citizens. And in 2017, there was what they called Operation Python Dance, which targeted the Southeast residents who are Biafrans, with soldiers invading communities, shooting civilians, and committing extrajudicial killings, which led to about 28 young men and women in our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's house. Thirdly, from 2021 to 2023, Amnesty International also documented over 1,844 killings in Biafra land, including unlawful executions, torture, and enforced disappearances by security forces. And one might ask whether these killings or these killers have been apprehended and brought to justice, and the answer is no. No one has been held accountable for these killings. In fact, when locals apprehend any of the killers, there is always an order to free them. Up till today, the killings continue, and the painful thing is the fact that Biafrans are killed simply because we are Christians, simply because of the crude oil in Biafra land, and because they want to Islamize us by force, which we are resisting. So I call on the global community to pay attention to what's going on in Biafra land and elsewhere, where there is a genocide going on. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. That's what we expect from every Biafran to always carry in their heart. The fact that our people are dying every day. Now, I want to ask my brother Emmanuel Ugo, how would you describe the hatred of Biafrans or Igbos within the Nigerian by the political establishment, which has traditionally been controlled by the Muslim North? Would you say this is an important part of why there is support for the Biafran independence movement?
Thank you all. When we talk about Biafran hatred, the hatred of Biafrans in Nigeria by the political establishment, that goes deeper. Some of us came into this world and we deal with this hatred, and we keep asking ourselves, why? Why us? What have we done? Hearing after everything we have gone through. The hatred runs deep in the Nigerian establishment, in their blood, both the political establishment and people from other parts of the country. We see this hatred every day. We have this economic jihad that has been going on. Our businesses are being born in Lagos, in the north. We are not allowed to scale when it comes to political positions as in the presidency of the country. And now we are seeking for Biafra. We want to be on our own so that we can be able to live in peace without facing this hatred every day. The Fulani Caliphate are the ones controlling Nigeria, and with this economic jihad, they have continued to display this economic jihad on the Biafrans, day in, day out, in every aspect of life, and we are tired of it. And we say this is the reason why over 80 million Biafrans, over 50 million Biafrans voted for the Biafra self-referendum, because they themselves are tired of the hatred. Every one of us can see it, even the young ones. And that is why there is maximum support for Biafra, so that we can have our own independent state and live in accordance with our own values. So that's what I will say about that. Thank you.
My brother Chima John, for those amongst you who lived during the first Biafran Civil War, it's called a civil war, but we know it's a genocidal war against the Biafran people, 1967 to 1970. Please, describe your experience. I know you might not know, but I know you have people who have told you stories. I see you're very much younger than 1967. So describe your experience and how you would compare the Biafran independence movement in the 1960s compared to now. And what do you wish the United States government to do regarding the issues of Biafra?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I want to thank the U.S. Congress for the opportunity that we have today to be at the top for this hearing regarding Biafra. Some of us were not born in the war, but we have heard, we have read about all the atrocities that happened against Biafrans and against the Igbos during the war. We saw that Biafra land was completely destroyed by the Nigerian state in collusion with its Western allies and the Soviets. They destroyed schools, they destroyed the infrastructure. And while we're growing up, every part of Nigeria was designated as educational industrial village. And these are places where there were no bombs, where there was no destruction. But in Biafra land, in Igbo land in particular, Igbos were never designated as educational industrial village. And we know what happened during the Civil War. One of the things that happened was a total blockade on Biafra land, and which led to the death of over 3 million people and the starvation of over 1 million children. I'm sure that the world saw some of those pictures, gory pictures of Kwashakwa children because of the starvation. And that led to people like Bruce Merrick, an American student from Columbia, to set himself ablaze in front of the United Nations Bureau. People like Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple, saw what happened in Biafra and swore not to step his foot inside the church. And he said, how can the world open their eyes and saw this happen to humans or so-called fellow Christians and never did anything because of oil and hatred and theft, to put it literally. We saw all that. The Nigerian state, as part of the plot to put Biafrans down, and the Igbos in particular, they made sure that after the war, that every Igbo person or Biafran received only 20 pounds to start life from the beginning. And the Igbos and the Biafrans were the richest in that country at that time. It was designed, according to one of Nigeria's recent presidents, that it was designed to make Biafrans poor for over 200 years and become subservient to other enemies. At the end of the day, today, Biafrans are not only successful, but they have reason to say that the only thing that will make us safe to actualize our economic and political potential and destiny is the creation of an independent state of Biafra, or the restoration of it, so that we can live in peace with our neighbors, so that we can be allies of the West and to our global community, so that we can harness our potential, our intellectual resources, our natural resources. We can harness it to the benefit of not only our own people, but to the world at large. That is what Biafrans seek. And we want the United States, as the leaders of the free world, to stand up and begin to do what is right by the Biafran people. Begin to do what is right. Because that's something that they're looking for. That's something that they take, that Nigeria gives them. Those oil and gas comes from Biafra land. We can negotiate. We can reach a deal with any country, America in particular, so that we can have our independence, a place we can feel safe, and to live in freedom. Thank you very much.
My mother served in the Red Cross during the war, and my father was equally a soldier during that war. So, just like himself, and like many of us here, I have so many stories of what happened and why we need to be free. It's not just because of the resources, but for our children to be able to see tomorrow. Now, I want to call on my brother, our brother, Chattle, Israel. Chattle, Israel, please, as we are in the Capitol Hill building, speaking to the United States Congress and to everyone who cares to listen to the Biafran people, I would like to ask, what would you recommend, or what would be your recommendation to the United States government to hold Nigeria accountable and to assist Biafra?
Thank you, Honorable Students. Thank you very much, Honorable. First of all, let me thank our great friends, Elias Rasolas, and of course, Honorable Dr. Michael Rubin, who spoke earlier on, and Ogen Kerry, who has been leading this struggle since our leaders have been incarcerated. I'm talking about Simon Ebba and Nnamdi Kanu. And I want to thank the U.S. Congress for allowing us this opportunity to come here. Again, they are demonstrating that they are the leader of the free world, as against other nations where they don't want to talk about this. As our Honorable Michael Rubin has said, here you are free to talk and nobody will arrest you. And so we are here requesting that U.S. government to come and stop the killings that is going on in Nigeria. We are talking about the genocide that happened 1966 to 1970. Right now, that happened mainly in the southeast. Right now, the entire Nigerian state is a killing zone. It rivals what happened during the Civil War. And so we are pleading with the U.S. Congress to come to quickly, not to delay, by doing these following things: to officially recognize Biafra genocide of 1966 to 1970, which has continued up to today. As our Honorable Minister said, Michael Rubin said, because those who committed the genocide have not been charged, instead they seem to have been congratulated by lifting them from to be the presidents of that place. This has empowered them to continue with the genocide. So we are pleading with the U.S. government to live up to their moral standards as the free world leader, to come immediately to this aid of Biafrans. We are also pleading with the U.S. government to condemn immediately, because that will save life, condemn immediately the abuses that is going on there, which is quite obvious. It's not hidden. You have terrorists that are being recognized, giving a peace deal, while those that are speaking the truth to save the country from the killings that is going on are being incarcerated, like Mazuna and Kano and Simon Eber. Just yesterday, they agreed on a plea deal with terrorists, a peace deal. And they are walking free. We are asking the U.S. government to invoke the Global Magnitsky Act, identify all those criminals. The Canadian government have declared the political organizations in Nigeria as terrorist organizations. We are asking the U.S. government to go further, identify the individuals themselves, and invoke them and put heavy sanctions on them. That is what we are asking, to further what the Canadian government has already done. We are asking the U.S. government to demand, with immediate effect, to the release of Nnamdi Kanu, a man that has been even acquitted in some of the courts in that Federal Republic of Nigeria. Several courts have discharged him and acquitted him, and in fact requested that the government compensate him. Outside UN have already also requested that he be released immediately. Kenyan government has come out openly to say that he was extraordinarily rendition. He was kidnapped from Kenya, that he should be released, and on no basis should he be tried for anything because of the illegality that they practice on him and abuses. Yet, Nnamdi Kanu is still in prison. Even recently, he asked for him to be allowed to visit the hospital, to go for a hospital treatment, and they rejected it. They rejected that he would not go to the hospital. So we are asking the U.S. Congress to act immediately. We need urgent help. We also ask U.S. Congress to pressure Finland to release Simon Eber. He was doing honor, and he was worried seeing the decimation of his people. Okay, but that's what we are asking, to pressure Finland government to release Simon Eber. Finally, we ask the U.S. Congress to recognize the referendum that was conducted. 50 million. If that is not acceptable, then to help us organize a UN acceptable referendum for Biafrans, and to show that demonstrate that Biafrans are really in need to be freed. And the freedom we're asking for Biafrans is not only for Biafrans, because it will also free the ordinary people of that country called Nigeria from all the killings that are going on, which is only going to escalate as their 2027 elections continues. These are what we are requesting. Thank you very much. Just to add one single thing to what he said, something that is very dear to me. I really wish that the United States Congress and the United States government would help us pressure Nigeria. I would like for the genocide that took the life of over 5 million of my people to be recognized. If today we speak about the Holocaust, there is no reason why we shouldn't speak about the death of over 5 million Biafrans. Thank you very much.
Congressmen and policymakers in Washington, D.C. for the freedom of Biafra, the land of the free and the brave, the land of the rising sun. The sun has risen to set no more. Donate and fund your freedom now. Donate and fund your freedom now. Donate and fund your freedom now.
Welcome back to Voice of Biafra Television. And we shall be joining the headquarters of the Biafra Republic government in exile. And also, it's historic to know that today is a memorial day of the American people. This is Voice of Biafra. And as we hook up to the transmission from the headquarters of the Biafra Republic government in exile, I welcome all of you. In no distance time, we will have the Prime Minister on the transmission.
For the people opening their eyes, strong and unshaken, both for all to see, broadcasting the future.
Voice of Biafra TV.
There is only one broadcaster network. Voice of Biafra TV. The first, the best, and the last. Voice of Biafra TV.
First to speak, best to watch, last to
Voice of Biafra TV. Voice of Biafra TV. Holy war, holy war. Voice of Biafra TV.
Only one, no only one.
Only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV.
Only one, only one, only one, only one, only one, only one.
Voice of Biafra TV.
Only one, only one, only one, only one.
Welcome back to Voice of Biafra Television. We need to check our transmission from there is good to go. Prime Minister of the Government People, can you hear me from the headquarters, please?
Yes, I can hear you. Am I coming up?
Okay. Yes, very well, very well, very well. Very well. I
Thank
can
you
hear
very
you very well. And Biafran people, at this very point, we are joining the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic government in exile, live and direct from Washington, D.C. Welcome to Voice of Biafra Television, Prime Minister of the Biafran people.
Thank you very much, Minister of Information. Thank you, you and the entire media team. You guys are doing a very beautiful, marvelous job. Biafran people, our freedom is here, and our freedom is now. Today mark a remarkable day to a great country that we love so much, of which I'm proud citizens as well. The great country of United States of America. And America is a country of rule and order, a country that have procedure, a country that love, respect humanity, humankind, a country that cares for her citizens, not the disgraced country called Nigeria that kill her own citizens. Today, America is celebrating, remembering their hero, the hero that made this world safer. And we also have a video of the day with you.